Hi everybody, it is your boy, and we are back to do something that I think will be rather fun. Something that people have been asking me to do since I started the channel, but I had objections to for one reason or another. But I found a way that might be interesting. And I ended up looking up this to see if anybody else had done it, and friend of the channel, as they say, Mr. Beat, has done basically the same video, so I'm going to just shout him out here because I utilized a lot of his stuff in order to do mine. So I'm going to be taking every political alignment test that Mr. Beat used in his video. So I wanted to take all the best political alignment tests that I could. I didn't really know where to start. All I'd ever really done was the political compass test, which I'm going to be doing in this one, but I'm also going to be doing all of these right over here, which I don't believe I've done at any point. So I'm recording this actually after I've done all of those. So I wanted to do a little bit of a pre-conclusion. What is all of the stuff that follows this portion of the video going to do for me ultimately, and how do I feel about the experiment that I just finished up? I feel okay about it. I feel better about it being on camera or like just on record where I can explain every individual answer, because I think it's much more valuable to explain verbally why you make certain decisions rather than just knowing the decisions. Sometimes the why can be more important than the what, and I think that's the fun thing about making this a big, long video project. So that's a thing. What did I learn about my political beliefs? I think a lot. And I think more than in the results of any individual quiz, I think I learned a lot more about individual issues that I didn't even really think about or never really took the time to establish a position on, and didn't really know where they fit into the broader political spectrum. When I took the political compass test last, it was probably around the 2016 election, maybe a little after. I think, I don't remember taking it since then. I fell in like the libertarian left quadrant, and I think that's a fair place to put myself, but what does that really mean ultimately? And seeing all of these, and these don't tell you everything about who you are as a political person. Some of them try very hard, and some of them do a pretty good job of giving you a way of expressing your broader political beliefs and being able to categorize it and give you a method of self-description. However, I don't want to be restricted by that category. I'm a bit socialistic in my thinking, but on the other hand, I'm a little bit libertarian in my thinking. There's a lot to it, and balancing those is so interesting, and seeing where a lot of it comes from. Some of it's personal, some of it's deeply personal. I found that a lot of it is based on geography. I think I lean more socialistically because I'm in a country where a lot of our problems come from private financial institutions that corrupt our government. In this one's humble opinion, I think that's where a lot of our current problems come from. If I lived in a socialist country where I felt a lot of the problems come from government control, I might lean more into my libertarian side. I think they're both there, and I think they're always going to be there to some degree. It's just my skepticism of where power comes from. Power can come from money, it's private power, or power can come from government. And that's really cool. And there's also the power of the people. And I, by the end, ended up talking about like the triangle of power, the power of the people, government, and private financial institutions, and like how in a lot of ways, like the American federal government, where we have the three branches that are supposed to check each other to varying degrees and with varying results. I guess those different kinds of powers, in a sense, sort of check themselves. And I don't think that's an original observation by any means. I'm sure somebody has made that observation before, but that's sort of just how I decided to articulate it by the end. And I think this whole journey has been an exploration of my relationship with power. And sometimes it's even interesting because I feel like I may have given answers that contradicted other answers based on the different days I was recording the different parts of these videos. I may have felt a little bit more libertarian on a given day, and whatever was going on in that day that happened to make the difference between agreeing with something and strongly agreeing with something. Those little degrees of difference are probably all throughout this video, which I found particularly interesting. And it sort of shows that some of us, can't speak for you, are just we're little Play-Doh people. We can be molded by our environment, the people around us, other factors, and just our general mood at the time. We live in the moment in a way. I think this has it's given me a handful of topics that I would really love to explore further, which is really cool. And I don't know. It has me feeling very curious about political theory, I guess. Something that I didn't really bother too much with, because like theory is so dry. Sometimes I just like to go with my feelings based on the world around me. But there is some value that comes from it. It can also be reductive depending on what you're going for. Sometimes it can be exclusive and elitist and all that sort of stuff. But all this has really highlighted is just how much gray there is in political alignment, which is really fun. It's a really, really fun part of it. And it's also given me sort of a perspective, like, while my political compass, I don't think changed that much from the last time I took it. I think it changed a little bit. I think my political values have changed. So, and a lot of these other tests that are on here have highlighted a lot more of those changes that have gone on since 2016. And a lot has happened since 2016. So, yeah, that's a lot. So, I think that's about all I have for this introduction. If you want to check out any particular test, I will have timestamps in the description, just like Mr. Beat did here. So if you want to skip to a particular test, that's fine. Although I do reference some answers from previous tests to avoid explaining myself again and again and again. So you might miss some of the details if you skip to a later test. And I may say, we previously discussed this. So I'm going to answer the same. Yeah. All right. So I am going to snap to the past, and we are going to get this right here started. All right. Alrighty, let's kick this off with the go-to political alignment test. We have the political compass. Every time an election goes around, you'll probably see people doing their political alignments. And when they do, you may recognize this little grid right here. So this test measures on two axes. On the x-axis, it's left to right, which is pretty simple. In an American system, I would say we are sort of right to like center-ish, though in recent years we've had a much stronger presence of far left voices. I would say it's not a very strong or organized far left that we have. So I'd imagine the average American probably falls a little closer to the center here. But from an international perspective, I think our centrists would be considered more right-leaning. So I know I still have a decent amount of people who are international, so given that perspective is probably important. So what else do we got? We have some examples of nations and how they would land on this test, which, you know, we got the bottom right, which is libertarian right, being Switzerland, Uruguay, the top right being authoritarian right, being Saudi Arabia. That makes sense. It's like a theocratic authoritarian system here. And then as we get into the left, they have China and North Korea. I sort of have an issue with North Korea being classified as left. Honestly, I feel like a lot of the communist ideology that surrounds North Korea is sort of window dressing for kind of an old school authoritarian whatever. But I guess in a sense it presents itself as authoritarian left. So whatever. And honestly, I think there should be probably a little bit bigger a gulf between China's authoritarianism and North Korea's authoritarianism. Not that China is not authoritarian, it is. I just feel like they're not one block away from each other. They're at least a couple blocks away from each other, but that's just me. Where does the United States fall? I don't know. It doesn't have it here, so I'm not sure. I'd imagine the United States falls kind of in the libertarian thing because we are so very capitalist. We're so big into things like private property or whatever, but we do have some strong authoritarian and often fascist leanings. We talked about that in my last long form video. So it's hard for me to say based on what little information I have here, but generally I think this should be a fun way to start. It's not a perfect quiz by any means. As far as the internet's opinion goes, it doesn't go as deep as some of the other quizzes that we will be taking, but it is sort of the standard. It's the one that everyone does. It's sort of simple, and it's one that I've done before, but I haven't done this in maybe 3 years. I'm not even sure exactly how long ago it's been. I remember I fell pretty deep into this bottom left quadrant at the time, probably towards the bottom left, which I found rather interesting. And we don't have any countries that represent libertarian left on here, which is another thing that I sort of find interesting. I guess it's hard to be libertarian left these days, but I don't know. But I am excited to get started with this. I have the quiz pulled up right here. So the format is they will put out like a statement, not a question, but a statement. And I rank whether or not I agree or disagree with it, or strongly agree or strongly disagree with it. There is no middle ground, similar to the F-scale thing. It doesn't want you sitting on the fence. You're one side or the other. I'm going to do my very best to give a sort of thoughtful answer, though it stresses that your responses should not be overthought. So sometimes with quizzes like this, I end up being like, well, in this hyper-specific scenario, blah, 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 blah. I'm going to try not to do that, but you know how it be sometimes. Sometimes you just... Some people have the personalities to overthink things, and I am one of those people. All right. Are you ready? Because I think I'm ready. And also remember, if you want to take this quiz before I do, link in the description. All right. Let's get it started. So We're on page number 1 of 6, and we'll have several questions on each page. If economic globalization is inevitable, economic globalization kind of refers to corporations going international, and we sort of have that international economic connection between nations, which actually puts private corporations in a very powerful position internationally. If economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interests of transnational corporations. I would strongly agree, ideally, but it's sort of a hard thing to serve humanity when the whole point of globalization is driven by private interest. I think a lot about the vaccine rollout, how American companies held on to like the patents real hard, didn't want to give stuff to international distributors. It's like, no, we'll do it, and they're like, no, it's because we have the capacity to handle it. Like, they may not have the capacity to handle that technology. But in reality, it was just to profit off of people's suffering during the pandemic. I will never forgive Bill Gates for making that the argument to the contrary. Oh, airplane going ahead, overhead. Hear that? Lovely. It's like the old days of doing YouTube videos, but I'm not going to let it mess up my my groove. So let's go. I'd always support my country, whether it is right or wrong. Strongly disagree. My love for my country is, I would say, I was going to say it's entirely conditional. I don't think I'm entirely immune from unconditional love for my country. Like, I love my country and I want it to do well, and I want it to do the right things. And when I criticize it, I like to think it's from a place of love and not from a place of hate. But that's just me. But yeah, I'd like to think if we were in another like Vietnam War situation, I'd still be down to criticize my country because I sincerely thought it was wrong. No one chooses their country of birth, so it's foolish to be proud of it. I will say agree, but not strongly agree. Here's the thing. I think culture is a very important lens through which we see the world. It's one of the many bits of identity that are assigned to us, and that may be a little bit silly to be overly proud of it. Like, don't make it weird. I guess that's my main point there. Don't make it weird. If you're proud of where you're from, appreciate your culture, whatever, just don't be a jerk to other people and their culture and that sort of thing. Like, we can be multicultural. I mean, your pride in your own culture should end when it starts oppressing others. There we go. Your right to swing your fist ends at my face. And I think pride is often the thing that causes a lot of fist swinging, in my humble opinion. Our race has many superior qualities compared with other races. I would say I strongly disagree. I don't think race inherently causes superiority. There can be things like culturally that cause one group of people to excel in certain categories, but it's not inherent in the race. It's often the other factors, like environmental factors, that cause that, rather than just like your skin color or just generally who you are born to. It's where the people you're born to are from that often influences things more. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Strongly disagree. The United States has largely backed a lot of countries that we probably otherwise wouldn't be really good friends with if we didn't have a common enemy. And I think that is very irresponsible. While we, in theory, want to protect people, and in theory, I emphasize, there's a lot of people who think that like, yeah, we should be the world police because we can protect people, and we shouldn't stand on the sideline because that aids people who would oppress other people. However, I don't have a ton of faith in my country personally to do things for the purest reasons. And when you're backing somebody who you otherwise wouldn't even like, just let them fight each other. It's none of your business. If other people want to step in, okay, that is what it is. As far as I'm concerned, I'd rather stay out of that conflict. That's just your boy speaking. Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified. That's an interesting question. I'm not super well versed in international law. I know the big stuff, but I would say in a general sense, when you're violating international law, it's a problem. I'm not saying that there couldn't be an appropriate time to do that. Maybe the rest of the world is wrong, but I'd say disagree, but not strongly disagree. I think there are times where all sorts of laws, I could still find it like ethical for somebody to violate a law. Law is just something that we made up, so it's just as it can be just as flawed as we are as people. Laws. There is now a worrying fusion of information and entertainment. Yes, I suppose there's. I don't know. When I think of like Fox News and stuff like that, or Alex Jones, these creators who are more entertainment than news. I think there is a huge problem there, but I don't think the issue is that they are entertainment and news. I think you can have entertainment and news. I think those people are just particularly cynical people. So I would say I disagree. It's not the fusion of entertainment and news that is the problem. I think entertainment can be a very good educational tool, strategy, approach. So I'm not, but I am only going to disagree. I'm not going to strongly disagree because there can be, it is definitely something that can be exploited, but I don't think it's inherently wrong. All right, now the economy. We're talking attitudes here, not the FTSE index. Okay, let's do that. People are ultimately divided more by class than by nationality. That's an interesting question. I would say agree. I actually would strongly agree. I think a lot of the issues that happen, but even like racial issues, are driven by cynical people who are driving a wedge between working class people. I sound like a union guy because I am a union guy. I feel like black or white, if poor black people and poor white people really got together and fought for real significant change, they'd be incredibly powerful. And that's sort of a problem for the people who want to turn them against one another, often the wealthy elite who are exploiting them. Imagine if everybody had a union. Wouldn't it be great? Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. I would say I disagree. Strongly disagree. I would say employment is probably more important to me in this case. Do I disagree or do I strongly disagree? Because the talk of inflation is often more of an issue that is just bandied around by cynical, wealthy people. Inflation and hyperinflation and all that, it can be a problem. I wouldn't want to have to protect those interests at the expense of ordinary people's employment. And the wealthy often have an interest in keeping some people unemployed. One of the great things about the attitude shift that occurred after during the mid to late stages of the pandemic, and people were willing to say no to crap jobs, it forced wages up. And that's something that people in powerful positions don't want you to do. They want you to be willing to settle. And they'll use language like inflation often to scare people, but often it is cynical. Inflation can be a problem. It's just not as much as it's not as much a problem to the ordinary people until it's too late, I guess I would say. I think it's very important that you maintain people's employment and keep their wages fair more than anything. That's a bit of a diversion from the actual question asked, but this is sort of where these things are gonna bring us. Because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment, they require regulation. Strongly agree. Especially in a capitalist system, they are incentivized to not care. So you have to throw in a little bit of force there, because otherwise they have no reason to. We do have corporations that will, for aesthetic purposes, put on green signaling to people. It's oh, we're environmentally friendly, but in the end it's a marketing technique, and it's never as extreme as it needs to be when it's done by self. So I am totally down with strong regulations for protecting local environments and stuff. I've always been really if you are going to have corporations exploiting the environment, I've always thought about the Alaska system as sort of something to look at. So in Alaska, the oil companies have to pay for the resources that they take, because Alaska is an incredibly resource wealthy location for them. So a lot of that money goes back to the ordinary people. And I've always felt if you are going to have people exploiting the environment or natural resources and stuff like that, it should be done in I guess you'd have to nationalize it so that they are actually paying ordinary people for the resources that they're taking. Because in my mind, that's our oil. If it was where I'm from, that's our oil. Why are they getting it without paying us for it? That's what I always think. And they're making a massive profit on it. So that's sort of my philosophy. Generally regulate. If you are going to let them exploit the resources, make sure they're paying ordinary people for it. Cut them a check. From each according to his ability to each according to his need is a fundamentally good idea. I would say strongly agree. Most people are able. That's the thing. I don't want this to be misconstrued. Most people are able. There is a certain segment of people who are unable for one reason or another to get ahead. And that is what it is. And I think for that segment of people, it is important that people help them. I don't know if there's necessarily a logically consistent or like unemotional argument that I have for it. I just think it's a nice thing to do. And sometimes that's where our political opinions come from. Sometimes we want to have it like removed, like we're one step removed, like here's the logical reason why it's good for everybody. I think it's a nice thing to do. And that's what I think we should do. It's a rather simple argument, I guess, though it may not persuade anybody who's on the other side of the fence. Hey, wouldn't that be nice? It's like, well, that's not why they're making their argument. It's like, why should I have to do that? And I would be like, well, because it's nice. Not exactly persuasive. There's probably a better way to argue that. I'm just having trouble articulating it right now. I'm not the best debate lord myself. The freer the market, the freer the people. Strongly disagree. So here's how I think about power. I think a lot of people, like American libertarians, they fear the strength of government exploiting other people. And I fear that as well. But I also fear, and I feel like they often fail to sufficiently fear the power of wealth, extreme wealth to exploit people. Because in the United States, we have an incredible extreme wealth to the point where a lot of our most wealthy people are able to essentially buy our politicians and get a disproportionate voice in the legislature. And well, I guess in all the branches, because there's like a massive corruption scandal going on in the Supreme Court right now as I am recording this. So I can't even just say the legislature. So they own all of our political branches because we've essentially legalized bribery in our country. And a lot of that comes from how unregulated the market is. So because we keep the government power out of that in a large way, it allows for private financial power to also exploit people. And the thing that's important is to be able to like balance it so neither has too great of power, which is not easy. It's not as easy as saying big government bad, big money bad. It doesn't fit as cleanly into those categories. So that's where I am. So I would say just because if the market is super free, honestly, free markets sort of eat themselves after a while, because like if the market is like super duper duper free, eventually it will turn around, breed monopolies, and then it's no longer free. So it would require regulation to keep its free marketness, or to keep like a free spirit of competition and whatever, and like keep other people from being shut out of the system. Yeah. So there's a lot of layers to this. It's pretty cool. It's a sad reflection on our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled, branded consumer product. I strongly agree. I think it's largely also a failure of our infrastructure to keep water clean in a lot of cases, that people sort of, in a lot of places, have to lean on bottled drinking water because they'll know it's clean and they can't get clean water from the tap. I don't know how Flint is doing these days, but I'm pretty sure their water's still not very clean. And it's an extreme example, but I think that's sort of another layer to the issue, because there's it as a consumer product, but there's also like the necessity for it being a consumer product in a lot of places. leads to you thinking about like how sad it is that people don't have clean drinking water. Sometimes people need bottled water because they don't have clean drinking water. That's insane. What are we doing? Land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold. This is like, that is private property inherently theft? This one is actually sort of hard to me. I like the idea of some limited private property. However, if taken to its extreme, you get what we have today, which is a massive housing issue. I think a lot about like the big corporations that are scooping up as much property as they can just to rent them out to people, and how so many people are unable to get rent under $1,000 a month. Like, I've been trying to find a new place for a while now. I am not a wealthy man. It's hard to find a place you can afford these days, at least where I am. So, shouldn't be a commodity to be bought and sold. I guess I disagree lightly. I think some buying and selling of land totally makes sense, but there is a degree to which it can become exploited. I feel like on another day you could have me hitting agree. Maybe I'll do agree. I don't know. This is a hard one. It's hard for me to feel super strongly about it. Maybe if I read more Marxist theory, I would end up at strongly agree. Who knows? I'm gonna stick with agree, I guess. I find that this test might be a little bit weird if you got just the results, but being able to sit here and explain all my answers, I feel at least a little better represented than I would by just being a point on a graph. So maybe stuff like this is better when accompanied by personal comments, as long as I'm trying to make the judgment as to what I like and dislike about the test. But I haven't even gotten my results yet, so we'll see. It is regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society. Yeah, that's kind of lame. I mean, it is what it is at this point, but it is pretty lame. It is a I like, if I were offered a position to do that, I would personally not want to do it because I would find it kind of hollow and unfulfilling. I guess that's why I feel strongly about it, because I put myself in that position and I'm like, yeah, that's kind of lame. I mean, I don't necessarily hate everybody who does that necessarily, but it is kind of lame. The stock market's lame. I don't care for it personally. It's a huge part of our society, and it would take a massive overhaul to undo, but it's not my favorite thing in the world, I will say. Protectionism is something necessary to trade. Okay, so in this context, if I do protectionism, I want a proper definition to make sure I don't have a misunderstanding. The theory or practice of shielding a country's domestic industries from foreign competition by taxing imports. Oh yeah, yeah, that I understand that. I'd say I'd slightly agree. I think in this globalized system that we currently experience, it may not be the most popular thing in the world, but if you want to be able to be self-sustaining, it could be good. I guess it depends on your view of the world. If you want to be more like self-sustaining, like have the option to potentially eventually cut yourself off from the world if you needed to, or the dependency on other nations could be something that you interpret as an overall good thing, that we are becoming more and more interconnected. In a sense, we're all in this together. I would say a little bit of protectionism is not insane, but I would say trade is not my best subject. I could develop on that issue with greater information. The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver profit to its shareholders. As I've answered so far, I strongly disagree. As we currently have it, there is really no incentive for them to have like any positive social responsibility to the world outside of that. So with our current system incentivizing them, just bringing profit to their shareholders, we get what we get. That's why regulations exist. The rich are too highly taxed. Jeez, are you insane? In the United States, they're not very highly taxed at all. And with all the loopholes we have, some pay little to no taxes and often pay lesser rates than people much poorer than that. Maybe that question would hit different to somebody in a different country, but in the United States, it's pretty clear that the rich are not taxed all that much because they own the politicians through campaign contributions, and then they cut their taxes. Yippee-ki-yay. That's how it goes. Those with the ability to pay should have access to higher standards of medical care. Strongly disagree. I think I've always been like a universal healthcare type person. I don't think just because you're poor, you're more deserving of, I mean, I don't believe because you're rich that you're more deserving of adequate medical care. I think that's one of those cases where the profit motive is incredibly destructive to the nation. If there was anything that was nationalized, healthcare probably would be the thing that makes the most sense, because healthcare companies profit immensely off of denying people care, charging for health insurance, then denying people care. That's how the profit motive works. They essentially get big by not doing their job, and that's a problem. And they also get big by other ways, like hiking pharmaceutical prices. I spent a long time last year researching the American AIDS crisis during a course I was taking for a paper, and it was something else because they had like one medication that actually was decent for treating, not curing. We still don't have a cure for AIDS, but treating AIDS, and it was the most expensive medication at the time. And that's insane. And its price was kept like arbitrarily high, like a lot of things, like insulin. It's kept arbitrarily high today. Governments should penalize businesses that mislead the public. This is where a little bit of a libertarian side of me sort of comes in. I would say I lightly disagree. I lean so heavily in the direction of free speech, even to the point where sometimes speech can be destructive. However, misleading the public, I leave a little wiggle room and don't put in strongly disagree, because there are some points where you could mislead the public to a point where it's like it actually puts people in danger. And there is a certain level of negligence or like incitement to violence and all that sort of stuff. And like we have such high standards when it comes to protecting free speech, and when it comes to things like libel and slander. It's so hard to prove those things in the United States. And I like that. I like it that way. I like our current standards for it generally. We lean so heavily. We would rather protect somebody who's in the wrong than penalize somebody who is innocent. And I think I would lean more in that direction. So I guess that's why I say disagree, but it's a light disagree rather than a strong disagree. There we go. A genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predator multinationals to create monopolies. Strongly agree. I made this point. I made this point earlier. I made this exact point earlier in the quiz, totally unrelated. So my answer was already in that. Man, we're only on page 3. I gotta speed this up. This is gonna be a long one. And it's only our first test. Now, look at some of your personal social views. This might be easier. Abortion, when the woman's life is not threatened, should always be illegal. Strongly disagree. I don't really partake in the scientific discussions over when a fetus becomes a human. I feel very unqualified, but I have a general idea of that bodily autonomy should be maximized as much as possible. And as long as it's in your body and it requires you to live, it's sort of your call there. And as a dude, I don't want to tell women what they can do. In a general sense, I feel weird telling them what they can do with their body. It feels kind of gross. All authorities should be questioned. Yeah, I think no authority is like perfect. Even authority that is generally good, I think there is a fair amount of questioning to throw in the direction of any authority. There you go. I'm okay with that. I was thinking like maybe not all authority, but yeah, I would say any authority there is an appropriate time to question. There should be some level of standard for them to like prove that they are an authority to you. If you're just questioning for the sake of questioning and you could never be convinced otherwise, it's not even really worth having the conversation with you. But to have a reasonable skepticism is absolutely right. I think that's totally fair. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The cycle of retaliation is very problematic, I guess. And it's not always worked out for us. I live generally pacifistically, and I know that can be a difficult way to live, and it doesn't always work, but it's just how I've lived my life thus far. I don't think I'd necessarily be a great president living that way, but how I personally act, I guess, since this is my political alignment test, I'll say I'll lean towards like, oh, I'm much more of a pacifist than most, so this is probably one of those relevant points for me to feel strongly about it. Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums that cannot survive on a commercial basis. Strongly disagree. As somebody who works in a museum, I don't work in one that's propped up by taxpayer money that I know of. But as somebody who works in a museum, I think there are a lot of things that have value beyond just commercial viability. I think we often think about things that we prop up, and it's like, oh, we are wasting money on that. But some things are not meant to make a profit necessarily. We've talked in the past about the US Postal Service. We lose money on the Postal Service, but it doesn't necessarily have to make money in order to serve a purpose. It is a consistent mailing service that will exist, hopefully, long after the current private packaging companies fold. Unless certain politicians have their way. but yeah, it provides a certain stability where the private companies, they could fail. USPS doesn't have to make a profit. It's there to be a service for people. And if it's providing the service, if it loses a little bit of money, that's called paying for a service. The people are paying for the service out of their taxes. There you go. Have fun. Good times. Schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory. That's a good question. Maybe I agree. I'm not sure. In a general sense, I think people should be incentivized to attend classes rather than punished for attending classes. I guess there's something consistent across my political ideology, and I guess that is, I would prefer to use the carrot and stick method, I guess, where you lure people in, you give them reason to want to do something rather than threatening them if they don't do it. I think that that ideology, in a more recent example, translates to my feelings on vaccines. There was never like a hard vaccine mandate in the United States, although they had soft mandates, is what we're going to call them, which is more of a carrot and stick thing than a hard mandate, where it's like, hey, your life will be a little bit easier. You'll be able to get into all these places. It'll make employment easier. All these things that would make your life easier if you just get the vaccine. Like that sort of thing. I don't want it to be like, if you don't, you'll go to prison, or we'll hold you down and jab you in the arm. No, I'd rather not approach anything that way. I would rather give people reasons to make the decision on their own. Even if you put your hand on the scale a little bit, ultimately, I think the decision should fall on theirs. But sometimes you do have to put your hand on the scale for people. Sometimes that's just how it is. But ultimately, force is not my way, personally. It is a way, and sometimes it happens, but it's not my preference. All people have their rights, but it is better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind. Jeez, that's creepy. That's some creepy sort of xenophobia, I guess, racism, something like that. That's and it throws in some nice stuff. All people have their rights, but these gosh dang Hawaiians should stay on their island. It's, I don't know. Good parents sometimes have to spank their children. I strongly disagree. I've worked in childcare, and I've seen many different kinds of parents. I've seen the ones that are clearly hitting their kids. I've had those conversations with my former management and stuff, and they did what they did or whatever. But I've seen these things. Those kids aren't like better than the other kids who are clearly not being hit. Like I just as like a result thing, I don't even think it works any more effectively than like people who do soft parenting, or like even like a firm parenting that doesn't involve physical violence. Honestly, the kids who get beaten are often the ones that are beating up other kids, in my personal experience. Now, I don't have data based on this, but I've seen the kids who are getting into fights when I used to work in childcare, and I had my suspicions. It's natural for children to keep some secrets from their parents. Strongly agree. Yeah, it's totally normal. Like, if you told your parents everything, I'd actually be pretty concerned. Like, what do your parents have on you? What are they holding over your head that you're telling them everything? Honestly, you might not be given enough You might be on too tight of a leash, like a concerningly tight leash. Possessing marijuana for personal use should not be a criminal offense. Strongly agree. I don't even do it. I've never done it. I don't do any drugs. I don't drink or anything like that. I'm not. This I guess goes back to the physical agency thing. You can do what you want with your own body as long as you're not hurting anybody else. Yeah. Of course, your right to swing your fist ends at other people's faces. So if you start like going around and putting marijuanas in people without their without their consent, then it's a problem. But outside of that, I'd lean towards people being personally responsible for themselves. Of course, there are like the little bits of leeway, like children aren't old enough to consent to accepting drugs from people, so there are lines like that. But I feel like the think of the children stuff is often used cynically to justify more punitive stuff for adults. I generally don't think it has a very strong place in the conversation, because I don't know how many people are actually thinking of the children when they make arguments like that. The prime function of schooling should be to equip future generations to find jobs. I'll say I agree somewhat, or I disagree somewhat. So here's the thing I feel about education. There's that I'm troubled by how many people think education is just so that they can find their little place in our modern capitalist system, that they can be the little capitalist robots that they are. I find something about that rather troubling, and that a lot of people don't find value in things unless they have immediate financial benefit. We think so economically that I think there are cultural lessons, social lessons. There are things that are deeply I would disagree then, because there's like an immense social value to a well-educated populace, I would say, that goes beyond their place in the economy, you know? So I guess I land in disagree. Isn't that interesting? I think when I took this test before, I might have hit agree, but now I don't know. Maybe I didn't agree. I'm not sure. Hard to say. People with serious inheritable disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce. Strongly disagree. That weird eugenics crap, get that out of here. I don't need that right now. Yeah, it would be nice if people, when they choose to have kids, or if they don't choose, maybe it happens by accident, they at least consider that their kids could inherit certain conditions. I personally have actually had conversations with my partner, and we both have our own little issues, and it's like, oh, this kid's gonna be messed up. I don't know if we're ready for that. So we decided, hey, we're not having kids. But I think that leans more towards the I don't think we're ready for that than to the this kid's gonna be messed up thing. Like, if you're gonna have a kid that very likely will have a disability, just make sure you can accommodate the child. I think that's probably the more important thing, because a lot of people have kids with disabilities and they'll tell you it's a challenge and you shouldn't take it lightly. That's all. But in the end, it is your choice. And I would never deny somebody that agency, that personal agency to have a child. The most important thing for children to learn is to accept discipline. Strongly disagree. If I were to create like a top 10 list of the things that are important for kids to learn, to accept discipline is probably not very high, I would say. That's very creepy fascist language right there, and I'm not fond of it. there are no savage or civilized people. There are only different cultures. I would say I strongly disagree, though I often throw out terms like savage to describe like abuses of human rights and stuff like that. It's not it's not really the dichotomy that I actually want to deal with, and often savagery is poorly applied. Like in the case of the native people during early colonialism in the United States, I feel like savagery was just thrown around as a term because they were misunderstood in a lot of ways, and that a lot of Europeans couldn't get beyond their very narrow cultural lens. Though there are things that I'll look at, like execution in the public square, and I'll be like, and I might have like a knee-jerk reaction to be like, yeah, that is savage. But like, in a sense, I don't think it's any less human. I think it's oddly, in a weird way, a very normal human behavior, one that I would fight to get past and fight for people to have like their personal freedom and don't behead people in the public square or whatever. But I'm not going to break down I'm not going to break down humanity into savagery and civilized. I think it's if it even was like a dichotomy I'd entertained, or we're talking about like a deep gray scale, and you'd have to take it based on the issue, but it's still incredibly problematic, and I don't think I'd want to partake in that sort of classification of people. I don't think it would be particularly useful in the grand scheme of things. Those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society's support. That is interesting. So this is a case where a lot of the time people demonize the poor as like people who are just not willing to work. This is a case where people are able to work. I started working during the pandemic while I was collecting money, while I was collecting unemployment. And once I started making enough money, I stopped taking unemployment. I sort of regret that, because I could have stacked up a little bit more money if I just watched my if I watched the amount of hours I worked and didn't go over a certain amount. However, I would say, I guess in a general sense, I didn't want to be dependent. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if I should go with my ideal or my practical nature. I guess if you can work and you choose not to, just you shouldn't freeload off of people. I don't know. It feels lame to say, because it's not typically in my line, but this is like in the very extreme case where it's like, this person is confirmed capable of working, capable of taking care of themselves in some sense. You should, I would say you should at least try. All right. When you are troubled, it's better not to think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things. This is interesting because this was a similar question in the F-scale video we did before this. I would say, what did I say before? Did I say strongly or did I say disagree? I guess I say disagree. I think it is healthier to approach the problem. And I think the hidden meaning to this question comes in sort of education and like things like American exceptionalism in education, where in the United States, there's a massive debate about do we teach American history from a positive perspective or a critical perspective? Do we teach why we're so great? And I think that's sort of a hidden meaning that's behind questions like this. I know it probably doesn't want me to think too deeply about it, but that's sort of a conclusion I came to before, so that instantly came to my mind when this question came up, because it's virtually the same question. So I'll say disagree. First generation immigrants can never be fully integrated within their new country. I'd say I'd strongly disagree. You can first of all, you can be a first generation immigrant as a child, which already massively like goes against this, because basically you're an American your whole life. You started somewhere and then you lived your whole life in America. There you go. Otherwise, I've met I guess it's a personal anecdote, so it doesn't matter to you, but I know a first generation immigrant from Greece, and he is the most American man I've ever seen in my life. So you don't have that anecdote, so your answer may differ from mine, but based on that guy alone, I'm like, no, he's pretty darn American. That Greek dude, super American. It's more American than he is Greek, I'm sure. What's good for the most successful corporations is always ultimately good for all of us. Strongly disagrees. They often work. We've had this conversation essentially, so I'm not gonna go in on it. No broadcasting institution, however independent its content, should receive public funding. Strongly disagree. For the same thing on like the museum thing and the education stuff, kind of a mix of those things. There's like a strong educational value to broadcasting. PBS has a value, and I don't think just because it's not like ultimately profitable. I'm not saying PBS isn't profitable, but just because something isn't designed to make a private profit doesn't mean it doesn't have incredible social value. You could invest in tax money into educational content that could be good for everyone. So I'm not willing to write off public funding of educational institutions or broadcasting. Though it should be looked at a little bit with like a side eye. It's like, are you doing the state's bidding? Be a little skeptical of institutions. Another callback to a previous question. And how you see the wider society. Our civil liberties are being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism. Yeah, NSA spying, the Patriot Act, that's all that sort of stuff. We've had I've lived through stop and frisk. There's all sorts of stuff like that. Yeah. And I think curbing people's individual rights is often done out of fear. People are afraid, so they allow the government to take a little bit more of their rights. Now I'm starting to sound more like a libertarian. So, some moments I sound like a communist, and others I sound a little bit more libertarian left. So I'm curious if I'm gonna still be in that bottom left corner like I was before. A significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system. One significant advantage of a one-party state. Okay, so in a sense, having a one-party state is more efficient. Is it more democratic? But when you talk about like in China, they are much more efficient in like repairing infrastructure and stuff, and I think that can be tied towards like the iron grip they have on the Communist Party has on the government, which in a sense can be a strength. However, one-party state, significant advantage. I'm going to look at the language. A significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system. In a sense, that is an advantage that it has. You sacrifice a little bit of democracy for that advantage. However, it doesn't mean I agree with it. It doesn't mean I agree that a one-party state is the way to go, because I don't. However, I would say if it got any strength from the process, it would probably be that. It is more efficient in executing what the one party is trying to do. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Although the electronic age makes official surveillance easier, only wrongdoers need to be worried. Strongly disagree. There's, first of all, like, there's a general desire for privacy, even for people who aren't necessarily doing things wrong. People just value their privacy. On that alone, I could strongly disagree. So you'd have reason to be worried. You can have any reason to be worried, honestly. To trust that the government is going to be entirely on the up and up with that information, I believe, is incredibly naive. If you read about some of the surveillance during the civil rights movement, the crackdowns on like all these civil rights groups, the Black Panthers were a big one, but Martin Luther King was exploited by the government, which surveyed him. Like there's all sorts of abuse that comes in a surveillance state. So I don't trust them. The death penalty should be an option for the most serious crimes. An option for me or for the person? Like, if somebody is sent to prison, should they be allowed to kill themselves? I assume that's not what it means. So I will say strongly disagree. I'm generally anti-capital punishment, not just because it's like cruel and unusual punishment by any reasonable definition, but because it's also sort of inefficient and it's costly. It's not ethical by any means. People are like, oh, like we're gonna kill them in like a merciful, humane fashion, but lethal injection is an incredibly cruel thing, and that's the current system. So I'm basing it off of that. I would rather go to the firing squad or the guillotine than take a lethal injection. Also, they get the wrong person a lot. They've gotten the wrong person so many times, and just based on that alone, I'd rather a million guilty people live the rest of their lives in jail than execute one innocent person. That's my way of going. So strongly disagree. Wait, I said strongly disagree to this one. What's this question? In a civilized society, one must always have people above to be obeyed and people below to be commanded. There's sort of the liberal small a anarchists who don't believe in hierarchy at all. There's like a segment of like left-wing small a anarchists that believe that. I generally disagree. I think strong leaders can be valuable. I'm a union guy, so I'm cool with there being like a broader authority and putting more authority into the hands of individuals and workers and ordinary rank and file type people. However, I can't deny that there is a value to having people leaders and people with strong leadership instincts among those groups. However, the language obeyed and commanded. I guess I would go with strongly disagree, because it's like, I don't think that's implying what I'm thinking. I think I'm overthinking it. I don't think they're thinking about unions. I think they're thinking about like authoritarian leadership, fueled by the threat of violence. Abstract art that doesn't represent anything shouldn't be considered art at all. Strongly disagree. Art can be whatever it is, whatever you want it to be. I know so many artists that make stuff that I do not, for the life of me, understand. I couldn't explain half of it to you, or why it's good, and a lot of it I don't even like, but I'm not going to say that it's not art. Only idiots like Ben Shapiro are the ones who would like create an in-group and out-group for art forms. And even he had to admit that rap music was still music eventually. But like, it's such a cultural, well, it's like this. Can you see up my nose? I'm looking down on you. Like, it's so elitist, it hurts. It's insane, and that's incredibly upsetting to me when people do that. I've seen pieces of art that I don't even like, and had people like dismiss them out of hand without even seemingly giving them a thought, and I get defensive, even though we're like, in the end we agree, like, I don't like this, but I took a while to decide that I don't like this. I gave it time and I gave it consideration. But when people are just like, that's not art, I'm like, who do you think you are? I don't know. It's weird, isn't it? That's a weird way of, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Maybe you can relate. In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation. Strongly disagree. Rehabilitation is generally the way I lean. Of course, there are always these people, it's like murderers, rapists, people who you never want to see rehabilitated. You'd only want to see suffer. But in a general sense, I think everybody has the capacity to do bad. And I think on the flip side, everybody more or less has the capacity to do good. I think people generally can be helped if they want to be helped, and if they're getting good enough quality help from people who are sincere and care. At least I have to believe that, I guess. I have to be at least a little bit optimistic about humanity to go on. It is a waste of time to try to rehabilitate some criminals. Part of me slightly agrees. Maybe it is a waste of time. Not everybody is going to... You may not have somebody skilled enough to rehabilitate everybody. You might not have the resources to rehabilitate people when they're so far gone. And I do, in some sense, believe in too far gone, but I think we should always try. I guess while these things might feel slightly contradictory, I guess my ultimate thing is we have to try, or we should try. We shouldn't give up on people. The business person and the manufacturer are more important than the writer and the artist. This is the exact question from the F-scale test. This is interesting. If you haven't seen it, I did a video right before this on the F-scale, which it measures like your receptiveness to fascism, which is very interesting. It's straight up word for word taken questions or prompts from that and put it in this. And I know that they came originally from the F-scale thing because that was established in like the 40s. So that's interesting. Strongly disagree. We've talked about my feelings on, like, not everything has to be in service of the perfect capitalist economy. There are things that make life worth living beyond money. and commerce. Though those things are very important. I would never. There are the things that allow you to live, and then there are the things that make life worth living. As cheesy as that sounds, it is genuinely how I feel. Mothers may have careers, but their first duty is to be a homemaker. Strongly disagree. I personally know a family where the mother is the career woman and the father is a stay-at-home dad, and their kid is wonderful. They seem to have done something good in the process. So I can't say nice enough things about that. I think the gender or sex of the person who is spending more time at home, I don't think it makes a difference if they are good, caring, quality parents. Thumbs up. To shout out to those people who I'm not going to rudely name drop their names in a video, but they're good people. Multinational companies are unethically exploiting the plant genetic resources of developing countries. Multinational companies are unethically exploiting the plant genetic resources of developing countries? Plant genetic resources. Probably. I don't know. Plant genetic resources. Plant genetic resources describes the variability within plants that come from human and natural selection over millennia. Their interaction mainly concerns with agricultural crop biodiversity. What are some examples? Fruits, cuttings, pollen, other organs and tissues. I mean, maybe they are. I guess I'll lean towards agree. It's probably pretty likely that they are doing that, but I don't know enough about the subject, I suppose. Making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity. Strongly disagree. I have become more anti-establishment as I've gotten older. I can't reference my union activity enough, but I think that has so largely informed my political ideology so much in the past year and change, especially. And if anything really changed between me taking this quiz a few years ago and now, I think that might be one of the things that did it. I've become more anti-management because I work so much with the rank and file. I've become so so focused on the power of wealth because I'm just constantly dealing with people who aren't government forces. These are people who have like personal private wealth who I feel are the source of oppression. Astrology accurately explains many things. That was also in the F scale. Isn't that interesting? I guess fascism, it is. Fascism is in like the top right of the spectrum. It's in this little blue area. If you're in the top right corner, you're probably a fascist. So there you go. I strongly disagree. I'm not personally very superstitious. You cannot be moral without being religious. I hope that's not true. I'm not religious. I'd like to think I'm moral. What they're based on is not like something that was given to me or preordained. It's from personal experience and generally vibes. And the golden rule, which people like to tie the golden rule back to religion, but it's in a sense always existed. Treat others how you'd like to be treated. That's been a thing since the beginning of time. Ever since somebody decided, like, hey, I could smash Grog over the head with rock and take his thing, but I don't want Grog to hit me over the head with rock and take my thing, so I guess I'm not going to do that. Charity is better than Social Security as a means of helping the genuinely disadvantaged. Strongly disagreed. Charity is inefficient compared to like systematic help. Charity is at the pleasure of people, while Social Security, if done through like a systematic measure, it's more consistent, I suppose. Charity will always exist, but it's like a band-aid when the other when things like systematic change are like proper medicine that could potentially cure problems for significant or all coming time, depending on their efficiency or how long these programs last or can be sustained. Some people are naturally unlucky. Strongly disagree. I will say luck, but when I say luck, I don't actually mean luck is like a real thing. It's just like luck is like chance to me. Like what are the chances that things have gone so bad over and over again? I don't think it's because I'm naturally unlucky. I think it's because I've had an unfortunate patch. I don't think there's anything inherent about that. Am I making sense? Am I making sense? Is it important? Yeah. It is important that my child's... Shut up. It is important that my child's school instills religious values. Strongly disagree. I don't have a child, nor do I have a religion. Finally, a look at sex. Ooh, this is gonna be spicy, baby. Okay, I hate myself sometimes. I hate that I say things. Sex outside of marriage is usually immoral. Strongly disagree. I would say it's amoral rather than immoral. Neither good nor bad, or equally capable of being good or bad, I suppose. But I'm sex positive, I would say, is the way I look at it. I don't see sex as a bad thing. I see sex as informed, safe sex, informed, safe, consensual sex between adults as something that can be inherently positive. But in a general sense, I guess it's probably neutral, I guess. Sex is sex. It's just sex. A same-sex couple in a stable, loving relationship should not be excluded from possibility of adopting children. Strongly agree. Did I hit the right thing? Sex outside of marriage is usually... Yeah, okay, I hit the right thing on that. Pornography depicting consenting adults should be legal for the adult population. Yeah, strongly agree. When you throw in the term consenting adults, I will agree to a lot of things. As long as there's consent involved, that's my standard here. Some people, when it comes to sex-related social issues, they're like, where does the slippery slope end? And I'm like, I don't know, wherever consenting adults end, I guess. When people stop being consenting adults, I guess that's where it ends. That's my general policy around sex and social issues. What goes on in a private bedroom between consenting adults, oh, there we go, there's that term again, is no business of the state. Strongly agree. No one can feel naturally homosexual. Naturally homosexual. People can feel all kinds of ways. Strongly agree. Wait, strongly disagree, because, yeah, strongly agree. No, strongly disagree. No one can feel naturally homosexual. Yeah, I strongly disagree. Sorry. These days, openness about sex has gone too far. Strongly disagree. It hasn't gone far enough. All right. See where I stand. No, it's giving me this thing again. Where am I? Am I at the bottom? Where am I? Frick? Hold on. Now let's see where you stand. What? I don't what's going on? Wait, did I not hit them all? Now let's see where you stand. I hit that. Starting point, the origin, blah, 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 economic index. Oh, there is me. Okay. So This is about where I expected I would be. So I think I might have become like, I think I was right here before, like at this little intersection towards the bottom, like right at the top right corner of the last little square. And I think I've moved up one step on the authoritarian level, but I'm still deep libertarian, which is interesting, but I'm going to keep an eye on that. If I keep moving up, I might be moving in a weird way. Yeah, this is not particularly shocking. A personalized political compass certificate showing your own position is available. Okay. ᵒᵉᵉᵖᵗ. Our caricatures are drawn by New Zealand cartoonist Malcolm Evans. Cooley. Oh. Is that it? Claim your free political compass certificate. Oh, gee, chart in separate window for printing. Nah, I don't really need it for printing. Is there anything else I can do? Let me check this corner thing. So libertarian left. Oh, they've got books. That's kind of cool. I actually have this book by Cornel West, so that makes perfect sense. I love the man. He's wonderful. How fascism works. So libertarian left seems to have a deep anti-fascism bend to it. I've said in the past that oops, sorry. Oh man, where was I? Go away. I was here. I've said in the past that like we have a lot of people who are like small a anarchists that fall into this category, that believe more in like horizontal power than vertical power, than hierarchical power, with more democratic and less likely to use force in order to reinforce their system, which is not always the easiest or most practical thing, but I'd imagine it's a moral issue over an issue of pragmatism. So I'm a liberal airhead, idealistic, naive guy. So this is interesting. This is sort of the standard as far as results go. I will save this and we will take a look at it in the future. I'm very excited here to see how this measures up against some of the other tests we're going to be doing. So it's going to be a different day in a second, and we're going to see how I do on the next one. All right. And here we are. We're going to be doing the 8 values test. So full disclosure, I've done the political compass. I haven't done any of these other test things. So the rest of this is going to be brand new to me. Something that I find particularly interesting going into this is that I'm doing all of these on separate days, and it makes me wonder if the general mood I have on different days may cause discrepancies on similar questions, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Sometimes I wake up and maybe it would change it would be the difference between hitting agree on something and hitting strongly agree. I'm not saying I'm going to be like on the total opposite side of the political spectrum on a different day. That would be insane. But I think little things like that could alter from day to day. I've already forgotten most of what I said on the previous entry, though I have kept a record of it if I have to go back and reference it in the future. All right. So the 8 values that this is going to be measuring are equality, markets, nation, globe, liberty, authority, tradition, progress. That all seems to make a certain level of sense. I don't know if these are arranged in never mind. We'll just take it one step at a time. Do I click one, or do I just hit? I guess I just start. You will be presented with a series of statements. For each one, click the button with your opinion on it. Okay, this is already a difference between this and the previous test. The other one did not have a neutral or unsure. I think there were there was a handful of questions I probably would have put neutral on that I didn't feel as strongly, but it forces you to sort of take a side. But in like my normal politics, I'm okay with staying out of issues that I really don't feel strongly about, but also being forced to take a side can also say a lot about somebody. Sort of, it gives you like knee-jerk reactions. All right, so let's get started. Oppression by corporations is more of a concern than oppression by governments. That's interesting. I think, to me personally, I've talked about my union experience, and I've talked about the general experience in the United States. A lot of our oppression can come from the government, but a lot of it comes from the lack of willingness or ability to regulate or keep big money out of the government. It's often tied down to like corporations' influence on the government. So I guess I would say I agree. It is necessary for the government to intervene in the economy to protect consumers. Yeah, I strongly agree. I think that's very important. There are important regulations for just general safety in consumption. Corporations cut corners. Their whole goal is to make as much money as possible. They are amoral. So if you can't trust them to be moral on their own, they sort of need a little bit of a push in that direction for the sake of the people consuming what they create. Though I'm not big into like regulating like the moral stuff when it comes to what corporations produce. I'm more interested in like the actual safety side of it. I wouldn't tell a corporation that they can't make something that's like offensive or whatever. I guess that's sort of where I fall. The freer the market, the freer the people. Strongly disagree. I've answered a similar question already. It is better to maintain a balanced budget than to ensure welfare for all citizens. Strongly disagree. I think nations are people, and people are the primary concern. Budgets are important. It would be nice if you could maintain a certain level of stability, but in a general sense, the most important thing to me is the welfare of people in general. Money is made up. People are real. All right. Publicly funded research is more beneficial to people than leaving it to the market. I strongly agree. Well, I agree. And so in the United States, there's a lot of publicly funded research, but then a lot of protections are given to private organizations, like for developing things like medicine. A lot of publicly funded research goes into that stuff, but the companies end up ultimately holding a lot of the rights over like the results of the research, like the medicine or whatever that's produced from it. Not always, but a lot of the time. So I would say publicly funded research. No. It's the difference between agree and agree strongly. It's not a big difference for me, but I guess if I'm thinking about it, I should probably put just agree. I'm sure that there is definitely like a certain degree to which the profit motive can push for the creation of things faster. I'm not going to deny that. It's more like the distribution after you've created something that ends up being the problem, I guess. we've talked about like the vaccine rollout and how if you just gave the secret formula to people overseas, they could probably distribute it better, but it wouldn't be as profitable for American corporations. So, yeah. Tariffs on international trade are important to encourage local production. So there was a conversation about like protectionism in the previous one, but honestly, and I think I took a side because I had to before, but I think I'd lean towards unsure. I don't think I know enough about. And if I have the option to stay neutral, I will. From each according to his ability to each according to his needs. What did I say before? I wonder if it was strongly or just agree. I guess I'll just hit agree. I don't remember what I put. I might have felt strongly about it yesterday. It would be best if social programs were abolished in favor of private charity. Strongly disagree. Private charity can only go so far, and I feel very strongly about that. Taxes should be increased on the rich to provide for the poor. Strongly agree. They have a lot of money. Don't worry. They'll be okay. Inheritance is a legitimate form of wealth. What does legitimate mean? That's a weird way of phrasing it. Like, I don't respect it as much naturally as I would for somebody who like was self-made, but honestly, I don't know why I make that distinction. And also being self-made is BS to a certain degree. Is a legitimate form of wealth. I guess neutral. I'm not going to talk about the legitimacy of wealth. I'll talk plenty about people should be taxed more on like estate taxes and stuff like that. But the legitimacy of wealth, that seems so abstract. Basic utilities like roads and electricity should be publicly owned. Strongly agree. If they're publicly owned, you can avoid things like toll roads and stuff like that, though we have public tolls as well. Imagine if like private organizations owned every road and you had like them just throwing up tolls. In theory they could. It's not as much I don't know if they would, but in theory they could. Government intervention is a threat to the economy. I mean, it can be in theory. I'll say neutral because like it can be, it can't be. I mean, it could not be, potentially. Now, government intervention, I'm not going to just say government intervention bad, government intervention good. It depends how you're intervening, I suppose. Those with a greater ability to pay should receive better health care. Strongly disagree. We've already talked about this one. Quality education is a right of all people. I think it should be. As somebody in the liberal arts who once wanted to be an educator, I think we should at least aspire to strong education and quality education for everyone. And I've also been in favor of not just education for the sake of getting a job, but for the education of like personal enrichment and that sort of stuff. I think there's a lot of good that comes from having an educated population. The means of production should belong to the workers who use them. Strongly agree. I am a union guy. Of course. I think I'm super excited. I'm learning more about things like worker-owned co-ops and stuff like that. And I'm like, years ago I wouldn't have even thought of something like that. And now it's just like, oh, it's so interesting to open my mind beyond like what I've sort of taken for granted in the United States. And that's one of them, like the ownership of the means of production, having democratic workplaces, not just like in politics where we have our like democratic or quasi-democratic system. We could have democratic workplaces, because we face oppression from the government sometimes, but we can also face oppression from the little fascist that works above us in our workplace. The United Nations should be abolished. I don't know much about the United Nations. I'm leaning towards neutral or disagree. I don't know if it should be abolished. It's not always super duper effective coming from a country that basically doesn't have to listen to them. But I also think there is value to having that sort of international organization, or at least there's potential value in that. Neutral, disagree, neutral. I guess I'll do disagree. I like disagree. Military action by our nation is often necessary to protect it. Strongly disagree. I feel like there's been very few military conflicts, if any, in my lifetime that have genuinely made me safer. I feel like a lot of them have made me less safe by destabilizing regions and creating resentment for the United States. So, no. I support regional unions such as the European Union. If the nations involved want to do that, I think that's perfectly fine. It is important to maintain our national sovereignty. National, maybe a little bit. I think trying to, I'm thinking of like the extreme scenario of like a one world government where everybody fell under sort of the same laws. Not everything would work the same for every culture, so to a certain degree there's a little bit of like the people of a region should govern that region, though I won't always agree with what they do. In a general sense, I guess that's where I lean. A united world government would be beneficial to mankind. There we go. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'd say a light disagree. I feel like it may oversimplify what is supposed to be a complex issue of individual nations governing themselves. And ideally, it's the people governing themselves. I emphasize that portion. It is more important to retain peaceful relations than to further our strength. I would say strongly agree. But that's coming from a nation that like dwarfs the military spending of like we spend more than like, I think it's like the 10 nations underneath us or close to it. Like a lot of nations underneath us combined don't even come close to the amount we spend on our military. That might mean more to somebody from a nation that feels a bit more militarily insecure or under threat. I don't feel like the United States is generally under threat. Yeah, we've had our mainland attacked, but those are quite isolated incidents, very few and far between. Wars do not need to be justified to other countries. When nations deal with one another, they have to be able to work in good faith, I suppose, and that if wars are going to happen, they at least need to put forth the effort of pretending it's to defend themselves. I think we're beyond the point where you can just get away with like, I'm just going to invade this place 'cause I want it. you can do that, but you have to pretend it's something else. So I would say strongly agree. Just from a practical standpoint, military spending is a waste of money. I'm coming from a place where so much of our budget is military spending, so I will say agree. At least a lot of our military spending is or I guess defense spending is the term, is probably a waste of money. The Pentagon has failed so many audits. It's crazy. They just lost. What, did you spend it? Did you lose it? Where's the money? We don't know where it's going. International aid is a waste of money. I strongly disagree. I think, what is money for if not to do stuff? And if you're doing something ultimately good, like I think it's fine to aid people internationally. I think you should put an emphasis on aiding your own people if you are a government, because those are the people who elect you. Those are the people who you are responsible for or to. So, but I don't completely I'm not an isolationist. I don't completely write off the value of international aid. I think our sort of international aid, our peacekeeping that we do, is not exactly the same. It's not exactly international aid. It's often giving aid to things like international corporations, but to the people of that nation, not as much as I would like. My nation is great. I'm gonna... What do I do? Agree? I guess neutral. My nation has the capacity for greatness. We have great power. We have great potential. We don't always do great things, but I'm not willing to paint it with one big brush like that. But if I had to lean towards agree or disagree, I might lean towards disagree. Like, we have the potential to be great, but I feel like I'm often disappointed. That's just where I stand. I still, in a way, love my country, but I have a complex relationship with my country. I have a complex love for the United States that is definitely tied to a certain, like, primitive loyalism, I guess, loyalty to where I'm from, but I don't think I'm one of those people who's like, if my country does it, it's great. I'm far from that point. Research should be conducted on an international scale. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's share our knowledge if there are things we can do that could improve the world. Governments should be accountable to the international community. Yeah. If you could actually do it, I think, yeah. The problem is, some nations are so powerful that they can't be held accountable. Even when protesting an authoritarian government, violence is not acceptable. So we're going down the approach that is sort of associated with, like, Gandhi or Martin Luther King, which is more how I would be in practice. However, I can't say that I'm not sympathetic to, like, the Malcolm X, Black Panthers approach, where you say, if you're going to commit violence upon me, I will defend myself. I'm deeply sympathetic to that. And if somebody were to ask me, like, what do you think I should do? I'm being violently oppressed. I would be sympathetic to the idea of self-defense. So I guess it would be a light disagree. Weirdly enough, because, like, I wouldn't be that way, but, like, I appreciate that. As somebody who's not been, like, violently oppressed, I'm not going to tell somebody who's, like, being beaten down by a system not to defend themselves. But I am strongly against, like, unprompted violence, you know? Like, if you're not being oppressed violently, you should generally lean towards resisting nonviolently. In this one's humble opinion. But, you know, I there's always the caveat, like, it's different for every system, for every place you are, so whatever. Maybe there's an exception to every rule. My religious values should be spread as much as possible. I don't have religious values. I would say, do I strongly disagree or do I disagree? I think people being able to think beyond the religious bubble can be valuable, because I think religion can also, it leads to factionalism, like that kind of dogma, that sort of, it has harmful elements to it. And whatever religion you are, you've probably seen a religion that is like, oh, that's not good for people. So do I want, like, atheism isn't a religion, but I guess for the purposes of this question, would I want more people to be atheists? I don't think it's necessary. So I guess I'll do a light disagree. Do a light disagree. I don't want to force my opinions on anybody. Our nation's values should be spread as much as possible. I've already talked about how not everything works for everybody. We all come from different cultures. Maybe we're not all supposed to be the same. So I'll say strongly disagree. It is very important to maintain law and order. Law and order is weird, because it's always used to just, like, crack down on things that are rather petty. And it's often used as, like, so when people ask for people to improve, like, marginalized communities and help them, some people lean towards, well, we need to maintain law and order in those communities, but it's often attacking the symptom and not the problem. I guess I'll lean in the neutral thing, because I know what it's trying to say here. But I think law and order is important, but it's not, like I said, symptom, not the problem. The general populace makes poor decisions. I mean, we all do, I guess. I guess I'll say neutral. I don't know if the general populace does. I'm sure a lot of people make good decisions. I mean, everybody makes poor decisions. I could just base it on that, but I don't think that's what it's trying to ask me here. Physician-assisted suicide should be legal. I guess I'll say agree. Especially in the case of people who are already terminally ill, I think that's certainly okay. Do I think, like, a perfectly healthy person should be able to go into a hospital and be like, kill me? I don't know. I never want to deny people, like, physical autonomy. It's just hard to commit to. But I would say, especially in the case of, like, people who are terminally ill, they're suffering, they're not going to make it anyway, and they just want to go out now on their terms. I'm cool with that. And I would never, I think it would be cruel for me to say, no, you have to suffer till the end. What's the real merciful thing to do in the end there? The sacrifice of some civil liberties is necessary to protect us from acts of terrorism. I would say I disagree, because that hasn't really worked out super well, like detaining people without a trial and tapping people's phones and all that. There hasn't really been a ton of evidence that it's really actually helped in the United States. Maybe it's worked elsewhere. It's not working very well here. Maybe it's our execution. Maybe we're just doing a bad job at it. But in a general sense, I lean towards, like, I'd rather be a little less safe than sacrifice certain things. Government surveillance is necessary in the modern world. Government surveillance is necessary in the modern world. I think when held accountable and done through the proper channels, I'm actually totally cool with a degree of surveillance as long as it's done through the proper channels. You get a warrant from a judge, you have probable cause, all that junk there. I think there is a place for surveillance. Broad, sweeping government surveillance, that's more the problem. This is asking a lot of different questions from the other tests. So I don't know if I'm going to be coming out as radical lefty as I was before, though in some places I've still gone pretty extreme, but I've also been able to stay neutral on a lot of things. So I think that might influence it a lot. The very existence of the state is a threat to our liberty. I mean, yeah, there's sort of a compromise that you make with liberty and order. The state is inherently going to threaten people's liberty because the state is made of people, and people often try to oppress other people. That is what it is. And it's just a constant fight. I think the state is overall important in some capacity. There should be some degree of state, or at least I wouldn't know how to operate things without some sort of state, but it shouldn't be taken unquestioned. It shouldn't be unquestioned. It should be questioned. Regardless of political opinions, it is important to side with your country. Bull Krizap. That is some malarkey right there. All authority should be questioned. Yes, a hierarchical state is best. Strongly disagree. It's throwing some easy ones at me. It is important that the government follows the majority opinion, even if it is wrong. So there is a certain degree of importance in protecting civil liberties, where, like, you protect people even though they are unpopular, and to a degree, I'm in favor of that. Like, there are some values that you set up and be like, just because you don't like these people doesn't mean they can be denied those values. So basic things like, in the United States, we have the Bill of Rights. That's one of the big ones right there. So you talk about issues of and I'm not, like, inherently defending all of the Bill of Rights. You sort of take it one by one. I'm not going to say it's 100% perfect, but something in that vein where it's like speech. We protect speech. You might decide, like, people have a right to private property. People have a right to not be enslaved. People have rights to do this or that. There are certain things that I think, regardless of what the majority says, like, you got to protect, like, minority groups from the oppression of the majority. So where does that fall? But generally, I lean towards it's important. I would say light agree with a little sprinkle of, it would be nice to have some fundamental rights that you can't take away even though the person's unpopular. I remember the ACLU, they protected the KKK's right to march peacefully in a predominantly Jewish neighborhood. And that's awful that they were doing that, but you also have the right to assemble. And we can't just pick and choose who's allowed to assemble. If they started committing violence or threats of violence, that would be a problem. But if they march peacefully, I don't like them, but they have rights. That is what it is. And I'm okay with protecting certain, like, deplorable groups if it means protecting others, because like a lot of people in the past would try to take away the rights for groups that I do agree with that would have also been considered on the margins, like the Black Panther Party. A lot of people thought they were like the Black KKK. I think that's a gross misunderstanding of what they were, but people would, like the majority probably would have been against them. And I think they need a certain degree of protection, but if you're going to provide that to them, it's possible that people you don't like are going to take advantage of that protection. And you got to be willing to say, like, I don't like them, but I'll defend their rights, I guess, to have a certain level of principle around it. The stronger the leadership, the better. I'd say disagree. I don't know what it means by strong leadership, like good leaders or like they have a lot of power concentrated in leadership. But I think it's the latter, to which I would disagree. Democracy is more than a decision-making process. I think that's true. Democracy has practical aspects to it, but it also has symbolic and ceremonial aspects to it. It creates a relationship between the citizen and the state that goes beyond just making decisions. I would say yes. Yes, I strongly agree. It's more than just a decision-making process. I think it has incredible meaning to ordinary people who participate in it. Even there are people who are not even all that political, but feel very strongly that they are supposed to vote. Environmental regulations are essential. Strongly agree. There needs to be at least some. A better world will come from automation, science, and technology. That's a good question. I'm actually not sure. I feel like it has the potential to do good depending on how we adapt to it. It could, imagine we're not working 40 hours a week and we can still make good money. Imagine you are working 20 hours a week and you can make good money. That'd be great. But more likely, it's going to take away jobs. Ordinary people are going to have less money in their pockets. And it's going to suck. But who knows? I'll say neutral. I'm not the best at predicting the future. And that one's that's a big who could possibly know sort of situation. Children should be educated in religious or traditional values. I'm going to say disagree or strongly disagree. Strongly disagree, I'll say, because I think this is saying like religious education. I think it's totally cool to learn about religion. However, I don't think a lot of American parents would be ready to have their kids put in like a religion course where we're not learning the religion as fact, but we're actually learning about like it's it from sort of a secular perspective. That would be a completely different story. And I don't think that would go over very well in the United States, but I think that would be okay if people wanted to learn about religion, because it's a huge part of people's lives. And I think being understood on a meta level would be kind of cool. I think people could benefit from that. Traditions are of no value on their own. I disagree. This is coming from the sort of mentality of things that don't have like immediate practical value lack value, and I think that's wrong. I think I think it's okay. How do I even say this. I've sort of explained the same thing in the previous test. Like, there are the things that help you live, like money, food, whatever you need to get by, and then there are the things that make life worth living. And things like tradition, they tie you to your culture. Culture is a huge part of identity. Identity is a huge part of just finding meaning in yourself, which I think is incredibly important. So, yeah, traditions can be harmful, but I'm not going to write them off. I'm not going to write off their value. I think tradition can be good, but don't marry them too hard at the expense of your personal happiness or at the expense of other people. I guess that's where I stand there. Religion should play a role in government. Strongly disagree. I'm not a religious person myself. I think you sort of have to do government from a neutral standpoint, especially if you're governing people of all different religions and religious sects. Like, even in the majority religion, there's a billion different sects. So, like, who are you listening to? I don't know. Maybe we should just not privilege one group over another. Churches should be taxed the same way other institutions are taxed. Agree. There are tax exempt organizations and stuff, but I think they would have to like fall under that. They would have to qualify for like a tax exempt status on their own merits, I suppose, is the way I would put it there. But there are plenty of churches that they participate directly in politics, even though they're not supposed to. There are some that are like immensely profitable, and like if you talk about like the mega churches where people are like buying jets and shit with that money, and they don't have to pay taxes on that, that's bull. Like, that's a scam. That's clearly a scam. But there's a lot of scammery that is tied up in religion, and it is what it is. It is what it is now, and it would be nice to at least make them pick between being proper charitable organizations or being like a nonprofit or being whatever they happen to be, and being like political organizations or whatever. Like, you sort of have to pick what you want to be. And in a way, churches in the United States are able to be a little bit of everything, which is, it feels like a cheat code. But I don't know. Climate change is currently one of the greatest threats to our way of life. I think so. It seems to be what the scientists are saying, like the vast majority, and I'm sort of just inclined to take their word for it. Honestly, I don't know much. I'm not a very scientifically minded person, and I don't really want to debate things like climate change and stuff with people because I feel like I'm underqualified to do so. But I'll defer to the people who know better. It is important that we work as a united world to combat climate change. Strongly agree. Like, if climate change is an issue, then yeah, we kind of all have to cooperate on this. We can't just have a couple people committing to it. Like, we sort of have to change the way that we all do things. And it would probably work better if we were all in it together as well. So some people aren't taking advantage of others. Society was better many years ago than it is now. Strongly disagree. I think we're probably better off than we've ever been, more or less. Of course, we'll always have problems, but I think humanity is moving in a slightly better direction. My issue is that I get too many calories. It's not an issue of me not getting enough calories, so that's a good thing. Racial justice is moving a little bit at a time. Queer justice is like moving incredibly fast. Like things are things are getting generally better. And we look around and see all of our problems. You read the news and you feel like the world is going to explode. I'm not that cynical about things, I suppose. I have a little bit of hope that we can be better off next generation than we are now. Hope. I sort of have to hope. It's how you continue living. It is important that we maintain the traditions of our past. I'd say neutral. Some traditions you maintain, some can go by the wayside. I think you got to take it in a case-by-case basis. I will defend tradition. I'm not going to totally throw away all of tradition, but you don't keep things just because they're tradition. There we go. It is important that we think in the long term beyond our lifespans. Yeah. I personally think that's the nice thing to do, to not leave the younger people hanging in the wind like that. That'd be unfortunate. Reason is more important than maintaining our culture. Is it more important? I would lean towards reason, so I guess I'll hit agree. But like I said, not willing to entirely throw out culture. I lean towards reason, but I absolutely understand the value of culture and tradition and all that stuff. Although I would use reason in order to determine whether or not these traditions have maybe run their course. You know, I think that's a fairly balanced way of looking at it. I hope. Drug use should be legalized or decriminalized. Yeah, I don't want to give people crap for what they do with their own bodies. If they want help, I would love to provide that help, but I don't want to punish them for it. That's silly. Same-sex marriage should be legal. Strongly agree. No cultures are superior to others. In a general sense, I would say strongly agree. Everyone's cultures have probably gone through dark points. We just sometimes ignore those points. I think often it comes from people selectively remembering parts of their own culture that make them feel superior to others. But let's be real. There's problematic stuff everywhere you go. Sex outside of marriage is immoral. Strongly disagree. It's incredibly moral, and you should do it. And you should have informed consensual sex if you feel physically and emotionally ready for that with somebody whom you trust. If we accept migrants at all, it is important that they assimilate into our culture. That's an interesting question, because there is a certain degree of assimilation that is naturally going to happen. We're talking about, I think they'd have to like conform to laws, to culture. Those are two different things. I would say it's a light disagree. I think naturally they are going to assimilate into the culture. That's just what happens when you're around certain people. But yeah, there we go. Abortion should be prohibited in most or all cases. Strongly disagree. I don't want to tell people what to do, and like with their bodies and stuff like that. Especially like, I can't have a baby. It will never affect me. All right. Gun ownership should be prohibited for those without a valid reason. Gun control is a question that I'm sort of unsure about. I think you should be able to own a gun for a number of reasons. I guess I'll say disagree. When it comes to guns, I would just like to improve like red flag laws and stuff like that, and perhaps improve training. And I think one of the big problems with guns in our culture is that a lot of people take guns incredibly lightly. They don't really respect or appreciate the actual or acknowledge this deadly seriousness when it comes to like the responsibility of owning a gun. And I think that's something that's very problematic about our culture around guns. We take it so lightly. So improve training, improve red flag laws, like people who demonstrate concerning behavior probably shouldn't be able to get guns. People with violent histories and that sort of stuff. And, you know, a licensing thing, kind of like getting a car. I think you should have to demonstrate a certain level of competency. And I guess safety, whatever. Yeah, gun safety. I support single-payer universal healthcare. I think healthcare is one of the main things. When I say like anything should be nationalized, healthcare is like one of them. I've been on the record with healthcare and natural resources like gas and stuff. So those oil companies, they should be paying you for the oil that's underground in your community. Prostitution should be illegal. I strongly disagree. Sex work is work. Should it be regulated, legalized, and regulated? Probably to prevent things like preventable STIs and stuff, and have like proper screenings and stuff, and keep people up to date and that stuff. I think that's perfectly reasonable. I think legalize, tax, and regulate can do a lot to make an industry that has problematic elements like prostitution. There are problematic elements within it. Legalize, tax, and regulate, and you can probably reduce a lot of those problems, I think. Maintaining family values is essential. I don't even know what that means. Family values is such a weird term, so I'm just gonna strongly disagree. Maintain whatever values you want, dog. I don't know. To chase progress at all costs is dangerous. To chase progress at all costs. I suppose you could have issues where like you're fighting for certain people's rights, and then in the process you end up maybe giving too much power to the government to enforce that stuff, and it could come back to bite you, theoretically. I'm gonna hit neutral because I don't know, that's a weird one. Genetic modification is a force for good, even on humans. Just so GMOs and stuff get a bad rep. Sometimes it's good because it can make food bigger and whatever, and it can help to provide more food to more people. I'm going to hit a neutral. I'm iffy about it, and especially when you talk about humans, I'm iffy. I don't know how I feel. Maybe they could potentially lead to reducing the possibility of people getting like preventable diseases or genetic diseases, that sort of stuff. Maybe there's some good that can be done with it, but for now I'm gonna stay neutral because I'm not sure about it. We should open our borders to immigration. I think we should, I'm gonna say agree lightly. I think we should loosen our immigration process because it's incredibly strict. It takes way too long, and it's just like it's stupid dumb sometimes. Like I've known people, first generation immigrants, and the process is overly complicated, and it's a lot of security theater. Why do you scream all the time? I got like 3 more questions. I'm just going to power through these. Governments should be as concerned about foreigners as they are about their own citizens. I suppose, like, inherently, they should be more concerned about their own citizens. I'd say light, because I am also cool with international aid and stuff, but I'd still say it's a light disagree, and they should lean more towards their own citizens, probably. Those are the people who are voting and whatever. All people, regardless of factors like culture or sexuality, should be treated equally. Agree. It is important that we further my group's goals above all others. Honestly, it's kind of arrogant, and I'd like to, of course I value my values above values that are not my values. Of course. Do we collectively have to go with my values? Not really. Okay, let's take a look at this. Economic axis, I lean socialist. That's not surprising. I've never identified it as a socialist, but I definitely do lean socialist. Diplomatic axis, peaceful. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Civil axis, libertarian left again, basically. And societal axis, very progressive. Libertarian socialism. What did we think was going to happen? Values. Libertarian socialism is... Okay. That's not bad. Ideological matching of the values. Can you see the results? Yeah, okay, I will screen cap that real quick, and that's not too bad. It's a slightly different way of describe. I was libertarian left. Now they're calling me libertarian socialist because it's leaning more into my economic stuff. And that's interesting. All right, so I will pause this here, and I will come back tomorrow with well, in just a moment for you, with the next one, and we'll see how that one goes. All right, here we are, back again, keeping this train chugging along the track. We're going to be doing the 9 axes. Is that a pretentious pronunciation of that? The 9 axes. No, it's axes. It has to be axes. I don't know. I was looking at that word and it's like, how do I normally pronounce that? I don't know. I rarely have to say it out loud, but 9 axes. Okay. It's clearly done through the same, at least website that did the 8 values test that we just took. It's got the same web design, same graphics and all that, same format and everything. So that's cool. I liked the format to that. It frames it from strongly disagree to strongly agree. I'd imagine it's going to have a neutral option. That's something that I really think was an improvement when it came from the 8, doing the 8 values coming from the political compass, which didn't allow you to sit on the fence. I think being able to sit on the fence is important because we actually do not feel passionate about every single issue unless you're crazy. Unless you're a crazy political buff, most people are neutral on some issues, me included. So that is what it is. So what are the 9 axes? So federal versus unitary makes sense. Democratic versus authoritarian. That's interesting because we've had a lot of like libertarian to authoritarian so far, which is really cool. Those two can be framed as on the opposite side of spectrums, but I think as framing it in a democratic light, I think that more reflects the way that I think about controls on government. I don't think of like government being small for the sake of being small. I am kind of okay with government having a decent enough size as long as there's sufficient democratic roots to it. And I don't think the current system is democratic enough. So I think on that one, I sort of know where, I hope I know where I'm going to be, even when I think it leans toward allowing government power over things. My motivation is, and my execution, I think would lean towards like having more democratic roots in checking that power we give them. But I don't know, we'll see. Globalist versus isolationist. I'm actually not sure where I'm going to fall on that one. The first couple, I'm not sure. Maybe I know where I'm going here. I'm really not sure. I have some isolationist tendencies, but I'm not like just America, America, America. I do have some desire to provide international aid, just not the way that we're doing it. And I have some desire to have some international markets. I don't want to completely cut those off, at least not at this stage in my political development. We'll see where I am in the very near future, because I change very drastically. I go through phases and stuff. Militarist versus pacifist. I think we know where I'm going to fall there. Security versus freedom. Equality versus markets. Secular versus religious. Progressive versus traditional. Assimilationist versus multiculturalist. All right. That's interesting. Based on feedback on this quiz and another quiz, I made a new, better, hopefully, quiz. It can be accessed here. Okay, the Prism political quiz. Maybe we'll try that later? Maybe we'll throw that on the docket? Who knows? Another quiz I've created based on the feedback. It can be accessed at 6 triangles. Jeez. I guess we can see how those... Do I actually want it to be every political quiz? I guess we'll see. We'll start with this and see where the world takes us. Where's my drink? Oh, jeez. Give me the full 216 questions? Oh. That's a lot of questions. Oh, gosh. Do I want to... I mean, if I'm gonna do it, I should probably do it. How much time do I have? Got a little bit of time. All right, we're doing the full one. I can't spend too much time on every single question, though. I'm going to go through these a little faster than I have with the previous ones, especially if we're going to be doing 216. Gosh darn mother frickin' questions. All right. All right, I'm ready. People should think of themselves as citizens of their nation rather than their state. I disagree. I think there's value to both identities. Genetic modification is a force for good, even on humans. I don't remember what I said in the previous one. Today, I'm feeling like a light disagree or neutral. I'll just go with neutral. Society was better many years ago than it is now. Strongly disagree. Police need more power and protection. Strongly disagree. They're very well protected. It's actually extremely hard to hold even bad cops accountable. You know how they say one bad apple ruins the bunch? They always say it's just bad apples doing it, but they have trouble throwing the bad apples out. So if they do that, it makes the whole bunch look bad. And that's one big problem with policing right now. The whole system, the police unions are extremely powerful. It's hard to hold bad cops accountable. There you go. And it's making it harder for good cops. In order for humanity to survive, we must get past having separate nations. Strongly disagree. It's that, like, tendency for us to be like, oh, eventually we'll all come together and be the same. We don't all have to be the same. It's this weird, life isn't a video game where you complete everything and everything comes together all perfectly. We need to allow for some messiness, for some difference in culture, difference in nation. That's totally fine. One size does not fit all. Laws should be completely consistent within all regions of a nation. Same mentality here. There are some things that should absolutely be consistent, basic human rights and stuff like that, but some things just don't fit every single place. You have geographic differences, cultural differences, whatever. Some things need to be consistent. You need basic human rights that can apply across the board, but otherwise, I'm not going to say that all the laws have to be the same in all different places, because different places are different. Who would have thunk? Environmental regulations are essential. Strongly agree. Religion must decline for society to progress. That's an interesting one. Not necessarily. Maybe it could without it, but I don't think it needs to. I think we can progress with religion or without it. I think people sort of, my thought on religion is that a lot more people than you'd think actually work backwards from their pre-existing morals and like apply those and like look for those in their religion. Like, you find how you feel based on like vibes and experience and stuff, and then you look to your holy book and it's like, where does it reinforce that? More people do that than you'd think, rather than people who like straight up live by the Bible. People don't straight up live by the Bible, but they will pick the verses that stand out to them the most based on what they already believe. A lot of the time. Maybe not everybody, but probably more than you'd imagine. Military action by our nation is often necessary to protect it. Strongly disagree. Not in my lifetime, I think is what I said in the last one. So we are doing basically all the questions from the previous quiz, I think. Now you can actually check to see. It's been 2 days since since I did the 8 values. So you'll see if I changed my answer on any of these, which should be interesting. Nobody in other countries has our best interest in mind. I will disagree. I don't know if strongly. I would say that people in other countries are probably thinking about their countries, but it doesn't mean they can't sympathize with our country. I like to think that I sympathize with people in other countries, so yeah. Representatives rarely represent the nation well. In my country, I'd say I strongly agree. They represent big money. A country must be sure to take all measures to enforce its laws. All measures sounds pretty heavy-handed. I'm going to say disagree. I think there are plenty of measures that should be off the table. Nobody but me can adequately represent my views. I would say I agree. I feel like I don't trust other people to accurately represent my views, because often I don't know what I believe, so I don't want other people to tell other people what I believe, because I don't know, that sounds like it'll get messy. I support single-payer universal healthcare, strongly agree. People should not have protections that could hinder discovering their criminal activity. Strongly disagree. That I know that's leaning into like surveillance state stuff. Like, if you're not doing anything wrong, why do you have a problem with us wiretapping you without a warrant? Or like looking into your webcam or checking your browser history. No, like there needs to be some basic standard for privacy. Policing is not it's okay that it's not the easiest job ever. And, you know, if you want to look into whatever, just get a warrant. I guess that's where I draw the line. Get a warrant, find probable cause. A nation usually needs a military in order to survive. I would say agree generally. Throughout history, most of the time you've needed a military in order to survive. In the modern day, there are a lot of nations that are not expected to get into any major military conflicts just based on like alliances, strong neighbors, and whatever. They could probably get by without a military, but in a general sense, some military probably makes sense because not all nations have your best interest in mind. Subdivisions should not be able to exempt from national laws. I would like a little bit of consistency there. I'm sort of I guess I'll say a light agree. I've been in favor of like taxing churches and stuff like that. So there's some stuff there. Like a lot of religious exemptions in general sort of when they're done in the vein of protecting religious freedom, but it feels like it's giving special privilege to them. If you get a privilege for religious reasons, secular people should be able to assert that same privilege. It's like, I object to a war on religious grounds. A secular person should be able to be like, I object to a war on moral grounds, and yay, I'm a conscientious objector. A lot of cases like that do have that exemption. And I think that's, if you are going to have exemptions like that, there should be like a secular equivalent. Religion's, I guess, the best example of something like that I could think of. There should not be international law. I mean, there has to be some standard for how nations interact with one another, even if you can't enforce it. I think there should be an ideal to aspire to. International law does not work in a lot of cases. If your nation's strong enough, international law doesn't apply to you. There's a country that rhymes with ᵒᵗʰᵉᵗ that violates international law all the time. Russia has violated international law quite recently and continues to do it. So it happens. And just because it doesn't work entirely doesn't mean that it's not important to have some sort of standard. I support gay marriage. Sure. Of course. Strongly agree. Maintaining family values is essential. Strongly disagree. I still don't know what that means, honestly, entirely, but it gives me bad vibes. This is also like, the interesting thing about this is I'm answering these much faster. I don't know, it may be getting like my more knee-jerk reaction will be interesting. I think that's more what this is going to be, like my knee-jerk political identity. The states cannot function without a strong national government. Disagree. I think they can. How well, I don't know. You can make whatever point you want on that, but states can function well with like little local governments. I'm not going to say what works for everybody. Countries fall apart with constant war. Generally, I would say agree. There are some nations that just somehow survive despite being full of war their entire history, but in a general sense, by the end, are they even the same nation anymore? I don't know. But yeah, constant war, generally detrimental to a nation. Democracy is more than a decision-making process. I think I said strongly disagree. I mean, strongly agree to that. It's got a great symbolic meaning and all that stuff. Yeah, I think that's the thing I said. Tradition just hinders the progress of technology. Just hinders the progress of technology? It can a little bit. It can a little bit. There are some cases in which it does. I don't want to say strongly agree though, because I think a lot of it moves forward regardless. Strong states weaken a nation. Strong states weaken a nation. So we're specifically talking about the United States right now, right? Our idea of state. That's a good question. Maybe they can, maybe they won't. I don't know. I'm gonna hit the neutral button on that one because I honestly don't know if I feel good about making a judgment either way on that one. When people have already suffered for technology to be developed, we should use that technology. There might be like a really problematic layer to this, I'm not sure. Like, a lot of scientific progress made under the Nazi regime. Do we use their data? Or do we throw it in the bin? I would imagine we'd use the data. We don't continue like the evil experiments that they use to get the data. But if the data exists, you probably utilize it if it is good data. Of course, you judge it based on its merits or whatever. If it's crap data, then don't use it. I shouldn't have to say that, but there we go. Leaders must be strong or a nation will suffer. That is interesting. I either agree or I'm neutral. Agree or neutral, because I think nations can be strong without the strongest leaders if depending on like how democracy is distributed democracy, power is distributed on like a democratic scale or whatever. Like, I don't know. I'm generally going to say you need strong leaders, but strong might mean a different thing to me than it does to what this implies. I'm not sure what that means in this context, but in some sense, strong. The general populace makes poor decisions. Neutral, I guess? Technology is negatively affecting modern society. I think it makes things better than it makes it worse. So I'd say a light disagree. It does negatively affect modern society. I do agree, but I think technology is generally a plus that comes with negative side effects. That's my framing there. Direct democracy is the best form of government. Generally, I would say yes. I'm going to put a light agree. I lean more towards direct democracy. My favorite thing whenever elections come by is not voting for politicians. It's direct ballot initiatives. And usually people get what they want on direct ballot initiatives, but somehow we all vote and nobody's happy at the end, except like really crazy people with our politicians. Maybe you're not crazy. I don't know. Maybe not crazy, but very few people are actually really satisfied with politicians, but people tend to be satisfied with direct ballot initiatives. If we accept migrants at all, it is important that they assimilate into our culture. Culture, I think I said disagree or strongly disagree on this. I don't know. There was a similar question on the 8 values one, but I disagree. Like culture, they don't really need to assimilate into as much as they do need to assimilate to like the legal structure. Maybe if those conflict, the culture and legal structure somehow conflict, then yes. So that's why it's kind of a light disagree rather than a strong disagree. Is it important that we maintain the traditions of our past? I'm going to put a neutral on that one. Some you keep, some you let go. Judge them based on their value at the time. Yeah, there you go. Public opinion swings too much with emotional events to be useful for policy making. I might go neutral on this one as well, because I could see myself on either side of this issue. There are some events that are eye-opening, and there are some public events like when you think of like 9/11 and stuff. I think that caused a lot of people to be sort of blinded. And now people look back at like the Iraq War much more negatively than they did when we started. So, you know, there's I think that's one of those cases of it being too much of a problem, but it doesn't mean that public events can't just open people's eyes to major issues in the country. So I guess I'll hit neutral, because it can kind of go both ways. People should hold more loyalty to their local state than their country. I think I feel more attached to my state than I do to my country, personally. I'm going to say neutral on that one as well. It's fine. Whatever way you want to go, really. It is necessary for the government to intervene in the economy to protect consumers. Yes. Agree, strongly disagree. Agree, strongly disagree. I guess I'll put just agree today. I might have put strongly disagree previously. It's a vibes thing. Like, you wake up with a different vibe when there's no science to this. It's just, how do you feel at the time? The stronger the leadership, the better. There's leadership that gets so strong that they effectively oppress their people. So I'm going to say there's a point to where the strength needs to end. So I'm going to put a light disagree on that one. Immigrants should be expected to learn the language of the country. Should be expected to. I come from a country that doesn't have an official language, but the de facto language is English. I think if you're in a country, it would be wise to learn some of the language. I don't know. I'm unsure, because there are ways of functioning in a nation without fully knowing the language. I guess it's up to the individual, and it can differ based on what country you're in, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion on that one. Getting a lot of neutrals lately. In general, immigrants are bad for the country. I strongly disagree. I think the threat of immigrants is overblown. They generally commit less crime because, well, I guess we're talking about illegal immigrants. They generally commit less crime because they don't want to be deported. There's much more consequence if they commit crime. Immigrants in general, I live in a country with so many immigrants. I work with so many immigrants. I can't say that they're a problem just because they weren't born here. You may feel differently, but I guess from where I stand, I don't see immigrants as inherently a problem. If there is a problem, I don't think it comes from their immigrant status. There. Genetic modification should be used rarely, if ever. Neutral. Because like I said in like a previous one, if you can use genetic modification to keep people from getting like genetic diseases and stuff, that would be kind of cool. If you can genetically modify food so that you can feed more people with it, that'd be cool. If you're starting to talk about like, oh, I want my kid to be like a perfect Aryan, I would think it's a little bit problematic. I think we're getting into some weird territory there that certainly makes me uncomfortable. But there are some places in which I think it can be very helpful, potentially. Only extremely talented immigrants, if that, should be permitted to enter the country. Jesus. I feel like we put up so many like walls, not literal walls, but so many hurdles for immigration. It's crazy. Do you know how long it takes people to like get their green card? How long it takes for people to get their citizenship? I have a friend who spent like most of his life in the United States. He's like in his mid-20s like me. He only just got citizenship, and it's insane to me the hurdles it took for him to get there. I don't know what's up with that. I don't want to be judging like, are you a good immigrant or a bad immigrant? Are you a public charge? That's what they would call it during the Cold War. Are you likely to be a public charge? Are you going to end up living off the government? I think there are other solutions to keep them from living off the government, but that's just me. it's a good idea to test a policy in one state rather than implementing it nationwide right away. I actually do agree with this. Maybe there are some things where it would be good to do things nationwide off the bat. There are some things you can feel a little bit more confident in. But I'm thinking of like universal basic income. They've done like small tests in like smaller locations just to see how a UBI system would affect people. I think that's fine to test out because it is like so different. It's such a shock to the way we do things and the way we view things in the United States. Maybe we should see how it affects people on like a smaller scale before we blow it up real big. Though generally it sounds like a pretty cool idea. The government must be by the people for the people. Yeah, I would say so. That's sort of the spirit of democracy. Alliances are important for protecting a nation. Yeah, alliances are very important. Sometimes more important than a military. An alliance can be everything. It could also drag a bunch of nations into a world war. Alliances also can do that. Maybe I should have put a lighter agree. I guess we're going with it now. Generally, I would say alliances can be good for the nation's protection. Make friends. It is more important to retain peaceful relations than to further our strength. I strongly agree. I prefer peace. I'm not an imperialist by any means. I don't feel like we need to. And I'm also coming from a nation, like I think I said something like this previously, one of the strongest nations, if not like militarily the strongest nation in the world. So it's sort of taken for granted I'm on top here. I don't know how it would feel if you're coming from a nation that's a little bit more insecure about its military capabilities or whatever. Maybe it would hit different to you. Automation overall is extremely good for society. I would say it's looking like it's going to be like either neutral or bad. It's going to force people out of the workplace, which would be fine if there were systems for keeping people in like strong, well-paying, preferably union jobs and keeping people employed and keeping society moving. But automation is going to just, in a large way, concentrate. I'm going to use the scary Marxist language. Concentrate the means of production in the hands of very few, which is generally concerning. If I trusted our system, it would be lovely that we're automating stuff. People could work like half the time and we could afford to pay them just as much, if not more. That would be lovely. But I don't think that's how it's going to play out, unfortunately. The government should not fund any religious organization in any way. Generally, I agree. Yeah, I generally agree. Actually, strongly agree. There is no higher power. I feel pretty strongly that there's no higher power. I'm not going to say strongly agree. I will put a light agree. I'm more agnostic than anything, but I feel like if there is a God, he's probably not your God. We probably don't know much about him. Or them. Or her. Or it. Is it sentient? Who even knows? Maybe sentience isn't the peak of development. Maybe it could be non-sentient and it would still be the higher power. Who knows? This is weird. Okay, a hierarchical state is best. That sounds bad. The poor choose to be poor. I don't think so. If you told me like, hey, you could be poor or you could be like really rich, I probably wouldn't pick to be poor. It's not that fun. I say that as somebody who makes very little currently. I'm doing better than I used to. There's a point where I was very concerned about like my living situation, like, oh, this is gonna get bad. But I would say at the current stage I'm doing okay. Society could not function without leaders and followers. That's interesting. Without leaders and followers. So it's specifically referring to like the hierarchical system. I think I'll hit a neutral. You can have a more democratic, broadly dispersed system of power that might work for some. It might be difficult for a lot of nations, but it is something that I sort of idealize. And I guess if that's one of my ideals, that's what I should put on here. Technology is not always beneficial. Strongly agree. Sometimes it can be bad. Like, it could cause everybody to lose their jobs and concentrate the means of production in the hands of very few people, and expand like the means for people to exploit other people. Yeah, technology can be bad. Technology is neutral, therefore it can go both ways in a sense. It's amoral. Technology don't care, it's the people who are using it. Wait. Then by that, I guess neutral then. Yeah, by that logic, I'll put it in neutral. It can go both ways. It is very important to maintain law and order. Unless the laws are bad, so I'll put a light disagree. Sometimes the laws can be bad. And, I only put a light disagree because generally we'd like to avoid like the scary kind of anarchy, not that small a anarchy that they did on Occupy Wall Street, but like the scary anarchy, like throwing bombs through windows and stuff. Local governments should have more power than they currently do. I think in my country they have a perfectly good amount of power. I think there's a lot you can do at the local level. So I will say disagree. People should have the right to leave their wealth to their descendants. I think they should be able to leave some wealth to their descendants, but we should tax it at a decent rate. The estate tax is a big issue. I think the estate tax, like the super wealthy should, there should be a system for pulling some of that like extreme wealth out of the top and pushing it back down, because it doesn't trickle down in the current system. So that's kind of where I fall on that. People should have to work for anything they get. Disagree. Not necessarily. Maybe there's just some basic minimums that you should be able to get regardless. I believe in like universal healthcare and stuff. I think just basically you should have the right to live. And if you need certain healthcare to continue your life, I don't mind the state providing that. I don't mind if we all do like one big national GoFundMe for that one. I think that's the college humor sketch. It's like, what if we did just one big GoFundMe, and then we and that'll cover all the medical expenses for the year. Traditions are important. Some traditions are not important. Some traditions are silly and arbitrary. Some traditions are important, you know? Case by case basis, man. I'm not telling you that I'm not going to paint tradition in a with a broad brush. There's some traditions that are very important to personal identity. There are also a lot of traditions that are generally harmful to personal freedom. So we're gonna stand on the line, and if anything crosses too far to one side or the other, we're gonna deck them in the face. I think that sounds reasonable. Every religion must be looked upon equally by the government. Strongly agree. If you're gonna have a national religion, you shouldn't. I don't know where I was going with that originally, but yeah, you shouldn't. And you should, if you're gonna have policies pertaining to religion, it should probably be equal despite religion, which religion it is. Very few mainstream religions are doing like human sacrifice these days. Public utilities like roads and electricity should be publicly owned. Yes, I'd like to avoid private companies like price gouging people. Like, the government doesn't always have to be like perfectly profitable. And that's something that I sort of like about some government funding organizations like USPS, which we've talked about already. Like, it doesn't have to be profitable. It's just there to provide a service. People must be allowed to follow a religion. Yeah, they should be allowed to. I feel strongly about that as somebody with no religion personally. But I feel like if I was say you shouldn't be allowed to follow a religion, one could easily turn around and say you have to follow a religion to somebody like me, and I wouldn't like that. And that's basically the equivalent here. Me telling you not to believe in something is like you telling me I have to believe in something. Freedom of conscience, man. That's an extremely important issue to me, not just as a non-religious person. As a Rhode Islander, that is the foundation of my state. From childhood, we are told like about how Roger Williams came over to escape religious persecution, not from England, but from Massachusetts, where the Puritans were like forcing people to practice religion a certain way. And he was all like, no, you can't force people to believe a religion. That is like taking the Lord's name in vain. It has to be sincere. And that's the foundation of my state. And I think that largely has influenced my view on religion. It's the local element. That's fun. People's freedoms should have no limits. Strong. I feel like they should go very far, but your right to swing your fist ends at my face. There you go. Popular opinion is not always right. Yeah, strongly agree. Popular opinion can be wrong all the time. Popular opinion is based on people. People are People are fallible. Who would have thunk? Who would have thunk that people were fallible? I can't talk. Damn it. This video is going to be too long for me to do cuts, too. Except between days, so we're just going to keep moving. We must go back to a basic way of life without modern conveniences. Strongly disagree. You can't put the genie back in the bottle, man. Excessive government intervention is a threat to the economy. Generally, I disagree. I think it's a threat to certain people in the economy. Government intervention in the economy is often done to protect some people from other people. The current system protects the wealthy, but the ideal system would protect the consumer. And it may cause the super wealthy to not make as extreme a profit, but it's not a threat to the overall economy in that sense. I guess it can be a threat if done really poorly, but in a general sense, government intervention can be good for the people in general, or it can be really good for certain segments or certain tax brackets is what I'm trying to say. A nation must obey its leadership without question. Strongly disagree. Always question your leadership. That's how democracy functions. You have to question leadership. at least to a certain degree. Basic things needed to live, such as healthcare, are rights. They should be. In my opinion, if rights exist, healthcare should be one of them. Illegal immigrants should be deported in most or all cases. You know how I feel about our immigration system. It's way too complicated, and with it being as complicated as it is, I think it drives more illegal immigration. I think if we loosened it up, we would have less illegal immigration because people would go through the proper channels, and like, I think things would be fine. I think the country would not burn down. I think the threat is totally exaggerated. The imaginary threat from the outside has always been a thing in the United States. We're very scared of the out-group. And I think politicians have cynically stoked that fear, unfortunately. And I'm not saying every immigrant is going to be perfectly peaceful or a benefit to society on the whole, but they're not as dangerous as some people make them out to be. It's insane. It is important to maintain our nation's sovereignty. Agree a little. A little sovereignty doesn't hurt. I'm not for one world government. State laws should have precedence over national law. That I strongly disagree, because that means national law is meaningless. There is no national law. In which case, there is no nation. There's just states. We're allied countries. It just wouldn't work. If you're going to have national law, it has to be above state law. Basics. If you don't want there to be a nation, if you do just want it to be little states, then sure, that'd be great. But that's not how it actually functions if you want a federal government. But if you don't want a federal government, it's a really good argument to make. There are many issues that it does not make sense to address at a local level. I strongly agree. Like basic human rights. There's like a minimum standard for human rights. Like segregation didn't make sense because overall it just like completely, well, in a lot of cases, people were effectively denied their ability to participate in our democracy. That was a big problem. There's a lot of things that are a lot of problems that occur on the local level. Some of the craziest laws are done at the local level. It's absolutely insane. So there is some minimum standard that would be nice to have for human rights, just to make sure everybody can at least participate in democracy at an equal level. From there, I'm okay with some local stuff that differs from federal stuff. That's totally fine. Just not at the expense of like basic equality among citizens. There. My nation is closer to my views than most nations in the world. I don't think so. I have a pretty conservative nation. As you can probably tell, I have more socialist leanings than a lot of people in my country do. Though I think more people believe in this stuff than they even think do. Like, I think more people in my country believe in like things like universal health care, social security, and that sort of stuff. If you don't call them socialism, they're like, oh yeah, that all sounds good. But if you're like socialized health care, they'll be like, oh, that's scary. Because we've been conditioned for like 100 years to be scared of that. The United Nations should be abolished. I guess I generally disagree. I don't know. UN politics isn't really my thing, but I see there being some potential utility to it. Government-owned industry is usually a bad idea. Disagree. It might be a bad idea sometimes, but it can be good. It has the capacity to be pretty good. In a lot of ways, government can fuel things like competition. Like when people talk about healthcare, if they're not willing to go as far as to say, universal healthcare, there's also public options. So there is a public healthcare system that can basically drive the costs of these like medical monopolies down by forcing them to compete rather than having like this vice grip on like insurance and medication and stuff like that. Like there's some utility to it. The wealthy have far more than they need. Yeah, they have more than they need. Of course they have more than they need. They're the wealthy. That's what wealth is. You have that's basically the definition of wealth, having more than you need. The government should monitor all citizens to combat terrorism. Strongly disagree. Get a warrant, you bitch. I'm sorry. Traditional medicines are often more effective than modern medicines. I'm pretty sure that's like factually inaccurate. But I don't know. I guess I'll hit a light disagree. I don't know much about medicine, so I'm doing this based on vibe, but I'm pretty sure traditional medicines are not as good as modern medicines. I think. I don't know. I'm ignorant. I don't know anything about medicine from like an effectiveness standpoint. Elections are an effective way of showing government approval. In the current system, not really. We hate everybody who runs for office, it seems. It seems there's no real... well, there are some people who are really excited about the politicians in office, but generally, Americans are skeptical and unhappy with the people we have to choose from. So I don't think it's a very good thing. Our culture would be better with other cultures mixed in more. I don't know. I sort of lean towards neutral here. We don't need a quota of other cultures necessarily to improve ourselves. I do think there is maybe a light agree, because I think there is like a healthy amount of like interacting with other cultures that is good for people, that helps people empathize more with people that may be a little less like them. And I think that's something that a lot of people struggle with. I think of this is sort of a culture thing. When everybody realized they have a gay friend or a gay coworker or a gay relative, it got so much easier to sympathize with homosexuality. People stopped dropping the F-bomb and using gay when they mean stupid, because they learned to empathize with people, because they were exposed more to people. It's like, oh, they're gay and I like them, so like why are we being mean to gay people? And I think that can apply to like all sorts of different cultures as well. Military spending is a waste of money. In my country, it is. In my country, currently it is. So, I'm not saying it always is, but given the current situation we are in, we waste a lot of money on defense. Very little of it is defense. It's often overt aggression. That is what it is. Some freedom must be given up in order to keep people safe. In a general sense, yeah, that's sort of the agreement you make when you have a government. You give up the freedom to do certain things in order to cooperate with other people. That is kind of how people make collectives of any kind. Even in a union, you give up things like you pay dues and stuff in order to cooperate with other people. There's all sorts of sacrifices that come with coming together for a common cause. It's very normal. In the modern era, militaries aren't really necessary. I'll put a light disagree. Clearly, I mean, if they were all gone, we'd all be safer. Probably. Combat would be on such a lower scale if they were all gone, but they're not all gonna be gone. If we disarmed ourselves, other countries may not. If other countries disarmed ourselves, we might not. So it's sort of a, like, how do you get everybody to demilitarize at the same time? I don't know. It's just not how humanity has worked for so long. So we don't really know how to de-escalate very well. Peace is preferable to war whenever possible. I would say yes. Immigrants are a net positive. That's an interesting question. I would say there is, I've talked a little about some of the positives. They are often exploited for lower wages at the expense of like good paying jobs for non-immigrants, and that's not something I blame on the immigrants themselves. That's like companies who would rather pay slave wages to an immigrant than pay the guy who lives across the street a living wage, you know? I think in a general sense I'll hit a neutral, because there are some downsides that do come to it. I'm not naive on that issue, but it's often economic stuff, and it's often not their fault. It's the fault of our system, which actually incentivizes people to pay their employees as little as humanly possible to get the work done. That's just how it works, and immigrants are often exploited as merely pawns in that much bigger scheme. What do we got for time? Oh, I still got a little time. Sex outside of marriage is immoral. Strongly disagree. It's neutral. It can be fine. It can be irresponsible. It could be perfectly responsible. Maybe you're making a safe, informed decision with somebody you trust. That's all that matters. Children should be educated in religious values. Strongly disagree. You can learn about religion, but when you're talking about religious values, you're saying teaching them religion from that religion's perspective rather than teaching it from a neutral academic perspective. If they want to be religious in their personal lives, that's fine. But generally, I think learning about religion from an academic standpoint is actually a net positive. I think there's some real good stuff that comes from that, because you can learn. It's so important to culture all throughout human history. So there's a lot you can take out of that, taking a secular education on religions. The benefits of open borders would outweigh the costs. I don't know what open borders would do. War is never justified. That seems oversimplified. I would say disagree. There's probably plenty of well, when it comes to war, somebody might be justified. The other side may not be justified. Maybe both will have legitimate reason. Yeah, I feel good about saying a light disagree on that. A military option should always be considered. Always? Disagree. We should take the military option very seriously. It should not be considered lightly. To say it's always on the table, it sounds like we're taking it a little too lightly when it's a deeply serious thing. There should be compulsory military service. Strongly disagree. I think nations, I guess I can only speak for my nation. I guess for the purposes of this, I'm only speaking for my nation. The United States should be able to properly incentivize people to join the military free of their accord, through strong benefits, good pay, whatever they can provide. They are capable of providing. They choose not to provide as effectively as they could for active military and veterans. That's just is what it is, but they should have more than they currently do. From each according to his ability to each according to his need. I feel like I've answered this differently every time it's been asked. Agree? Like, agree? Only our national languages should be spoken in our country. Okay, strongly disagree. Now you're getting into authoritarian territory where it's like, you shouldn't even speak these other languages. I am absolutely against that level of, like, if you are in, like, if you speak a second language, you want to speak it with your parents, you want to speak it with people in your community that know the language, like, who am I to tell you not to do that? Jeez. Like, you're not forcing it on me. Yes, people are silly. People be silly, getting all concerned about stuff like that. I believe there is something after death. I feel pretty strongly there's nothing. I don't know for sure. There will always be a little doubt, but I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's any cheese at the end of the maze. Religion usually provides the truth. It provides the truth from someone's perspective, but generally I would say strongly disagree. This is going into these religious questions, you know, at this point, you know I'm not religious. I don't have a religion. I'm skeptical of religion. Faith is complete nonsense is that's so dismissive. I will say, like, a light agree. I think there's cultural value that is instilled into faith, but generally, coming from where I'm coming from, I'm not. I don't buy it. I guess that's the best way of putting it. I just don't buy it, man. But, you know, I have faith in a lot of things that aren't religious. Like, or at least I try to. I try to have faith in humanity. But sometimes I suspect that is nonsense. So who knows? Human-caused climate change is currently one of our greatest threats to our way of life. I'm under the impression that it is, although I will say that I'm not well read on that. Testing products on animals is ethical. Disagree. It's not ethical by any means. Do we do animal testing for scientific purposes? Wait. Testing products on animals is ethical. We're not talking about testing medicine and stuff like that, are we? We're talking about, like, commercial products, it sounds like. So I'll say strongly disagree. Especially if I'm willing to give more leeway to the medical community than I am to the commercial community. Commercial community. What even? A constant state of war benefits a country. It depends who you are talking about. War benefits authoritarian leadership a lot of the time. Does it benefit ordinary people? No, so strongly disagree. A country is its people. We should not allow any refugees. Strongly disagree. I would like to help. It feels like the nice thing to do. Nations should not maintain a military. I don't know. Case by case basis, you know. Maybe local authorities do the job wherever you are. Maybe you're on an island. Maybe you are, like, surrounded by mountains. Maybe you are just not concerned about being invaded. Who knows? Maybe it would work for you. For mine, I think, given the current political situation, our military is sort of it's used poorly, but it could be a necessary evil. It has the capacity to be necessary. Sorry. Losing my voice. Oh, man, we're not even halfway done. Countries that violate human rights should be toppled. Who should do the toppling is the question. saying they should be toppled kind of implies that somebody should be doing the toppling. Should I do it? Should my country do it? I don't know. I'm gonna say unsure. I think they should be toppled by revolutionary force within their own nation. Preferably keep my country out of it, because we are bad at this stuff. Governments should be as concerned about foreign citizens as they are about those within their borders. I mean, as concerned? Probably not. Maybe a little less concerned. I would say governments are responsible to the people who elect them. So, generally, they're your first concern. That sounds like so. America first. There is some logic to that. But I do think it's okay to be concerned about people outside of your borders. Not at the expense of your people, but there is like a certain reasonable gray area. Absolutely. Absolute freedom makes a society dangerous. Absolute freedom. Absolute freedom. Like, it's not really like, there's like, we're talking about no government, basically. Like what people think when they think anarchy. I guess it would be a little dangerous. Potentially. It could be. I've never lived in like that kind of anarchist system, so who knows? Maybe it would work out great. Just check in my email. I'm waiting for an important call right now. It's very exciting. A country cannot function without national government. I don't know. I don't know. They probably can they can probably function on a local level, though. Is it how I would want to set up the country? Probably not. I'm sure there's some purpose to a national government that I could get down with. The national government can't understand what the people need. Strongly disagree. They can. They don't choose to understand the people, though. They choose to understand the people who pay the money for them to buy the advertisements, do their campaigning, and get elected. In my country. May differ where you're from. Foreigners should never enter the country. Ever? Ever? I'm from the United States. We have so many foreigners. Like our whole, very few of us were here forever. In a sense, none of us were here forever. People move. We can't just erase that people move. We can't just ignore that happens in all throughout history. Alliances can pose a threat to a nation's sovereignty. Light agree. Sure, like you could be sort of consumed by a larger alliance. I think there is definitely some possibility of that, though I don't... I guess it would depend on the nature of said alliance. Even when protesting an authoritarian government, violence is not acceptable. Light disagree. Violence might be necessary depending on the nature of the authoritarian system. I'm not going to tell revolutionaries not to overthrow their oppressive leaders. I think in America, we don't really know... we sometimes underestimate like what it actually feels like to be under an authoritarian system. We have problems within our system, but I think people are quick to throw out the authoritarian label, though there are some cases in which I've thought it was appropriate, but who knows, maybe I'm also in the wrong. I don't know. People should vote issue by issue themselves. People should vote issue by issue themselves. I think viewing things issue by issue is good. Why is it themselves? Is it like vote like without vote in like isolation? Is that what it's trying to say? Like don't let the outside influence your opinion on this. I'm a little confused by the framing, but I'll say agree. Probably a strongly agree, but based on my little bit of confusion, I'll put it as a light agree. Anybody who wants to enter the country should be able to. Anybody. There's probably some reasons. What did my throat just do? Did you hear that? There's probably some reasons to turn people down. So I'll put it as a neutral. But generally, yeah, I'm okay with more open borders than we currently have. A little, I think our obsession with border security is weird. It's to a strange degree. And I don't think it's proportionate to like the degree to which people coming from other places are actually a threat to our way of life. And the ways in which people are concerned, it's often linked to things like drugs and violence and stuff, when the real issue is that corporations are incentivized to not pay people a living wage. That's probably the worst threat there. And people will often blame the immigrants rather than blaming the corporations who actually have the power. Whatever. Lasting peace leads to prosperity. Hope so. I'll put a light agree. Some nations profit off of war. It's not prosperity for everybody, but I'd imagine peace is generally good. But it can also, you can also fall apart in times of peace. That's perfectly. Maybe I should put it neutral. Nah, I'll just put agree. War is needed to make an economy thrive. It can make an economy thrive. For ordinary people, sometimes. For weapons manufacturers, yes. War is needed to make an economy thrive. I don't think it's absolutely needed, if that makes sense. I think an economy can thrive by other means. What that question is implying is that it's a necessity. I don't think it has to be. I at least hope it doesn't have to be. Maybe I'm naive. If you have nothing to hide, then you shouldn't care about the government having access to your communications. Strongly disagree. Get a warrant, you bitch. Sorry. Nations fighting among each other get in the way of progress. They can, absolutely. Whistleblowers should be strongly protected. Yes. Given the current situation in the United States, I think that matters more to me than it does to maybe some other people, but we've had like crackdowns on like actual whistleblowers. There are some people who are just leaking information. There was one not that long ago where this kid just leaked a bunch of information that didn't really have a purpose. I'm talking about like Chelsea Manning and like Edward Snowden, who are actually leaking information about like the government doing awful things like NSA spying or war crimes. Like, I think those people need protection. Absolutely. The sacrifice of some civil liberties is necessary to protect us from acts of terrorism. Strongly disagree. Get a warrant, you bitch. Most drugs should be legalized. Yeah. I don't want to punish people for doing drugs. I want to help people. I don't think punishing them is the way to do it. So I would say make them legal or at least decriminalize them. Taxes should be increased on the rich to provide for the poor. Strongly agree. They can afford it. It is important that the governments follow the majority opinion, even if it is wrong. I'm going to put a neutral right there because the majority may want a genocide. I think there are times in which governments do have to make the call to protect minority groups from the majority. I'm generally democratic. But in cases where we have to agree, like, everybody's equal. And then from there, generally I lean towards democracy from that standpoint. Until democracy says, like, some people are better than other people, which inherently breaks my ideal of democracy. I think democracy sort of is only effective or, like, genuine if it's done under the assumption that all citizens are equal. And that generally we don't deprive the privilege of citizenship from people on arbitrary standards. People should have equal opportunity to succeed. Strongly agree. Why not? How could you say people shouldn't have equal opportunity to agree? They should have less opportunity to agree, to succeed. Police should be regulated more. Yeah, strongly agree. I don't think there's any problem with that. They are the hand of the government. I think they need to be held accountable. Especially if you're going to give them, like, all this crazy militarized equipment, which you probably shouldn't. You at least gotta keep an eye on them. Marijuana should be legalized. Okay, I think most drugs should be legalized. Nah, marijuana. No. Yeah, it should be legalized. Democracy makes it too easy for a majority to further itself at the expense of minorities. It can. It definitely has that capability. I'm going to hit the neutral button, though, because I think if people actually come together, like, on class lines, it can benefit people more so. Of course, there's always going to be some downside, though, potentially, if people end up being turned against one another, turned against their own interests, and in order to, like, oppress minorities. That's kind of one of the scariest things that could happen to any population, but it's not all that democracy is. It's at least not all that it could be. The government should support and only recognize one religion. Jesus, what are you doing? Traditions are of no value on their own. I disagree. There's the things that help you live, and there are the things that make life worth living. Traditions can be very meaningful in that second category to a lot of people. Each person should have one vote, each equal to every other. Strongly agree. That's democracy. Theocracy is a good system of government. No, the national government protects minorities better than some local governments do. Yes, I would say so. A lot of the most discriminatory stuff happens on the local level. It is what it is. There's a lot of weird laws that are clearly unconstitutional and unenforceable that are still on the local level. I believe you, like, on paper, there's a lot of places you can't run for office as an atheist. I don't know if those ever got formally struck down, but they're basically moot, like, they're unenforceable, so it doesn't even really matter. But I think those might be on the books in some local areas. The government should have access to the emails of suspected terrorists. Okay, suspected terrorist. Do you have a warrant for this? Suspected terrorists are always just Joe Schmo McGee. How often do they get the actual terrorists? I'll hit neutral. I don't know how much they have on whoever they're talking about. I guess I generally am anti surveillance of that kind. I'll put a light disagree just based on my country's track record, but it might be more meaningful in a different country. National cultures are important to protect. Neutral. Culture can matter. Some of it can probably be lost to time and we'd be okay. The freer the market, the freer the people. Disagree. There should be some free market, but you gotta protect people from people with lots of money exploiting their extreme wealth for their own benefit at the expense of others. I believe in a higher power. Didn't we already do this? I feel like we answered that one already. I am proud to be in my country. That's an interesting one. Part of me has sort of that weird, like, proud to be an American and I don't know why feeling. I think in practice it's more neutral though. I don't know. Governments should be accountable to the international community. A little. There should be a little accountability, at least. Governments can do stuff that impact the international community, so there needs to be some system for that. Or, I don't know. That's why it's a light one rather than a strong one. The national government needs more power, do they? I don't know. I think they have enough power. It's just how they choose to use it is arbitrary and not in favor of ordinary people, generally. So, light disagree. It is important that we further my group's goals above all others. Naturally, I agree with myself. So I'd be leaning towards agree or neutral. I guess I'll hit a neutral. I don't want special privilege. Did I hit agree on that one in the last quiz? Because now I'm thinking like, I don't want special privilege. I feel like I should have to persuade people to go my way just like anybody else should. So I don't want a like special consideration. All humans share a common identity. In a way, yeah, I guess so. Those who do not work should die. I'd rather it not be that way. I think that would be pretty unfortunate. That's like, I don't even know if Ayn Rand said that. Maybe she did, but that feels extreme to me. I think that's what the Church of Satan, which are inspired by sort of Ayn Rand's writings, they're just like, natural selection, survival of the fittest, weed out the weak. Like, that's the libertarian brand of Satanism, which is inspired by Ayn Rand. There's also the Satanic Temple, which is entirely different. Fun conversation to have, maybe for another day. War usually leads to worse outcomes. A lot of nations do better coming out of wars, but I'll say neutral. It depends how the war goes for you. You might do very poorly after the war. If you're on the side of the war that typically wins, you might do pretty well. My religious values should be spread as much as possible. Neutral. The United Nations should have a military to reinforce its resolutions. Ooh. I don't know how I feel about that. That's a big question. Because, like, one of the big problems with international law is that it's, like, so unenforceable. But am I comfortable giving them, like, a significant military? I'm not sure. It's kind of scary to do that. I mean, generally, like, the international community can have some decent takes, but they're as corrupt as anyone. The more people asked, the better chance there is of reaching the best decision. Not necessarily. More people might overcomplicate the issue. Who knows? I guess I'll actually hit an unsure. I'm not willing to say yes or no on that. I think it is important to consult other people from like a democratic perspective. That doesn't necessarily... Democracy isn't always going to come out to the right decision. I'm not naive enough to... I'd prefer democracy, but I'm not going to pretend that it's always going to come up with the better decision. Because we did, therefore it's good. That seems like a little oversimplified to me. What do we got for time? Got a little bit of time. Okay. I didn't think this one was going to be so long, but this one's going to be really long. All societies are a blend of cultures. All societies are a blend of cultures. Yeah. There's subcultures everywhere. No cultures are superior to others. In like a cosmic sense, no. I'll hit an agree. There are some elements of culture like systematic oppression of women. I don't respect it when other cultures do that. I don't care that it's a different culture. I just don't respect that you do that. So there are lines that even I will draw. I'm not willing to just say like, just because it's from another culture, therefore it's good. It's good for them. I am of that opinion that not all cultures have to be the same. Yeah, but it doesn't mean I don't look down on societies that oppress minority groups. Like gay people are still oppressed all over the world and all that sort of stuff. Like it doesn't mean I look at that happening in a different culture and I'm like, well, that's just their culture. No, I still don't like it over there, just like I don't like it when it happens over here. All right, we're on question 143. We're getting there. This better be like some insanely good detailed results. Those who disagree with the government should be removed from the country. Oh my God, you can't have democracy that way. There must be a separation between church and state. Yes, strongly agree. State and local laws should have precedent over national laws. Strongly disagree. That's not how national laws work. Local governments can understand their citizens better than the national government could. Light agree. I think that is definitely possible. Local governments can also be like really bad. Actually, strong agree. I think yes, strongly agree. They would understand better. And they have greater capacity to understand. Most bad things happening in the world are caused by us turning away from religion. Strongly disagree. Bad things happen all the time. It's not just because of turning away from religion. And it's not like things are always great when we're all in on religion. Like the Crusades happened. We can't pretend like, okay, whatever. There is no need for a national government. Disagree. I mean, if you have a nation that is separated into local and national, then you need something that ties them together. If you don't want them tied together, then your national government is now the local government. In a sense, you always need a national government. And the local government will probably be broken down even further to an even more local level, potentially. Abortion should be legal in all cases. I'll say strongly agree or agree. That's the question. Like, I don't want to tell people what to do with their body. There's always the conversation about, can you can do it, let's say, in the first 2 trimesters. Do you do it in the 3rd? I will hit the strongly agree because I strongly agree that I shouldn't be telling people where to draw the line. That's where I feel. If other people want to be the ones to make that call, please be those people. Don't let me be that person because I don't want to make that call. I am permissive in this case until, well, I'm permissive. I guess I'm permissive as all hell because I really just don't want to be the person to tell people no. I really don't like telling people no. Capitalism is better than any existing alternative. I think that is short-sighted as all hell. Strongly disagree. There are all sorts of like hybrid systems that have better outcomes, like across the board. You know, where they measure things like education, happiness, all that stuff in like these big international polls. What countries are happier? The United States isn't at the top of all of those. In some categories, we're not even close. So clearly, there are some other systems that work just fine. Religion is beneficial for society. I will hit a neutral on that. It can be good. It can be good for small local communities. It can be good like on a larger scale. It can also be used as a tool for oppression. It is what it is. I think there's a lot of like local community organization that happens through churches that has been really good. Like during the AIDS crisis, there like a lot of churches turned against like AIDS, and I guess in a way they were on the side of AIDS, like it was a curse from God, but a lot of people found support within churches. Those are the stories you don't hear as much about. Diplomatic options should always be tried before war is even considered. Strongly agree. I mean, diplomacy is... Why throw out the diplomatic option? Like, why would anybody say, like, no diplomacy at all? Maybe if you dropped a nuclear bomb on my country, I would say, okay, let's skip to the violent stuff. But even in that case, maybe we could stop the next nuclear bomb from being dropped. Who knows? Judge it by the day. But generally, try diplomacy. Try. A better world will come from automation, science, and technology. Neutral, a little bit skeptical, but there is potential for good. Religious organizations often provide better assistance to the poor than the government does. I don't know what the numbers are on that. I think the government has greater capacity. What are they currently doing? I think in a general sense, though, welfare is probably better than a lot of what just even our welfare system, which could be better, probably provides more than the churches do. So I guess I'll do a light agree rather than not a strong agree, but a light agree. It is better to maintain a balanced budget than to ensure welfare for all citizens. Strongly disagree. We've already had these conversations, so I'm not going to go too deep into them. Government surveillance is necessary in the modern world. I'll say disagree. In the extreme cases, get a warrant. Bitch. Any deals other countries want must be bad for us. Strongly disagree. Why does it have to be bad for us? Like, it could be good, potentially. Maybe it's bad, but like, it has to be? That's a weird way of thinking. Who thinks like that? Illegal immigrants do not provide a benefit to the hosting country. Well, that's just like incredibly false. They contribute in a large way. Like, they end up paying things like sales tax, and then they can't benefit from like social programs. So in a way, they're paying in, and all they take out is like the labor opportunities, which we talked about, how labor opportunities could improve by incentivizing companies or whatever to pay living wages to employees. the government has no business looking into most people's personal lives. Strongly agree. Most people, they have no business getting into their lives. Equality of outcome is important. Depends on the case what you're talking about. There are certain cases in which everybody should like be treated not just equitably but equally. It sort of depends. I'm going to put a neutral there. Equality of outcome is a little bit too it's such a buzzword right now that it's hard to play with without thinking of how it's so cynically used in the public conversation. But I would say equality of outcome would be nice, but equality of opportunity is what we're going for. Victimless crimes such as drug use should not be crimes at all. Strongly agree. Not a crime, and we should offer help when we can, but I'm not going to stick somebody in jail for it. If the only person you're hurting is yourself, I'm not going to throw you in prison. Religion should be removed from everything in our government. Yeah, I don't think religion has a place in a government that represents people of all different faiths. You can't really remove it, but I want a secular government. And we're a secular nation, though we lean heavily towards Christianity. I feel like every religion should be represented equally, and we shouldn't show a preference for one religion over others or non-religions. All right. The government should not regulate the economy at all. Strongly disagree. That's going a bit too far for me. A government must maintain a strong military to defend itself. It's like a neutral or a light agree. I guess a light agree. Like I said, there are extreme circumstances where geographically or based on things like alliances or whatever, you could get away with not really having a strong military. There is some value in it. Just because you're peaceful doesn't mean everyone's going to be peaceful. But I think my country is a bit overly paranoid that it's going to get attacked when we so rarely get attacked. Been attacked a couple times in the past in the past 100 years on our mainland. It's a rare occurrence in the grand scheme of things, though. A nation's culture is important to protect. Neutral. United Nations needs more power. I don't know. That's a little scary to say. It would be nice if it could enforce some elements of international law, but what if it goes the wrong way? I don't really know. I'm gonna stick myself in neutral because I don't know how to feel. We should put efforts into getting a person on Mars in the near future. I'm gonna put a light disagree. It's so low on my priorities. I'm cool with investing and stuff like that, but it's like, if I were putting a list of like my top 100 things we should be focused on, Mars is probably not even on there. Elections are a waste of resources. Eat my ass, dude. No. Strongly disagree. We need elections. I believe in democracy. I've organized elections. I'm a union guy. I have to believe in elections. The internet should be banned. Why? Also, I'm taking this quiz on the internet. Economies without any capitalism will collapse. No, strongly disagree. Though I think there's room for capitalism. Though I have those strong socialist leanings, I would say what I'm looking for is more of a hybrid system. Than anything. Like, don't get it twisted. I don't think I'm like the best or purest socialist by any means. I want a hybrid system between socialism and capitalism because I fear the power of the government. I also fear the power of capital. I think appropriately because both can be used to oppress people. No authority should be left unquestioned. Sure. Why not? If there's authority, authority needs to justify its existence. The elders in society know the best path for it. Strongly disagree. I think the elders in society can often be detached from the issues of the day. There are things that people are now concerned about that they're not concerned about because they come from a different time with different concerns. And often they're still concerned about the things that they were concerned about decades ago. And it may not reflect where the world is going. Not saying not to count out elders, but they're often wrong. If AI could rule more effectively than humans, then AI should rule. So this isn't a world where no, I think humans need to rule humans. I don't think you can break it down to a science, guys. I don't think you should. I think it's part of the human experience that we have to be allowed imperfections. And that's not always gonna give us the best results, but sometimes the means matter just as much as the ends, if not more. Countries that do not serve our interests should be toppled. That's some scary stuff. That's how America effectively is a lot of the time. Like, we've had countries try to, like, change their economic ties to us, nationalize natural resources to benefit for the people of this country and stop Americans from drilling in our country. You know what happens to their leaders? Yeah, we've toppled democratic leaders in other countries. It's insane. It's insane that that has happened, and it's not like a frequent conversation in the mainstream, but it's not. It's not. Our media has totally failed. It is awful. The United World Government, a united world government would be a benefit to mankind. I'll put a light disagree. I'm not saying it could never work, but it would be like a federal government and a local government thing, but the local governments would be the like the nation governments, and it would be so complicated. I generally disagree though, because I don't think a one world government could meet all the needs of everybody on such a local level. And that's I don't want to concentrate too much power in any one place. I like the divisions we have now. I think we could divide it even more than we currently do. Who knows? But I don't know if I want to concentrate power more like that. Not on an international scale. If there is going to be some sort of international, like, UN type thing, I am going to be very slow to hand it, like, bigger powers. Maybe eventually there will be a time for that, but I'm hesitant. I'm not completely ruling it out. I'm just really hesitant. The very existence of the state is a threat to our liberty. In a way, yes, it is. We are sort of playing a balancing act between the state and our liberty. I think both can be necessary, but one is always going to be a threat to the other. And that's just the continuous fight in any sort of political organization. And it's a fight that I think we have to continue to happen and keep both in order, but in balance. IMO. I support regional unions such as the European Union. Agree, strongly disagree. I don't remember what I hit in the last quiz, but I'll just hit agree. Sure, why not, if all the nations involved want it, and find a purpose for it. I would never stop them or tell them they shouldn't. International aid is a waste of money. Strongly disagree. I think international aid, it depends how you measure a waste of money. I think it's okay to protect people who aren't your citizens, not at the expense of your citizens, but like if you have the means to help other people, it can be good for just humanitarian purposes, but diplomatic purposes as well. You can develop strong relationships with other nations by helping their people. If you want to get like a cold strategic approach to it, there's something there. There is no need for local or state governments. I will do a strong disagree. I think at least local governments. I don't know. Maybe it's a lack of imagination from me, but I think at least local governments are good. Or at least they have a purpose. We have no right to militarily intervene in other nations. I would say light agree. Maybe there are some extreme circumstances, but in a general sense, if we are not being attacked, if we are not involved, then I would like to stay out of other people's issues. Of course, there are also like alliances and stuff like that could pull you into a military conflict. I don't like the idea of it, but there may be times where that's appropriate. But generally, I don't want to get involved. Catering to popular opinion is detrimental to a nation. Generally disagree. I think people, once the indoctrination, when you remove a lot of the indoctrinating language, they know what's in their best interest. A lot of people, not all. Of course, there's always going to be people who don't. So that's kind of why I still sort of believe in democracy, because I do think people have the capacity to go in the right direction. Laws should not be based on religion. Strongly agree. Local governments address issues that the national government would never touch without them. Sure, why not? People should be given freedom whenever it causes little security risk. Agree. I'm trying to think of like where that would be a problem, but I'll say generally agree. I'll put a light agree because I'm not sure if there's something I'm overlooking right now. My nation should stay out of international affairs. Light agree. Like I said, extreme circumstances, there may be times where it's appropriate. Generally, though, I think we've meddled in other people's business too much. I enjoy some foreign cultures. Strongly agree. Yeah, I do. There's plenty of international like entertainment I enjoy, international food, lots of fun stuff, fashion, a lot of cool stuff. Border protection is important. Neutral, I guess. Doesn't really matter as much as we make it out to be. I'm sure there are some genuine threats on the border, but honestly, I always think they're more overblown than they deserve to be treated, I guess. We are first and foremost citizens of Earth. I'll put neutral there, but honestly, citizens of Earth is such a big umbrella that it's basically meaningless. It removes any meaning that the term citizen has, so it doesn't really say anything to me. Sounds like some hippie stuff to me, and I've been accused of some hippie-isms here and there, but like that basically says nothing to me. Oppression by corporations is more of a concern than oppression by the governments. I do a light agree because that's how the current system I live in deals with. There are other countries where maybe it's flipped or maybe it's more balanced. In the current system in the United States, corporations are the bigger threat than the government, I think. Will that change? Yeah, sure. It probably changes all the time. Having independent nations with the risk of global conflict creates a large threat to humanity as a whole. Again, with so many nations now having like nuclear weapons and stuff like that, yeah, absolutely. International trade is generally beneficial. I will say agree. It's good to be able to get stuff from other places. being able to buy and sell, buy what you don't have and sell what you have a lot of. I think that can be good. We should respect those who have served in our military. I don't reserve like a special respect for them, like above like all others. I don't put them on like that sort of pedestal. Maybe I respect them more than like average Joe Schmo, but like I try not to like fall into the trap where the government often hides behind the military, like our blind respect for like the military and police and stuff like that. And I try to avoid getting into that mentality. So I would say neutral. Respect them as much as you want to respect them. But I'd say in a lot of cases, treat the rank and file with respect. You can hate the institution and without hating the people. If you have problems with how the military acts, and I think a lot of Americans do. There's at least one conflict that a lot of Americans can disagree with. There should be no police force. I'll put a light disagree. I think there's some use for police forces, but it's a necessary evil, because police, just as easily as they can be used to protect, they can be used to oppress. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that it has the capacity to be both. I think that's an incredibly balanced way of thinking about it. I don't think that's extreme at all, really. A national government must be strong to adequately protect all its citizens. Maybe a little, yeah. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't feel super strongly about it, but I guess I agree. Local governments give each region good representation on their views. I don't think government in general always represents its people's opinions very well. I'm going to hit neutral, though, because I don't know how I feel about that. Diplomacy only hurts nations. Strongly disagree. What do you want to do? Just start bombing people willy-nilly? Don't answer that. Nations should cooperate whenever it benefits them both. Generally agree. Just if it could benefit two nations and be at the expense of other nations, and I think that should be considered. There's all sorts of extra factors, but generally agree if you both think this is good for everybody involved. You lean into that, I guess. I don't know. Communism, if implemented correctly, would be a good form of economics. Like I said, I want like a hybrid socialist capitalist system. I think Marxism has some interesting things to it. I think Marx had some great critiques of capitalism. I guess it depends on your view of communism, because like all other isms, it's sort of changed to fit the modern day. I'm going to hit an unsure. Who knows? Maybe it has the capacity to be a really good system. It depends what you mean on correctly, I guess, because you're saying like if implemented correctly, but what's correctly? So I'll hit and I don't know on that one. Depends on your idea of correctly. Maybe it depends on my idea of correctly. People born to wealthy families have unfair success even when they aren't skilled and don't work hard. Generally agree. Yeah. They have a leg up over other people, and wealth breeds more wealth. And it's not necessarily the cream of the crop rising to the top. The government should not break up monopolies. Strongly disagree. Break up those monopolies. Keep competition strong, man. Subdivisions of nations should have their own militaries. I guess it would depend on the nation. In the United States, that's such an interesting concept because we've kind of been built on like this idea around militias, but we don't really do anything with militias except domestic terror. So I don't know. I guess I'll hit a neutral. Depends on the nation. Immigrants can never really adapt to our way of life. Strongly disagree. One of the most American people I know is a first-generation Greek immigrant. Laws should vary from area to area and culture to culture within a country. Generally agree with like the agreement that we have like those standard rights across the board that enable everybody to participate in democracy equally. To chase progress at all costs is dangerous. I don't remember what I said on this one. It's such a loaded question. I don't know. I'm gonna hit neutral because I don't remember what I put before, but it's a weird framing, and I don't think I want that to factor into my overall thing because I don't know how I feel about the framing of the question. Only those who serve in the military should be allowed to have influence on who is in power. Strongly disagree, weirdo. Do you hate, like, do you have contempt for the ordinary people? Do you think they're not qualified? Do you think the military are uniquely smart on how power works? Because there's plenty of dunces in the military. I think that's, like, undeniable. People in the military would tell you that. Democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others we've tried. I've heard this one so many times. Is the worst form of government except for all the others we've tried. I'm gonna hit a neutral on that. It's kind of, it's trying to be cute, and I'm not trying to be cute right now. I think it's generally, it's saying both things. It's criticizing democracy and saying it's the best. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's the worst. I think it's got some pretty good stuff to it. We could try to democracy a little harder, maybe. We should be more accepting of other cultures. Sure. Technological progress is usually good. Generally. People should have the power to choose their leaders. Yes. A group of states without a strong national government is merely an alliance, not a nation. I guess so. Only those who serve in the military should be able to gain power in the government. Strongly disagree. Weirdo. I feel like I'm getting a lot of repeats on questions, and I hope I've remained consistent with them. Religious clothing should be banned from public. Strongly disagree. Wear what you want. Wear nothing if you'd like. I'd actually prefer it. Religion should be banned. Strongly disagree. Practice whatever you want. Or don't. Everybody should speak at least 2 languages. It would be cool if we did, but honestly, there are some places where it really doesn't matter if you learn 2 languages. I'm not one for enforcing how many or how few languages people know, so I'll just hit a neutral on that. Religion, and I only speak 1 language, but I'm trying to learn a second language. I'm in the process, but I'm a work in progress. Religion does not belong in government. Strongly agree. We should be taking in more refugees. I think we can handle that. Okay, here we go. Okay. Interesting. This is a little weirder than, okay, let's go down the line, I guess. Federal or unitary. I'm leaning towards unitary, which is interesting. I also answered a lot of these with less thought than I did in the previous one because it's like 200 something questions. That's that's a close one too. But I am talking very much about balance. A lot of the things that inspire my like view on power is like a fear of power coming from different sort of spaces where it could thrive better in different kinds of systems. So the fact that I land more towards the middle isn't crazy. Moderate democratic. Oh, I felt like I'm more democratic than they may have, than this may reflect, but I don't know. 67% is still pretty strong in the democratic position. But honestly, I was expecting to be like a little more extreme. Where does extreme begin? Like probably like the 70s or the 75? So I'm extreme when I'm 83. So maybe I'm on the edge of extreme. I'm on like the high end of moderate, which, okay. But I'd say democracy is one of the big values that I have. Maybe it's because I picked a lot more like not strongly feeling about stuff because I wasn't thinking as strongly about each of them. And I think that may have influenced a lot of these. I think I'd be a little bit more extreme if I took time and like committed to like a hard side, but I'm fine with this. Moderate globalist. I think that's rather interesting. I have isolationist tendencies. I'd say this is one of the issues where I really am a moderate though, because I generally do not know how to balance the two in the modern day world. Moderate pacifist. I'd say I'm an extreme pacifist in my everyday life. What governments do should probably not be based on how I would do it because I don't know what I'm doing. Extreme freedom. That's good. I like freedom. Extreme equality. So I lean heavy on economic equality versus protecting private financial wealth, which makes perfect sense. Deeply secular. I'm non-religious, but I'm also not like for pushing my my atheism on people. I'm secular. It means like neutral on the religious question, whether it be for or against religion. I'll actually defend there being some value for religion for some people. I'm not anti-religious necessarily in the grand scheme of things. Moderate progressive. I defended tradition a little bit more. Like, I'm not entirely anti-tradition. I think it can have... I think you got to pick and choose, though, a little bit. I think there are some traditions that have to go by the wayside. You can't let it keep us from making progress, but I don't want progress for the sake of progress. I don't see us as like these machines that have to keep moving forward. I see us as humans with thoughts and feelings and things that we value. I'm a multiculturalist. There we go. It doesn't say extreme or moderate, so it's at 75. So I guess that just means like I'm just a multiculturalist. Not moderate, not extreme. I just am. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, multiculturalist sounds good. Yeah, I feel okay about that. And I came out to libertarian socialism, which is where I ended up on the 8 values test as well. So that is at least consistent. Please note this does only factor democratic, authoritarian, globalist, isolationist, equality, markets, and progressive traditional access. Okay, so that was a long one. We've been here for a couple hours now. I'm going to cut this part here and we will go to the next quiz. I'm gonna screenshot that buddy right there just so I have that for future reference. This one, it's a little better than the previous one. It obviously, by having more questions, it's better than the 8 values one. It is an improved version. It is excessively long and it has a lot of repetition in it, which I don't know if is necessary, but I think this is probably the best one we've gotten so far. So that's cool. All right, so we'll be back in just a moment with the next one. And here we are again for number 4. I had 6 of these things lined up initially, so this is us being over the hump, though I have discovered new tests since then. Am I actually going to do every political alignment test? Probably not. Maybe I'll do some for the channel members, honestly. Maybe that's what we'll do in order to say, like, yeah, I actually did all of them, just not all in one video, because this is already getting stupid long. Also, I lost, you may have noticed, I lost the little windscreen covering thing on my microphone, so I'm testing out with a sock. I think this is what they call a hack. We'll see if that is equally effective. I was looking around for it. I was like, where'd it go? And then I found a pair of socks on the ground, and I was like, let's see how this goes. I always lose stuff, but I always know where my socks are. So we'll see how that happens. So this Pew Research Center, that's like a respected name, I believe, at least by some. I don't know. It's a political typology quiz from Pew Research Center. This feels like it's the most official thing we've done yet. So with how things kind of stack up so far, I think these have gotten progressively better. The last one with like 200 questions, obviously it was more thorough. I already feel a little bit iffy about a lot of the answers that I gave. So here we are. But in a big picture, I think it nailed me down decently well. Yeah, it's my lack of commitment that kept me from being extreme on issues, and I think that's how it is in real life. Sometimes I struggle to commit to stuff because I always assume I'm wrong. Like, I may sound arrogant when doing my political compass thing, because that's me just giving my opinion unprompted, but in general, I'm not very confident in my political ideology, like if you actually have a conversation with me. So that's the thing. So we're doing the political typology quiz. Where do you fit in the political typology? Are you faith and flag conservative, progressive left, or somewhere in between? I guess we'll see. Is it going to be on like a spectrum? Oh, is it really only 16 questions? That's interesting. And this was developed November 9th, 2021. So this is like a post-Trump test. I don't know if that's going to have anything to do with it, but it's going to be relatively modern, I'd imagine. Let's see what it's got. And since it's 16 question, I can actually give each question a little bit of time. If you had to choose, would you rather have... So we're doing a dichotomy here. You're not like standing in between here. A smaller government providing fewer services, a bigger government providing more services. I guess a bigger government providing more services. I am a filthy socialist, apparently. When you say you favor bigger government providing more services, do you think it would be better to modestly expand the current government services or greatly expand on current government services? I think we can afford like some real revolutionary change, honestly. I think going from our current healthcare system to a universal one would be a great change. If I were suggesting things like a public option, I would say that's a moderate change. In reality, I want a great change. And that sort of extends to certain other issues that I feel passionately about. But I think that's the best go-to issue because everybody's had a conversation about universal healthcare, I'd think. Next. It asks follow-up questions, which is kind of cool. Which of the following statements is closest to your view? America's openness to people from all over the world is essential to who we are as a nation. If America is too open from all over the world, we risk losing our identity as a nation. I have no insecurity about us losing our identity. Often when people come over, and this is just like historically what has always happened, you create we don't become more like them, they often become more like us to a point where it creates like these hyphenated cultures. Being Irish and being Irish American are two completely different things. And sometimes, though, it has more influence on the home country than it does on the United States in an interesting way. A lot of the times when we celebrate holidays that come from overseas, we reinvent them. And sometimes that's fueled by capitalism. Sometimes it's fueled by other cultural elements. But yeah, not worried about that at all. Our identity is safe. It's very powerful. In general, would you say experts who study the subject for many years are usually better at making good policy decisions about the subject than other people, usually worse at making good policy decisions about the subject than other people, neither better nor worse at making good policy decisions about that subject than other people? I have made the observation that often people getting so specialized can become blinded to like how ordinary people are impacted by certain issues. But I will say, in a general sense, I'm not like anti-intellectual. I would say that I'd probably trust the person who knows better. That's where I lean personally. Thinking about increased trade of goods. Man, I'm so congested today. Do I sound like awful compared to the others, or do I sound the same to you? In my own ears, I feel like I sound bad, but I don't know. Thinking about increased trade of goods and services between the U.S. and other nations in recent decades, would you say that the U.S. has gained more than it has lost because increased trade has helped lower prices and increase the competitiveness of some U.S. businesses, lost more than it has gained because increased trade has cost jobs in manufacturing and other industries and lowered wages for some workers? I would say like the ordinary person has kind of gotten both. Corporations have made a killing. The ordinary person, they've lost good, often union jobs to overseas workers, but the consumer also gets products cheaper. But if they had more money from better jobs, they could afford more expensive products. So I'd say the worst thing that's happened is losing a lot of the better manufacturing jobs. Though I would say America has been a great recipient of a lot of the international trade. We're heavy consumers. So it's hard to, I could pick either, and I wouldn't feel so bad about either answer. I'm going to pick the second one, but I could justify the first one easily. How much more, if anything, needs to be done to ensure equal rights for all Americans, regardless of racial, ethnic background? A lot. There always needs to be a lot. And I don't think it's a fight that ends. I think people are looking for a light at the end of the tunnel. There's no light at the end of the tunnel with a lot of these political issues. There's just more tunnel. And I think people have this idea that we're going to hit utopia eventually, which I think is silly. I think on racial issues, or even if race doesn't become an issue, somehow we solve the problem of racism in America. Lovely. That would be great. There would be issues like created by the similar kind of tribalism that causes racism that would continue to be a problem. It is what it is. So it's always going to be work, therefore a lot. Which comes closer to your view about what needs to be done to ensure equal rights for all Americans, regardless of their racial or ethnic background, even if neither is exactly right? Okay. Most U.S. laws and major institutions need to be completely rebuilt because they are fundamentally biased against some racial or ethnic groups. Maybe. While there are many inequities in U.S. law and institutions, necessary change can be weighed by working within the current system. I don't know if either of those are perfect, but I do believe there needs to be like radical change to the institutions. So I guess I'm closer to the first one, though I don't know if that perfectly describes it, but it's that even if neither is exactly right. So I'll just do that, and I'm cool with that. I don't know how to solve racial problems in America. Let's just be fair there. I have no idea what to do. Clearly, it's a difficult issue. Which of the following statements comes closest to your view? Business corporations make too much profit. Most corporations make a fair and reasonable amount of profit. I think they make too much profit for how little they often pay their workers. I think that's closest to my view. I think it should actually trickle down in an ideal system, but trickle it down economics don't work, so. How much, if at all, would it bother you to regularly hear people speak a language other than English in public spaces in your community? I hear it all the time. I work in one of the most diverse little areas of the city that I work in, where people from all over the world, so many different languages, and even though we don't speak the same language, I manage to somehow communicate with them. It's amazing what you can do with over-the-top hand movements and gestures when it comes to communicating with people. Like, so I've gotten used to it. So it would not bother me at all, because it doesn't bother me at all. That is my life. On a scale of 0 to 100, where 0 means you feel as cold and negative as possible, to 100, which means you feel as warm and positive as possible, how do you feel towards the major political parties? I'm a 0 on Republicans. I used to have like at least one Republican I would be like, yeah, I might vote for them over like a garbage Democrat. I'm also very cold to the Democratic Party because they're extremely corrupt and like super weak sauce, but there's like small segments of it that I could probably agree with them on a decent amount of things, but I think our priorities are just not even close to the same. I don't feel like either of the parties properly represent me, but I'd be lying if I created like a false equivalent between the two. Clearly, I'm on the left side of the spectrum, so I'd be closer to the Democrats. So, like, do I want them to be 10, 20, 10, 20, 10, 20? I feel very cold to them. And I resent them for being considered part of the left and not representing my views properly. I think that's even worse sometimes. Sometimes I feel even more mad at them because I feel like they're in the way of people who actually, like, they need to disappear for people who actually represent me to step in and fill that void. Feels like they're watering down what could be a powerful left-wing movement. I don't know. He's just like weird neoliberal fascists, as Bo Burnham referred to them. Which of these statements best describes your opinion about the United States? The U.S. stands above all other countries in the world. The U.S. is one of the greatest countries in the world, along with some others. There are other countries that are better than the U.S. Almost certainly. We've got a lot going on right now. Even at our peak, like, economically, we had major domestic issues that I think would sour my view of the country. So, yeah, there are other countries that are probably doing better than us right now. We're kind of having an identity crisis. It's been like a 300-year identity crisis on this continent. How much of a problem, if any, would you say each of the following are in the country today? Sorry. People being too easily offended by things others say. I mean, it's a little annoying sometimes. Maybe it's like a minor problem. I don't know. It's not really an issue that much. I mean, sometimes people might get caught for things that people might get caught up in like hysteria over certain things that really don't deserve it. So I would say it's a minor problem, but generally, honestly, if you're offended by people getting offended by things, you've become part of the problem, you know? That's sort of the thing. It's like the snake eating its own tail. Minor problem. People saying things that are very offensive to others. In a general sense, I don't even like engage that much with people who are like overtly like racist, except like the occasional racist relative, not like people I've had to spend holidays with who might say something. It's like, oh, do I want to have that battle? It's the holidays. Do I really want to debate the most divorced man in the room right now? I don't know. I'd say it's a minor problem because, like, if I were to like rank my priorities in the world, it's so low. What people say in their personal lives is so low. I'm like, I want like major economic reform. I want healthcare reform. I want everyone to have a union. What people say, like, that hurts other people's feelings, yeah, it can be a problem, but like if I were to power rank the problems, it's not in my top 10. So I guess it's a minor problem. Like actual like discrimination at the workplace, that's a little different. But like what people being assholes on their Facebook wall, it's less of a concern to me. Which comes closer to your view of a candidate for political office, even if neither is exactly right? I usually feel like there is at least one candidate who shares most of my views. Not most of my views. I feel like none of the candidates tend to represent my views well. And when they do say things I agree with, it never feels like it manifests when they actually get in office. So, there we go. I don't expect people to have my political views, honestly, in the United States, because like I'm a little left to the average, and like that is what it is. I've come to terms with that. I can make peace with that. Sometimes I get very angry about it. I don't know, but when election season's over, I try to calm down. And we're not in election season right now. We're kind of, it's about to kick off. We have some people announced, but we haven't really gotten to the thick of it yet. So, I haven't like been wound up too hard yet. So we'll see where I am in like a year. In general, how much do white people benefit from advantages in society that black people do not have? I would say I think it's a great deal. Honestly, it's hard to say. I think generational wealth is one of the large factors that works against black people a lot of the time, because when you have institutional oppression, like segregation wasn't that long ago, a lot of stability that comes in people's lives comes from like generational wealth, and it's hard to accumulate generational wealth when you started so low. Plenty of people get by, but a lot of people have been sort of stuck in that generational loop where they can't really move beyond the state that they're in. So I'd say that's one of the big factors. To have a full detailed conversation about that would probably take too long. and it would be best to take it issue by issue, but in a general sense. Here, yeah, I'll say a great deal. Do you think greater social acceptance? I'm also thinking that because, like, I was just having a conversation earlier about like a white guy in my neighborhood, like being like overtly racist to like a black family that was trick-or-treating in the neighborhood. So maybe I'm especially sensitive to the issue right now. It was a lot of time has passed, but it has stuck with me, and I bring that conversation up from time to time. It's a weird story. Do you think greater social acceptance of people who are transgender, people who identify as a gender that is different from the sex they were assigned at birth, is very good for society, somewhat good for society, neither good nor bad for society, somewhat bad for society, very bad for society? I think it is very good to normalize understanding people who are different from ourselves. I think there's a lot of transgender hysteria going on right now. I think it's all really based on misinformation. People think that, like, babies are getting their pee-pees chopped off. Well, they are. It's called circumcision. I was a victim myself. Jokes aside, I think people misunderstand the process to a great deal, and that's really what contributes to it. I think people also, like, when it comes to like bathroom politics, people freak out a whole lot over it based on misunderstandings. They think that there's like this widespread epidemic of transgender bathroom sexual assaulters out there, when the data just doesn't back that up. So, oh, I just noticed I kept the Mr. Beat's video open. Yeah, shout out to Mr. Beat. So I would say it would be best that we be more sympathetic to what these folks are going through, because it's not an easy process. And I feel like people having sort of the knee-jerk reaction to something different is sort of natural in a way. Like, I didn't always understand trans issues, and I still don't feel like I fully do. But I think it's okay to, like, be sympathetic to people even if you can't fully understand what they're going through. Just trust that they're sincere, I guess. Question 14 of 16. Overall, would you say people who are convicted of crimes in this country serve too much time in prison, too little time in prison, about the right amount of time in prison? Generally, too much. That's not like across the board. I think a lot of our drug laws are a product of this. There's so many people spending way too much time in prison for non-violent drug offenses that shouldn't even be offenses. But that's sort of what stands out to me when it comes to this conversation. I think about the war on drugs because it's been present my entire life. It's less bad now than it was, though. It's definitely moving in a better direction. But we have a new boogeyman. We got fentanyl on the streets and stuff. So that is we've hit a new wave. Marijuana is no longer the scary thing for people. Probably should have like zoomed this in and sized these up. That probably would have been better, but I'm already almost done. So here we go. Which of the following statements comes closest to your view? Religion should be kept separate from government policies. Government policies should support religious values and beliefs. We've answered this question essentially in every quiz. So yeah, not religious myself. I don't want to be forced to be religious, and I don't want you to be forced to not be religious. So let's just keep it out of politics in general, for everybody's sake. I think it serves everybody's interest. I won't oppress you, you don't oppress me. How about that? In the future, do you think U.S. policies should try to keep it so America is the only military superpower? It would be acceptable if another country became as militarily powerful as the U.S. I think it would be okay if that happened. Depending, of course, some countries I'd trust less with that power than others. Oh, So what I was saying is, I'll finish that. I think American foreign policy has been sort of one of the bigger shames of my lifetime, and like basically since a lot of the Cold War, but I think Vietnam was really the straw that broke the camel's back. But since then, it's been hard to be like proud of the what do I say? Like proud of the military interventions we've had. We had a moment after 9/11 where the pride came back, but I think that's sort of receded at this point. If there were other military powers, there's sort of like the threat of conflict, which could be really bad, but it could also just like keep other countries from bullying smaller countries, because there's this little bit of tension, I guess. It's sort of like the nuclear thing. At this point, nuclear power never should, well, not nuclear power, but nuclear weapons never should have happened. It was a mistake. But if they're here now, so the one good thing about them is that nuclear powers don't want to fight each other. I guess that's the thing. So I guess these massive military powers could serve as a deterrent to one another. But if it does go poorly, it's gonna go really poorly. So that's what it is. Hope the sock worked for this one. I'm gonna check the audio back. If it did, I might just keep it this way, because honestly, this is good. This is an aesthetic that works for me. Sock mic. Political. So I best fit into progressive left. That's about where I thought I would be. This is interesting, though, how this spectrum works. I'm not surprised that I'm progressive left. Establishment liberals are considered almost like progressive left, which is weird. I feel like there should be something in between these two. I don't know. Democratic mainstays. Like, oh, we got more stuff. Progressive left is the only majority white non-Hispanic Democratic-oriented political typology group. Have very liberal views on virtually every issue and support far-reaching change to address racial injustice and expand the social safety net. So it's predominantly white. So I am that. I know that a lot of left-leaning minority groups have like a little bit more of a religious bend than the progressive leftist white people do, which sometimes push them a little closer to the center, but there's definitely tons of other factors that could contribute to that. I am so on the fringe, and I understand that, I suppose. I am in line with 6% of the public, which isn't it. That is not good. That is not good. That's disappointing, but it is what it is. It's fine, whatever. 7% of registered voters I'm in line with, so they I guess if you're in like a political extreme, you are politically motivated to get out there and vote, so they are like technically overrepresented like by just a small amount as registered voters. and 8% of 2020 voters. Okay, that's interesting. I'd imagine the left was pretty strong there because they were so anti-Donald Trump during that period that it got people out. The progressive left, I'd imagine, is not always super motivated because there isn't really a progressive leftist candidate. Bernie Sanders was there for a minute. He tried. He did his best. That's about as close as we've gotten. I'd imagine if he was in the general, these numbers, well, this number would go up pretty high, but I guess we don't live in that world right now. Highly politically engaged, deeply concerned about racial justice, support strong action to address climate change. Did they ask me about climate change? I don't remember. All right, let's see. And it has just my results on individual questions. All right, that one was fine. It was a lot less than, I guess it was more practical when it comes to like, if I wanted to vote in this next election. I had no idea where I stood. I guess it takes on the issues of the day and focuses in more on the issues of the day, which is good in its own way. It's not as detailed as the previous one, but I think that was fine. And I think it nailed me. That's pretty much where I am. Flag and faith conservatives. That's the other side. That's an interesting one. That's like Christian nationalists, I suppose. All right, so we're gonna keep it moving. This one I'd say is it was my favorite to take because it was short. I think the one before this may have been much more detailed, but I think this is fine. I definitely recommend this one. All right, let us continue with the next one. And we are back again with the penultimate quiz thing. We're just gonna do one more after this. I ended up finding several others as well. Like, more and more quizzes are piling up, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to call this taking every political alignment test. Maybe I will for clickbait purposes, but generally it's not going to be that, because I only got one or two more of these in me. I don't think I can do much more. As far as like positive things that came out of this, the sock thing is doing it for me. I think we're gonna stick with this. Like I don't know. I think I got something good with that. All right, whatever. So let's get started with ISideWith. This is specifically seemingly curated to the 2024 presidential election. So it's going to have very contemporary issues, which is interesting. Issues that may not be relevant, like 20 years down the line. These may not be the indicators of your political alignment down the line, but they are deeply important right now. So I'm excited to see what we got here. One thing I do know is that there are longer versions of this. Like, you can add more questions in each individual category. I don't know if I feel like I should, but this is getting so long at this point. I might just deal with like the default questions, which doesn't add up to be too many at this point. Well, I guess we'll take it as we go. We'll see what happens. All right. We're gonna get started, and yeah, we're gonna put that real big. Maybe one more. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. That's a good zoomage right there. Should the federal government increase funding of healthcare for low-income individuals? Sure. Yeah. Actually, about what are other statements? But I prefer switching. Yes, but increase for. Yes, but I prefer switching to a single-payer healthcare system. That's me. Okay, so I might have to hit the show more answers option from time to time. How important is this to me? Um, more. It's more important to me. It's very important. Most, I don't know. Can I only do one as most? Because I don't know what the rest of the questions are. I'm just going to say it's more important to me. Do you support the patient protection and affordable? You know, I'll put most. Single payer healthcare sounds important. Do you support the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Acts, Obamacare? I think they were all right. I think they were better than what they had before, but didn't go as far as they should. Yes, but a mandatory single-payer system would probably be better, and allow consumers to choose providers and import pharmaceuticals from other countries. Oh, that's also pretty good. I don't know. Both of these sound all right. I support a majority of the plan, but not all aspects. I guess I'll do yes, but I would prefer a single payer system. That's where we're going here. Should the government require employees of large businesses to be vaccinated from COVID? That's a good question. I think vaccine requirements should probably be I've always been in favor of like soft mandates if you're going to do anything. It's rather like a push factor. People have incentives to get vaccinated rather than like I don't want like needles to be forced into arms. That is one of the things. So this is sort of a soft mandate issue. Like you're incentivized to do this because it's linked to your job. I want to see what the other stances are. No, I think businesses should require vaccination, but not by government mandate. Add your own stance. The question is no longer relevant and should be removed. I don't feel like adding my own stance, but I guess I'll say there are some important times in which it might be good to have requirements where it's absolutely necessary for you to have a vaccine. Like truck drivers were a big issue. If you're a truck driver that travels internationally and the countries that you travel to require you to be vaccinated, I don't know what to tell you. I think you gotta get the thing, because it fundamentally messes with your ability to perform the duty. It's like, I guess I think the go-to example people use is like a devout Muslim working at a liquor store. It fundamentally gets in the way of you doing your job. Potentially, if you have that strong moral or spiritual objection. So where do I even fall on this? Should the government require employees of large businesses to be vaccinated? Not government mandate. I think it would be smart for businesses to require it. I guess that's as close as we get to my stance here, but it's not perfect. I guess that's why I will put it at somewhat. Yeah, I'll leave it at somewhat because it's not like a perfect description of how I feel. Of course, I could do more questions. We're just going to keep moving down the line. It's getting way too long. Should the government increase spending on public transportation? Yeah, I think so. Public transportation is not that good where I'm from. I think it's good for people in cities to have good access to quality public transportation. And some have better systems than others. I would prefer not to have to own a car, but it's a huge gulf of convenience in between public transportation and having a personal vehicle. And it's just a difficult adjustment to make when our roads are so very much designed for the personal vehicle. Should funding for local police departments be directed to social and community-based programs? I want to see what the other stances are on this one. Yes, and abolish the police. Yes, replace police with unarmed community-based responders for nonviolent calls. No, increase funding and training for police departments and higher crime rate communities. Read more stances, add your own stance. This question is no longer relevant. Should funding for local police departments be redirected to social and community-based programs? Replace police with unarmed community-based responders. I think there's something in between this and abolish the police, which is where I feel like the issue, and I think it's a very common stance. It's not really all that unique to me. I think depending on the nature of the issue, police are not mental health experts. They're not always trained the best in de-escalation. They spend a disproportionate amount of time learning how to shoot a gun and not enough learning about de-escalation. It's, I guess I'll just say yes, it should be redirected. Also, our police departments should be demilitarized. Should the police department be allowed to use military-grade equipment? No, there we go. That's actually exactly what... Oh, I forgot to put how important this is to me. It's pretty important. I think it's pretty important. Should police be allowed... Departments be allowed to use military-grade equipment? No, and that is very important that they don't be allowed to use military-grade equipment. The police can effectively be considered an occupying army that is volatile to dissenting groups. And it's really worrisome what they can cause with that. You're there to protect the community. You're not an occupying army. At least I think that's how it should be. Should convicted criminals have the right to vote? Yes, I think everybody should have the right to vote. I would say that's very important to me. I think if you're a citizen of the United States, you should be allowed to vote, even if you're a convicted criminal. Because even if you are a convicted criminal, you may have a disagreement with the laws that landed you there in the first place, like the drug laws. Do I feel like people convicted for nonviolent drug offenses should have their right to vote taken away? No, they should be allowed to vote and get somebody in office that can fix the broken laws that landed them there in the first place. The only reason people would be concerned about this is that our prison population in the United States is extremely bloated, largely because of the drug war, which you know how I feel about that at this point. Or at least you probably have a pretty good idea. Should the government increase or decrease military funding? I want to see what the other stances are. I think I know what I want, but I'm just... Neither. I am satisfied with the current spending. Increase, but only after our deficit is drastically reduced. That's interesting. We're getting hella fiscal in this place. I would say decrease. Our military budget is bloated and it needs more accountability is one of the big issues here. I feel like the money's not being spent on the right things. So I would say, yeah, it's such a huge percentage of the federal budget. We can afford it. We dwarf the next several countries behind us in military spending. We're okay, especially if we, you know, maybe decrease our military presence around the world. Some people wouldn't want that, but I feel we're in a lot of places we don't really need to be. Should every 18-year-old citizen be required to provide at least 1 year of military service? No, I'm not one for mandated military service. I think the government can incentivize it if they really need people, especially the U.S. government. They have the means. If they wanted to mandate a year of public service, I'd feel a little better about it, though I don't think it's necessarily the way I would like to do it, but I would feel a little grayer on the issue if you had other options, not just the military, but other public services you could help to provide. But generally, I don't want to mandate that kind of work. Should foreign terrorism suspects be given constitutional rights? Yes, they're just suspects. We have the burden to prove that they are not just suspects and that they are confirmed terrorists. I think we should have to prove that before we treat them as terrorists. They should be treated as people first. I feel very strongly about that. Environmental issues. Okay, here we go. Should the government increase environmental regulations to prevent climate change? Yeah. Not just climate change, but other like negative impacts that come from like pollution, like that damages like the water supply and stuff. There's a whole bunch of reasons you'd want to increase environmental regulations. I'm curious if there's any other answer that resembles that a little better. And provide more incentives for alternative energy production. I think that's pretty good. Yeah. More or most, either are fine. I feel pretty strongly about that. I think we have to make sure we have clean drinking water and renewable energy. Renewable energy, you can argue that not just from a happy hippie liberal perspective, but from the perspective of like having renewable energy is a great way to own your energy and be less dependent on like the international community and trade and stuff. I think there's something there. Like owning solar panels is incredibly liberating when you don't have to pay your electric bill anymore. That's great. And investment in renewable energy can have a positive impact like that in many different areas. So if you're not a happy hippie liberal on the issue of climate change, there are other reasons to lean towards renewable energy. Should the U.S. withdraw from the Paris Climate Agreement? I don't think so. I think there needs to be some... I don't know too much about it. I'll say more rather than most. I don't know too much about like a lot of the specifics, but I think if we all sort of came together in an international sense, it would make it easier for everybody to do that. And I think the U.S. should probably be one of the leaders in that regard because we are so influential on the international stage. Should disposable products such as plastic cups, plates, and cutlery that contain less than 50% biodegradable material be banned? Ban all disposable products that are not made of at least 75% biodegradable material. No, increase consumer incentives to recycle these products instead. No, but increase tax incentives for companies that make biodegradable products. I kind of like that. I kind of like that approach. Sorry, bird's making a lot of noise right now. I don't know if you can hear it through the sock. The sock is clearly doing a good job, but it might not be powerful enough to block that. I like that approach. Giving private companies an economic reason to do the right thing. Because they're not going to listen to morals. They'll probably only listen to force. I think I'd start with increased tax incentives and maybe work my way more towards like banning the non-biodegradable products. But like getting us closer to there before pulling the plug. Maybe that's a little too incrementalist. I'm not sure. Maybe it's not extreme enough for even my liking. I feel a little weird about it, but that's what I'll go with for now. It's somewhat important to me. Hold on. Yeah, it's somewhat important to me. There are more important issues, but I think it's there. Should women be allowed to wear the niqab or face veil? I hope I didn't pronounce that poorly. Face veil to civic ceremonies. I don't see why not. I don't know if there's a good reason to stop that. I think there's I'll say I'll say more. I don't know why you would even stand in the way of that. It feels like say what you want about religious garb and like the historic oppression that is sometimes associated with it. If somebody is free to make that choice, I think they should be able to make that choice. Yeah, as long as they're sufficiently free and they're not being forced into it. I think that's fine. Should the government continue to fund Planned Parenthood? I'd say yes. Planned Parenthood is not just abortion. I think that's like one of those big misconceptions about it. It's mainly associated with abortion. There's STD screenings and all sorts of stuff that come from that. Actually, I want to see the other stances. It's very likely there's something in here that covers that a little better. Yes, their service reach far beyond abortions and can save many lives through cancer screenings, prenatal services, and adoption referrals. Yeah, absolutely. Like, even if you don't like abortion, there's plenty of important stuff that comes out of Planned Parenthood. So I think that's very important. Or most. I don't know. I feel like these are like becoming arbitrary, and like I'm just hitting a level without thinking too much about it. But I mainly mostly stand by my main choices, unless I say otherwise. I consider myself pro-choice because I don't want to get into telling you what you can do while something is literally leeching off of your life force. I'll say I would say it's very important that people maintain their ability to have that choice. I think that's important to me. Should the federal government fund universal preschool? I think so. I'm coming from academia, so I'm really interested in just creating a more educated masses, and I think America has all sorts of potential if we just invest in ourselves. I would say that's pretty darn important. Should the federal government pay for tuition at four-year colleges and universities? What are the other stances? Yes, only for partial tuition. I generally think yes, we should invest in college. I would say more. In my state, we have right out of high school, you can get 2 years of community college if you're from here. If you come from somewhere else, you don't get that. But you get 2 years of community college, and I thought that was really cool. I just missed the boat on that. They started that after I finished high school, and it only applies to people who are just getting out of high school. So you'd go straight into community college. Maybe it's not the best implementation, but in principle, I am down for that. So at least those 2 years, get that associate's degree. And I think there should be generally public options for higher education. Pretty much everywhere. A lot of the better, more public options end at community college. Should critical race theory be taught in K through 12 education? I'm curious what the other stances are here. Yes, but not until they are teenagers. Yes, and also add intersectionality and the 1619 project to the curriculum. I'll say this about the 1619 project. As a history major, basically just awaiting my master's degree to come in the mail at this point. I finished all my classes. I'm just waiting to get the piece of paper. The 1619 project is not that special. It's not particularly radical. It's basically taking where higher education in history has been for a while, more or less, and marketing it to the general public. Are there little individual problems? Probably. In the grand scheme of things, there is nothing that special about the 1619 project. And I could probably recommend better books to you, depending on what subject you're interested in when it comes to African American history. Yes, we cannot end racism until we acknowledge that our institutions, laws, and history are inherently racist. I think, yes, we have to have those conversations. I'm not interested in the 1619 project in the slightest. This is a bit optimistic. We cannot end racism until implying like, if we do this, maybe we can end racism. I've established at this point I'm not very utopian in the way I think. I don't think we're going to end racism. I don't think we're going to end poverty. I don't think we're going to end conflict. I don't think we're going to end haves and have-nots. I think it's a forever fight. I would say I feel very strongly we do need to have these conversations. I think the way they teach history in public education actually gives you a very lame version of history, a very sanitized, unchallenging version of history. Maybe it differs depending on what school you go to. I don't think the average student should spend like more than 5 minutes talking about battle strategy, because it does not matter to almost anybody. There's very few people who need to learn about this battle and what strategy they use to do whatever. Military history doesn't really matter for the ordinary person, but it has like a disproportionate presence in history classes. But once you get to higher education, it sort of fades a little bit more into the background in the grand scheme of things, unless you're going for something really specific. But in like general history education, you don't spend a whole lot of time with that, at least not where I'm from. Maybe you do. I don't know. Maybe it's different where you are. I'm not going to assume that my place is the only place that... Yeah. All right. Should homeless individuals that have refused available shelter or housing be allowed to sleep or encamp on public property? What are all the answers? This might have some gray areas. Yes, and create more social programs to provide free food, clothing, and medicine. No, and make it a criminal offense. Oh, jeez. I work in an area with a lot of homeless people, and it's devastating. And how people can look at them and be like, oh, they're such an inconvenience to have around or whatever. It's just like... Sorry, just moving stuff on my desk. It's amazing that people can like completely write off the humanity of these people, and not one solution does not fit every circumstance. So I'm going to say yes, and provide more social programs, provide free food, clothing, and medicine. People need a hand up. It's hard to pull yourself out of that situation. Anything we can do to help, great. It's very important. And I think we have the resources. We just have to be willing to share them. Should U.S. citizens be allowed to save or invest their money in offshore bank accounts? I don't really understand this level of finance that well. But it's usually like, hey, let's hide my money and not pay taxes on it, you know? No, and neither should corporations or business organizations. No, too many wealthy citizens are abusing loopholes and offshore bank accounts to evade taxes. Interesting. Yes, as long as the offshore income is reported. The thing is, it's so hard to hold people accountable when they have the offshore bank accounts. I think if you're conducting business in the United States, you are an American, I think you should probably run your finances through the American system generally. Though part of me wants to say, as long as income is reported, I know that's naive to think that's going to work. Either of these are sufficient. I'm going to do somewhat, because there's a lot of elements to this that I don't fully understand. So yeah, I'll leave that as a somewhat important. Should the U.S. raise taxes on the rich? Yes. But I do want to see what the other answers are. And raise taxes on all income brackets. No. Lower the taxes for the poor. No. Keep the current tax structure. Abolish the income tax. Disallow all reductions and increase the sales tax. That would mostly just impact like the poor. Reform to a flat tax. Jesus. Lower the income tax rate and remove all existing tax loopholes for large corporations. I'm just going to say yes. And I'm going to lean towards more. Most. I don't know. There we go. Should the government raise the federal minimum wage? Yes, and make it a living wage. Yes, and adjust it every year according to inflation. Regardless, minimum wage standards should be adjusted by age group. I don't know about that. No, and eliminate all wage standards. Oh, no. No, this will only cause prices to increase in a never-ending cycle. No, yeah, that will happen regardless. Prices are going to increase. Do we increase with it is the thing. No, most minimum wage jobs are meant to develop experience. Oh, go frick yourself. Eat a wiener. Yes, and make it a living wage. Yes, and adjust it every year according to inflation. There needs to be a minimum standard. That's very important. Science issues. Okay, not a scientist here. Not a scientist by any means. These are not the issues I typically weigh in on. I'm going to do my best, but bear with me. Bear with me on a lot of these. I'm also not a very smart person. Should the government require children to be vaccinated for preventable diseases? Yes, but only for deadly contagious diseases. Yes, but with exceptions for those whose religious beliefs forbid the use of vaccinations. Yes, they are essential to protecting other children who are too young to be vaccinated. Regardless, this should be decided at the state level. No, but require vaccinate in order to attend public school. I think that's reasonable. I think especially for public school, that is reasonable. That's sort of like the carrot and stick thing. It makes it a little easier to, like, you don't have to force shots into arms, but if you don't have shots in the arms, it's going to be a little more difficult for you. Although that does push a lot of kids into like homeschooling, and they're going to just gonna be stuck in an echo chamber, and that's also kind of lame. No, fund public ad campaigns about the risks and benefits instead. No, but hold parents criminally liable for transferring deadly diseases to other children. That would be, in a way, that's sort of based, but I don't want to go down that route. I guess this is where I stand right now. I'm a little iffy on this whole thing. I'm going to say somewhat. I don't know. It's a hard issue. Do you support the use of nuclear energy? I mean, we have it at this point. I think nuclear energy is there's a line between nuclear energy and nuclear weapons, but with public subsidy, yes, but with nationalize the industry. I would say nationalizing the industry would be safer because it would be far more safely supervised in a nationalized system without that, like, looming, that overarching, like, profit motive that causes people to cut corners. As long as there is no public subsidy. Yes, temporarily while we increase investment into cleaner renewable alternatives. I kind of want a mix of yes and nationalize the industry, and yes, temporarily while we increase investment into cleaner renewable energies. No, we should invest in cleaner alternative energies as wind, hydroelectric, thorium, and geothermal. I guess I'm kind of closer to that. I'm sort of okay with a little bit of nuclear energy. I'm not entirely against nuclear energy, but I guess I lean more towards this solution. So that's the closest one I got. I'm going to say less. On the specific issue of nuclear energy, I'm going to lean towards less. It's less important to me. I don't have a very well-defined philosophy on nuclear energy and feel like I'm not scientifically minded enough to feel too strongly about it. Should producers be required to label genetically engineered foods, GMOs? Let's see. Yes, but I would prefer to ban GMOs. Yes, consumers have the right to know what's in their food. I would say transparency, for transparency's sake, yes. Yes, I trust the science of responsible food engineering, but I don't trust the motives of the food companies selling them. That's also interesting. Regardless, producers should not be allowed to patent foods. No GMOs are most promising solution to end world hunger. That is important, but I also think transparency is important. It may not be a big issue to me, GMOs, because I know GMOs, it's not a case of like all GMOs bad. It's more like, how are you using this? Are you just using it to make the stuff bigger? What are the impacts of that? I think take it in a case-by-case basis sort of thing. No, GMOs are most prominent hunger. No, we have selectively bred crops for thousands of years, and labeling just adds an unfounded stigma to the science. I agree with that almost entirely. But I also don't want to hide it if it is something that other people are concerned about. Just because I'm less concerned about it doesn't mean that more other people aren't concerned about it. I'm going to hit less on this one. I'm going to hit less on this one. Least on this one. That's probably as... yeah, I'm going to hit least on this one. Not a super big issue to me. Should the president be able to authorize military force against Al-Qaeda without congressional approval? No, probably not. I think we need to, like, seriously pull back on the president's ability to just, like, willy-nilly declare war without declaring war. Yes, we must use whatever means necessary. No, Congress should approve all military conflicts. I think so. Yeah, I think the president needs to be held accountable for the military decisions he makes. Should the U.S. assassinate suspected terrorists in foreign countries? Probably not. The thing, like, imagine, like, we have suspected terrorists in the United States, and foreign countries sent their, like, assassins to come and kill Joe Schmo in Wyoming. It's like, hey, he was a suspected terrorist. He was gonna attack Timbuktu. That's just, he was gonna attack Brazil, so the Brazilian government sends people into the United States to kill this guy. That would be problematic. We'd be like, oh, this is like a foreign invasion. So yeah, that's we can't do that. Oh, sorry, I'm hitting the wrong button. Here we go. We cannot do that because we would not accept that standard the other way around. Should the president mobilize the U.S. military against Mexican drug cartels? Probably not. Doesn't sound like a good idea, especially since, like, the Mexican government doesn't want us to do that, so we'd be invading Mexico. And I'm not going to hop on the invade Mexico bandwagon because that sounds crazy. I'm all for, like, getting us out of foreign conflict. I'm not going to put us in Mexico, one of our biggest allies in the world. It would ruin that relationship, and, like, there's probably more we could do domestically to deal with the national drug problems when it comes to like making sure people have, I guess, cleaner drugs, affordable drugs, and non-criminalized drugs, so that they don't have to resort to using cartel connections. That would be lovely. It's a start, at least. Should corporations, unions, and nonprofit organizations be allowed to donate to political parties? I'm curious what the alternate answers are. Yes, but limit the amount they can donate. No, these types of donations turn into bribes. That is true. They do. We have this legalized bribe system in the United States where you can donate to political campaigns and organizations. They get into power and then they do you favors. And people need money to get elected in the United States. You can't, well, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's pretty darn near impossible to get elected without a ton of money. And the easiest way to do that is to take massive bribes. No, but allow donations from unions and nonprofits. Unions and nonprofits I don't feel as badly about. But I'll just say none. Let's just publicly finance our elections or something. Oh, here we go. And political campaigns should be publicly funded. There we go. There's a big W. I found my my stance. Should the Electoral College be abolished? I believe so. And switch to a ranked voting system. That would be great. So and switch to representative democracy, popular vote system. I would like a ranked voting system. So that's an interesting one, because it's like, I recommend actually checking out Mr. Beat's video on it, because he would explain it better than I do. So look up Mr. Beat, ranked choice voting. But generally, how I feel about the Electoral College, it's supposed to protect not so populated areas from overpopulated areas, so that the elections don't just come down to like the most populated states getting all the attention. And there is something good about that. One of the problems that I face being in sort of a Democratic stronghold, if I wanted to vote for somebody else, it doesn't matter, because as far as the Electoral College goes, they're going to vote for the Democrat. It does not matter who I vote for, because I'm in a Democratic stronghold. What's up, dude? Got a lot to say? Yeah, he's got a lot to say. And for Republicans, if you're a Republican in a predominantly Democratic state, you are, and it's not like a swing state. This one's going blue no matter what. Your vote does not matter under the current system at all. At least not on the national level. Yeah, and it works against like third parties. It just reinforces the two-party system we have that nobody seems to like, but we won't do anything about. Should a photo ID be required to vote? What are all the other answers? Yes, this will prevent voter fraud. No, there is little evidence that voter fraud even exists. There really isn't a lot of evidence for widespread voter fraud. No, and automatically register every citizen to vote when they turn 18. Yes, that would be the easiest thing in the world. I think we make it way too complicated. Every American citizen, just by virtue of being an 18-year-old in the United States, you should be able to vote. You shouldn't have to register. It should be done for you. And they can do that. Countries do that. Honestly, I think it would be a little easier. There would be I don't know. And it would incentivize people to vote who may be intimidated by the process, just knowing they can walk in and actually vote without having to like register beforehand. They can make the call like, I think I'm going to vote today. No, this will disadvantage those who do not have the resources to obtain one. Yeah, I'm just gonna stick with this one. Yeah, auto register. Hell yeah. That's just built into your human rights, not in your rights as an American citizen, I think. Domestic policies. We're gonna talk about guns. Should there be more restrictions on our current process of purchasing a gun? I've already talked about like red flag laws and stuff like that, and ban all guns from public use, but only by closing the gun show loophole. The gun show loophole is pretty bad because it allows private sales of guns to go pretty much unaccounted. So it's an easy way to buy a gun legally and be able to kind of like skirt things like background checks and stuff. Yes, requires strict background checks and psychological testing and training. That's probably closer to where I want to be. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I'm going to lean towards more. I grew up my whole life thinking there was going to be a shooting at school. That's just the age I grew up in, and it's even worse for kids now. I think we got to do something. Can't just do nothing. Should teachers be allowed to carry guns at school? No, that's stupid. That is stupid. Teachers don't even want to carry. They don't even want it. They don't even want to do that. I know teachers. They don't. Well, everything I say comes with the caveat that it sort of reflects my personal exposure to it. Maybe there are places where teachers want to carry guns. I highly doubt that that's like a popular opinion in the grand scheme of things. These are I think politicians that have been bought by the gun lobby and who are making this argument. I don't think this is ordinary people making these arguments. Should victims of gun violence be allowed to sue firearms dealers and manufacturers? Yes, any business should be liable if the primary use of its product is for an illegal activity. Yes, as long as the losing party pays all legal fees. It's our constitutional right to sue anyone for any reason. That is true. It is our constitutional right to sue anyone for any reason. Can't say it's going to go well. No, manufacturers and dealers should only be held liable for negligence. I I'd say there should be dealers and manufacturers. Depending on the circumstances. I don't know if any of these necessarily fit in perfectly. Under cases of course, like faulty manufacturing causing injury, you should absolutely be able to sue for that reason. As long as the losing party pays. I guess I'll go for this. It's pretty close. For faulty manufacturing, you should be able to sue if it causes like injuries or whatever, or if there's just something significantly wrong with the product. I think there's definitely something there. For like dealers, if you like skirt regulations, absolutely you should be held accountable if you like fail to do like your due diligence as a dealer. Let's say if we do implement red flag laws and the dealer completely ignores them or provides stuff despite like obviously bad things coming up on like background checks, yes, you should be able to hold that person accountable for somebody getting a gun that should not be able to get a gun. I guess that's pretty close to where I stand. Should the U.S. build a wall along the southern border? I think that's a waste of money, honestly. It'd be costly and ineffective, yeah. I think that's as close as you'll get to how I feel about it. It really wouldn't do much. No, and we should adopt an open border policy. I've dabbled in like loosening our regulations around the border. Open border, I'm not as sure about as But I do feel like we should like loosen our immigration policies. I think they don't do much for how strict they are. No, keep the current wall, but do not build more of it. No, but increase our military presence along the way. Yeah, I think it's too costly and ineffective. That's probably where I feel about it. But honestly, it's an issue I don't care too much about. We waste money on things every day. Should illegal immigrants have access to government subsidized health care? Huh, that's a good question. And grant them citizenship. Yes, and grant them citizenship, maybe. Yes, but they should be deported after treatment. Yes, but only for life-threatening emergencies or infectious disease. If they pay taxes. Yeah, I think anybody who pays taxes should, I don't think, if you need healthcare, I think you should get it. That's where I feel sort of across the board. If you're in the United States, if you need healthcare, you have a right to get the best healthcare we can provide. I don't care who you are. If you're sick, I want you to be able to get medicine. Easy enough. I'm not going to get into the business of saying no to people on this. You need help. The priority for healthcare providers should be to provide that help to people who need it. No unnecessary prying should be done in that case. We'll talk about the issue of immigration separately. When it comes to healthcare, I want everybody to be okay. Should undocumented immigrants be offered in-state tuition rates at public colleges within their residing state? I mean, this as long as they pay taxes, but denying eligibility for financial assistance. Yes, and they should be eligible for financial assistance and scholarships. No, and all illegal immigrants should be deported. That seems to be the answer for all these questions. One of the answers for all these questions. No, they should pay the same rate as out-of-state students. That's an interesting question. Should they count as like in-state students or should they count as out-of-state students? I guess I just want education to be largely accessible across the board. So I would lean towards just a flat yes and work out the details later. I'm going to put myself in somewhat, because I'm actually not sure how I would do the execution of that. I'm not. Some of these raise my ears, but I don't know what I'd go for. Oh, okay. If in 2024 Rhode Island U.S. Senate election were held today, which candidate would you vote for? I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna have to. I know Sheldon Whitehouse. I know him rather well. I'm just gonna leave that blank because I'm actually not sure. I'll do my research on each individual candidate when the time comes. Because I've seen ᵒᵉ. I think he's a Republican. I don't remember Alan Waters. So I'm just gonna let that be, and I'll just say, yeah. Or I'll just leave that where it is. Whom would you like to run for president in 2024? I kind of like Marianne Williamson. I've gotten some good vibes from her. I forgot who Nikki Haley was. I'm not gonna click her because I'm not sure. I think Marianne Williamson is who I like the most right now. I'm going to say somewhat though because I'm not entirely sure. If the 2024 Rhode Island Congressional District 2 U.S. were held today, which candidate would you vote for? I don't know, man. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I research my candidates in the week leading up to elections often. I got other stuff to do. These are random, interesting questions to help gauge your opinion over time. Okay, how much would you describe your likelihood to play video games too often compared to a year ago? I would say a little higher because I just finished school, so I have a lot more time on my hands. So I'm always looking for... I don't know what to do with a lot of the extra time now, so video games. What do you expect your likelihood of playing video games too often to be a year from now? Probably about the same. How would you rate your general opinion of The Weeknd? The musician guy? I guess the same. How would your general opinion of The Weeknd in a year from now the same? Did The Weeknd do something? I'm okay. This question's weird. I want to go further down this little section's route. How would you rate this country's relationship with Colombia compared to a year ago? Weird. I don't know what... How would you rate your public perception of Hulk Hogan compared to a year ago? About the same. Potentially worse next year. We'll see. I want to keep going down this because these are some odd, random questions. I'm just curious what they're asking. I know I haven't expanded any of these until now, but these are just... I'm curious to what names they'll invoke. How would you rate your city's local arts and music compared to a year ago? I am very happy with the current art scene in my city. Providence is the city I think of. That's the city I work in, at least. And it's got like a thriving art district. And I'm hoping to have about the same opinion. How would you rate the public perception? I don't know. I don't know. Who else you got? Any other? How would you describe your trust in Mexican citizens compared to a year ago? Probably the same. Same. This is so odd. How would you describe the amount of mental health issues in this country compared to a year ago? I don't know. Probably the same. Since COVID, it's probably been the same. Probably the same. So we got... How would you describe the cost of entertainment compared to a year ago? I don't know. It depends what you do. How would you describe the average asking price for homes in your city compared to a year ago? I believe it's higher, and I expect it to get higher. This just keeps going, doesn't it? Kat Dennings, don't know Kat Dennings, don't know Kat Dennings. How would you describe the amount of corruption in this country compared to a year ago? About the same. It'll probably keep being the same, if not worse. Describe your trust in scientists in this country compared to a year ago. I don't know. Probably the same. Probably the same. Chris Rock compared to a year ago. I really like this special, but I think I've always respected Chris Rock's ability as a stand-up comedian. So I'll just say across the board, he's all right. How would you describe the rate of obesity in this country compared to a year ago? No idea. I'm just gonna say same. How would you describe your trust in local police departments compared to a year ago? Probably the same. Okay, this is... I see where this is going. Let's just wrap this. Which qualities are most important to you in a candidate? How many can I hit is the question. Integrity is important. Intelligence doesn't hurt. Honesty, vision, effectiveness is good. Determination. I don't want you like rolling over at the first bit of bullcrap. Morality is good, but honestly, it's like, okay, if I like the policies you're implementing, I don't care if you cheat on your wife. But if you murder somebody, I think on principle, I have to say, maybe you should probably not be in office. I'll just not click morality because it's not really the main thing I measure things on. Transparency is important. Commitment, sure. Electability. Most of the people I like aren't electable. So that is what it is. Diplomacy, sure. Leadership, sure. Common sense, sure. Why not? Consistency, sure. Let's just go with that. This is running its course. We'll see where I stand. I don't know where I feel. I mean, I don't know how I feel. I guess we'll see. It's actually taken a minute to really personalize this thing. This is very sweet. No, thanks. I don't need to share it. I'm already doing that. Okay, Marianne Williamson. There we go. Elizabeth Warren is interesting. I feel iffy about her these days. I don't know what she's been up to lately, though. Since the last election cycle, I don't know. She was a little shady. The way she threw that sexism stuff at Bernie, I just wasn't buying that. You know, I had trouble believing that there wasn't something cynical being thrown in there. Maybe she was telling the truth. I don't know, but it felt wrong. But that's just vibes based here. Elizabeth Warren, I have liked her in the past, though. Marianne Williamson, though, that is probably my girl right now. Joe Biden, 79%. I honestly expect to be a little lower on the Joe Biden stuff. Where am I? So, wait. So the highest Republican is Chris Sununu. Centralization, assimilation, democracy. Okay. But it's less than 50%. Jacob Hornberger, that's an interesting name. Libertarian, that's a little scary. Chris Christie is the first Republican I recognize that I have anything in common with. And yeah, I don't, none of these qualities really ring too close to me. So yeah, and it's less than 10%. How close am I to Trump? Oh, sorry. 4%. Confidence, business experience. Yeah, that sounds about right. Ron DeSantis is lower to me than Trump is, which is interesting. Mike Pence is higher than Donald Trump. When they first were elected, I think I hated Mike Pence more than I hated Donald Trump. So I find that interesting. I guess something in his traditional nature involved not completely disregarding the law and overriding a democratic election. Democratic, I say, in the sense of as democratic as this, as the system the way it is it has democratic elements. But yeah. Okay, your answer: decrease. Should the government increase or decrease military spending? Okay, so this goes down each individual question, which is cool. That's fine. So Marianne Williamson, that's who I'm leaning towards at this stage, but who knows? There's still time for other people to jump into the ring. Oh, hold on 1 second. Sorry, I should have checked this first. It's got my ballot. So it's got my people in order here for president, but it's also got my people in Senate in case anybody wanted to see. So Sheldon Whitehouse was apparently closer. Alan Waters, also a Democrat, but the White House name, I believe, goes back a little bit in my state. I don't know if that means anything. My parties, too. I do want to see what it says. Socialist, Green, then Democratic, which is interesting. I think I've seen the Peace and Freedom Party somewhere. I don't know what kind of presence that has, but I've hardly ever heard of it. But the closest what I think is a right-wing party is the Libertarians, which makes sense. I'm considered libertarian left, And 39%, not too bad. There's some places in which people who are very left-leaning and libertarians can come together. So that's a thing. And Republicans are 1%. Constitution Party. I don't know much about those folks. But I've got a good array of things. I almost voted Libertarian once. I felt a little iffy. And the only time I never really considered voting for Libertarian at all was like they weren't even on the table was during the pandemic. Because I was thinking like, I can't have somebody who's like basically going to do nothing. We need somebody who's at least going to do something. And in cases of that kind of crisis, I didn't really want a libertarian, but there are maybe times of general peace and lack of panic where I could see myself leaning towards a libertarian. It just means the time would have to be right. So those are my parties, and I think that's it. Yeah, so there we go. Now we're going to go to the next one. All right. All right, we're getting there. We got just one more. There's a problem here. There's a big old problem here. There we go. Yeah, we're never going back. I did find it though. So that story arc has sort of come full circle over the course of this video, hasn't it? It was just as planned. So yeah, here we go. We got 10 groups. I don't know what this one is. Looks like it's going to be long. 83 questions is nothing to sneeze at. So I'd imagine we got another hour left. So let's just read the categories that it's measuring and see what we've got. Regular. This category evaluates one's beliefs with a general estimation within the right and left. Okay, yeah. Left, right, authoritarian, libertarian spectrum. So that is just the political compass. Economic, governmental, diplomatic, societal, technological, law, cultural, procedural, and political. Seems easy enough. This is an interesting little chart we got here. I don't know if I fall somewhere in all of the. I guess we'll just find out as we do it. We're going. We're moving. All right. And I can't believe it. I can't believe it's our last one. That's insane. Ooh, short version. Shuffled, unshuffled. Okay. What's the detailed version? Is that... no. I think we've done enough at this point. I'm going to do the shorter version. It's 100 questions. That's more than it advertised. The short version is 100 god dang questions. I know, 99, but technically if you count the question I just answered, 100 questions. So there we go. Okay, let's start. Religion is mostly fictional. Yeah, I'd strongly agree. Religion is cultural for most people. I'm not a religious person myself, so that's naturally where I would fall, but I see a lot of cultural significance to many people in their religion. I just don't experience that myself. Yeah. The current political system in my nation is flawed. Strongly agree. I think most people would say yes to that. I don't think that's radical by any means. We should not ignore ideologies that seem radical but has a chance of success. I mean, I think it's always good to have a little anti-fascist eye out for some people. Like if the astrologers start gathering too much political power, maybe we should actually start like treating them with some degree of seriousness as like a potential oppressor, but while they're just like hanging out, predicting the future and reading their horoscopes, I'm not particularly worried about them. I don't mind like just ignoring them and letting them be, despite the fact that I think the belief system has the potential to create prejudice. It just hasn't in practice. I guess I go with astrology because it's what you would at least expect somebody to talk about there, but it's also included in like the anti-fascist test. So I'm thinking of like the world where astrology takes over and is the source of all fascism. So where does that let me fall? We should not ignore ideologies that seem radical has a chance of success. I'll say partially agree. Take it by the day. I think in a lot of ways it is pretty. Actually, I go back. Partially disagree, actually, because I think giving attention to radical groups sometimes empowers them more than just ignoring them. I think you can do a lot by just ignoring a group. From each according to his ability, each according to his needs. I feel like I've given a different answer every time they ask this. I think I generally fall on the agree side. All healthcare services should be privatized. Strongly agree. If anything has to be private, wait. Privatize. Strongly disagree. Sorry. I mixed that up with nationalize. That would have been a big switch up from where I've been here. If anything, it has to be nationalized. If I could pick one thing, healthcare is the one. I don't want to nationalize everything. I'm not like a full-on commie, but there are a few places where I think the profit motive just hasn't been working. Compromising can avoid unnecessary conflict. Strongly agree. That is just true, that compromising can absolutely do it. I will actually do a regular agree, because sometimes compromising can get in the way of long-term conflict resolution. Because maybe the big conflict today can help prevent perpetual conflict on a particular issue if you just sort it out today. So I'm not going to say it's like the perfect way, but there's generally there are places where it is politically smart to compromise. The government is required for a well-functioning society to exist. I would say, in a general sense, do I partially agree or do I agree? I'll say agree. Middle agree. I think government is incredibly important. It's just, how is the government chosen? How is it constituted? And what powers do we endow it with? I feel like if you want a civilization, it is good that we have some system for cooperation. And with that, there comes opportunities for exploitation, be it from the government or be it from private citizens. The government, I consider sort of a necessary evil. But I don't know. I'm not going to be going into the other stances section for this one. I'm just going with what they have here. A system of equal outcomes should be established. Equal outcomes? I don't think that works. I don't think you can do equal outcome. You can, so there's a difference between equity and equality. I think generally what people are looking for is equity. But let me see. I'm not sure. Where do I actually fall on this? I guess it's a general disagree. Equal outcomes, it's not the aim. It's you have the equal opportunity to succeed. We don't want to completely disincentivize working extra hard or being innovative or whatever. But I want to make sure anybody with the will and ability can succeed if they want. A global nation where all countries are united will be beneficial to humanity. Neutral. Could be bad. Could be very bad. I don't know. It's a lot to put under one umbrella, you know what I'm saying? Cultures are so incredibly different. How could a central government govern everybody? Like, when we are so very different. There are some things that I think should be consistent across the board, regardless of culture. But in a lot of ways, I'm a little bit more fluid than that. Some cultures are inherently superior to other cultures. Disagree. Maybe I should do strongly disagree. Not inherently. I mean, maybe issue by issue, I may prefer one thing over another, but like to say that they're inherently better, that's not language I can get on board with. If we accept migrants into our borders, the migrants should be expected to assimilate into our culture. I mostly disagree. There is sort of like you have to conform to the laws, and naturally there will be some cultural assimilation. That will happen regardless. So there is a little gray area for that. It's not that I think they should be expected to or have to. I just think it's sort of inevitable to a certain degree. However, I don't think it should be compelled. I don't think it should be something like if they can get by with minimal assimilation and they're not hurting anybody with whatever differences of opinion we may have, then whatever, dog. I got no feelings on that. Courts should reference to other judicial decisions. Courts should refer to other judicial decisions. I agree. I think common law is, it's a mixed bag. It's not always going to work in your favor, but it is good to see where people are generally falling in reference. Like, there's nothing wrong with seeing where the data's falling on a particular issue. See where the rest of society is. So I think that's fine. Obviously, there's a little bit of room for that to go poorly. What if everybody's ruling wrong? Then it sort of puts you into a cycle of ruling wrong, but there should be means of re-legislating and whatever. If in a true democratic society, we should be able to work our way around that and fix the laws that are causing that. Overall, as far as courts go, they do what they're supposed to do and just enforce the law as they do. Not a perfect system. Definitely not a perfect system. We should be more optimistic towards a variety of different ideas. I agree. I always leave a little bit of gray area. There's something you don't want to be open-minded to the point where, like, it is like uncritical. I think you should leave room to be critical. However, you don't want to be closed-minded to the point where you don't consider better options that are around you. So yes, that is good. That is a good, very reasonable way of thinking. I will only support international organizations that align with my political beliefs. I am neutral on that. If by support I means like consume from, I'm not like a particularly conscious consumer. Occasionally I'll make choices based on that, but honestly they feel sort of arbitrary. Like if I'm not drawing a hard line, what am I really doing? And if like it's just me, what difference does it really make? It's sort of defeatist in its nature, which is unfortunate. But I don't know. Hold on. Here you go, my buddy. Here you go. Trying to give him a snack. He's such a good boy. So adopting radical ideas isn't possible unless compromises are made. Sorry, I just had to put his seed bowl away. Partially agree or generally agree? I partially agree. I think there's a lot. It's hard to implement radical change very suddenly. It can be done. It has been done, but it's not easy. And in the country that I'm in, I think people sort of have to be conditioned to appreciate certain ideas. And if it has to be taken one step at a time, it's not what I prefer, but I do think it's practical. But I think what a lot of, especially the Democratic Party in the United States, I feel like what they think is practical and what I think is practical are like two completely different things, and I don't want to be confused for that. I feel like they often think you have to be, I think they're radical centrists. Like, no matter what, on most issues when it comes to electoral politics, like how hard can this person push to the center? They talk about the general election pivot, which is the most disingenuous shit I've ever seen in my heckin' life. Where it's like, okay, let's be on the left during the primaries and then completely change our political ideology and like go hard line for the center. I don't believe in that. I think that's completely disingenuous. Do you, in the process of trying to implement single-payer healthcare, start with a public option to ease people into that? Maybe. Maybe that's the first step on getting to where you actually want to go. I don't know. I don't know anything about policy, but I'd entertain the idea. I'd be happy with a public option. At least we'd have the public option. We don't have single payer healthcare. At least we'd have something there. It'd be a small win. Actually kind of a huge win for a lot of people. A beneficial democracy requires high levels of education. I will partially or mediumly agree. I'm going to partially agree. I would say I'd prefer an educated populace. And I think my previous answers on previous quizzes reflect this. However, I don't want any sort of restrictions based on education when it comes to voting. I feel like if I voted too strongly, it may imply that. I think ordinary people do have the resources and the potential to make that judgment and vote well. I think even the smartest people are also subject to fall for propaganda as well. So, yeah, I'd prefer people be educated, though. I'm a big proponent of improving public education and all that. Violence and revolution are required in order to establish my ideology. I don't know. My ideology hasn't been established. Being peaceful has gotten some things over the years, but I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Hasn't come to that. Hope it doesn't. Yeah. Modernity and social progress has led to a decrease of happiness and often lacks meaning. Modernity and social progress has led to a decrease of happiness and often lacks meaning. I'm unsure. Maybe. I don't know if we had meaning before. It's hard to say. I feel like I have some. I've been on both sides of that. I feel like, oh, I've got meaning and whatever, and then sometimes I'm like, what's the point? So maybe I'm not the best person to have that conversation with. Being self-sufficient as a person is a positive trait. Partially agree. Though I think it's important to be able to rely on people. It's also good to be self-sufficient as well. I think there's a balance to be had, but I don't think self-sufficiency by any means is inherently a bad thing. I think it leans more towards being a good thing. Yeah. Politics is boring to me. Strongly disagree. Politics are extremely entertaining. You gotta look harder if you're not finding the entertaining parts. Especially lately. Like, you can say what you want about the political atmosphere the past several years. It's not good. But you can't say it isn't entertaining. It's got a lot going for it. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. I've talked about how I lean very pacifistically in my personal life. I don't know if I were in charge of a government, I couldn't really stand by that, but since this is just me, I don't like to perpetuate like the cycle of violence, because I believe there is a cycle of retaliation and violence, and I don't have it in me to like crush somebody under my foot if I had to. So I'd rather let the violence end with me if I can. Like I said, if I was ever elected to an office, of course, I would have to compromise on a lot of things, because it's not just about me anymore. It's about everybody. But as long as I'm a private citizen, I guess I'd say violence ends with me. Or at least I would try to use as little violence as it would take to get to peace, rather than trying to commit equal violence. Thinking in the long term is more important than thinking in the short term. For me, I agree. I think the short term often blinds us to the long term consequences of our actions, and I'm gonna go with partially agree, because you also have to make it to tomorrow. I think I was thinking like maybe I strongly agree, or maybe whatever, but I'll say I partially agree, because I think it comes from a certain degree of privilege if you're able to think more long term. I think some people don't have that kind of they don't have that luxury. They have to be thinking about, how do I get to tomorrow? How do I get to next week? How do I pay rent now? So yeah, I guess it depends on your situation. An autocracy is more beneficial than any democratic system. I strongly disagree. I don't think any one person could represent all of the people. I think that power needs to be spread out. I think it needs to be checked. It needs to be limited to a great degree. So I lean towards democracy. I lean towards a more democratic system than the United States currently even has. Yeah. The justice system should be partially privatized or even fully private. Why? Who's arguing for this? Private judges? How do you even do that? Are we just doing arbitration at that point? I don't know what's up with that. It's a waste of time trying to rehabilitate some criminals. I'll say disagree, but I'll leave some room. I'm not going to hit strongly disagree, because there is a large number of people who may be considered too far gone. But I've always said that you have to try. You just have to. I think we owe it to humanity to at least do our best. It's naive, perhaps, optimistic, whatever you want to call it, but it's how I feel. Governmental social programs should be replaced with private charities and organizations. No, those private charities are never stable enough. They can't really work on a systematic level. They don't have the reach. It's not like they're wrong, but they're supplementing what could be taken care of much more efficiently through our tax dollars that we are paying anyway. They're just not being used as well as they should be. Yeah. And I think most people can agree with that. Our tax dollars are not being used as well as they should be. And if I'm having a conversation with somebody on the other side of the aisle, that's like where I would start. Like, can we agree that our tax dollars are not being used the way they should be? And once we come to that agreement, we proceed to have a conversation about that, and maybe we can find some common ground on like issues that we think it's not working on. And that's how I would try to potentially persuade somebody who's on the other side of the Thanksgiving table, I guess I'll say. My ideology is sometimes considered extreme. Strongly agree. So regardless of how you want to categorize me, I have socialistic leanings. There are all the nuances of socialism, democratic socialism, social democracy. I'm not going to get into that. I honestly don't care. Having any of those words thrown together can be considered radical or extreme in my country. Though we're moving on it. I think we're having more conversations about the terminology, which is good because we're getting over the Cold War stigma and we're doing less shutting down of those terms. Though it often requires, in the mainstream at least, for people to kind of present it very cautiously. Like Bernie Sanders has had to present himself very cautiously to the public. And he's done a great job because, like, even though he never became president and probably is never going to, he is one of the most respected senators in the country. Even people who are not politically aligned with him often believe him to be at least honest or to have a certain degree of integrity. My political views are very different from the current status quo. I strongly agree. Yeah, despite the fact that the Democrats, who are supposed to be our left-wing party, are in power, and I'm a very left-wing individual, I feel that the standards are completely different. I think I'm more like... You good, dude? Did you crap on my shoulder? Hope it didn't. What was I saying? You made me lose my train of thought. But he did do a good potty. Here you go, my dude. I think... Let me go back to the question. Maybe that'll jog my memory. My political views are often very different from the current status quo. I strongly agree. Even though the Democrats, who are supposed to be the left-wing party, are in power, I feel like I'm a totally different kind of left-wing from the American mainstream left-wing, which I've already described as radical centrist. at least occasionally radical centrist. Sometimes they'll surprise you and throw out some actual left-wing stuff, but not as often as most people who I like self-identify as far left would. Obviously, they're unhappy. Reform should happen gradually and slowly. Partially disagree or disagree. Partially disagree. Depends. Some of it should happen radically. Desegregation. Radical. Just general civil rights stuff should radically change. I'm not waiting 10 years for that. Queer rights. I think that should be like radically, well, it has in a lot of ways radically moved faster than a lot of movements in my country's history have. So yeah, it depends on the issue. Oppression by corporations is a huge concern. Strongly agree. They own the politicians through campaign finance laws. They donate to the campaigns, they pay for the ads, get the guys in office, then they legislate according to the people who can give them the most money. It's legalized bribery. It's the system we currently have. That's why I'm so skeptical of private financial power and why I lean more into like socialist stuff. However, if I was in a country where socialism was the source of the evil, I might lean more into my libertarian stuff. I'm really a product of my geography, I think. Changing the status quo using violent methods is mostly unhelpful. I will I'll partially agree. It depends on the system. Depends on the system. I think there's a point for revolution if you have no means of legally and fairly changing the status quo. If the power is not in the people, they have a right to revolt, and that's how it would be. That's how a lot of countries started. That's how my country started. Well, let's not get into that. I've talked about the American Revolution plenty of times, so it's fine. If taxation exists, churches should be taxed the same way other institutions are taxed. I agree strongly. I think churches should be treated like any equivalent secular organization. If they are like a non-tax organization, there should be secular reasons for why they are not taxed. There are plenty of organizations that don't have to pay taxes. They just don't. It's just like secular organizations don't have that religious exemption built in for them. It has to be for other reasons. And I'm sure churches can find a way to avoid taxes. But in a general sense, I think they should do it on the same level and not from a position of special privilege. I hope that makes sense. Punishment should be valued more than that of rehabilitation. That is the opposite of how I feel. Punishment is for the satisfaction of like the victim, which is fine. And I actually do think there is some cathartic relief that comes from that. But in a general sense, I don't think it should be society's goal to just punish. I think we should prefer rehabilitation. We should prefer... Some people are, like I said, some people are too far gone. But I want to try to make people better, if we can. All I ask is that we do our best. Technology that improves mental and physical capabilities shouldn't be used in any political system. Technology that improves mental and physical capabilities shouldn't be used in any political system. I'm not really sure what that means. I'm gonna hit neutral, unsure, ambivalent, because I'm not. I don't know. I don't know what that's implying. Any well-functioning society requires hierarchy. I partially disagree, or just disagree. I disagree. It depends. Naturally, in a representative democracy, in a sense, that's sort of a hierarchy. So there is room for that, but in a general sense, I do think everybody needs to sort of start on the same playing field and, well, start at, have a fair starting point, I guess. And everybody has similar capacity to be able to achieve political power on the merits of their ideas and at the will of the people. And everybody should have power in that sense. I don't know. But naturally, if you are doing more of a representative democracy, which I lean more towards direct democracy as much as we can. But yeah, I think I've done generally enough to answer that question. Like, there's a little wiggle room, but mostly don't really want hierarchy. Without state intervention, monopolies would violate human rights. Strongly agree. You think we're not going to get back to child labor, like, immediately if there's no... Like, they will do anything to pay employees less. Even if it means hiring actual children, if it means outsourcing jobs to people working in near slave conditions, that's already happening. Like, you think you think it can't get worse under the profit motive? It totally can. And that's why that's one of the problems with capitalism. It inherently leads to exploitation if it's not balanced with strong regulation. You can't have unfettered capitalism without exploitation. And it's bull if anybody tells you otherwise. Everybody deserves a second chance. In a general sense, I agree. There's some people, if you put them in front of me, I'll be like, no. But me, from like a distant, attempting to be above the fray sort of way, I would like it if everybody could get a second chance. But some people, it's hard. Some people, it's like, you should never be forgiven. So that's why I can't go all the way on that. There are some crimes that just go too far. But I want to give people second chances. If the current career system is being used, a person's personal and work life should stay separate. I'm gonna hit neutral. I don't know how I feel about that. Judges should hold more power than legislators. Disagree. Judges are not accountable to the people in the same way that legislators are, and they're not politically neutral despite what people may want you to think. They're not. And with the massive corruption that's come out, that's been in the Supreme Court, like, what can you say at this stage? Like, they're in for life. They are politically motivated. They can be bribed and bought. So what makes them so above the fray? At least we have elections for our legislators. And I don't like our legislators either. So, but at least I like that I have at least the illusion of being able to choose them. I support regional unions like the European Union. If they want to be involved in that, sure. I may have given a slightly different degree of agreement on a previous quiz, but in a general sense, if that's what people want to do, if the countries are all in on it and they're not doing it at others' expense and they're doing it just to like improve trade relations, keep the peace and whatever, or mutual protection, I think that's fine. My nation should be more diverse. I partially agree. I'm cool with it getting more diverse. I also, if it stayed the same, like whatever, as long as the conditions for minority groups improve. I don't believe in any sort of a quota for that, but I do think more diversity could help. I actually think I'll hit a general agree instead of a partial agree on that one for basically the same reason I just gave. The current mainstream societal attitudes are problematic. Agree? That's kind of vague, but I would say generally agree. A transitional state should be made. A transitional state? Transitional state. Transitional state. Hold on one second. Transitional state. What does that mean in this context? State. Do you mean the Google? A provisional government, also called the interim government, an emergency government or transitional government, is an emergency government authority. Oh, dang, I gotta click more. Set up to manage a political transition generally in cases of newly formed state. What? For what? For me? For the US? To make a new state? I don't know what. That's such a weird question. It needs more context. You can't just throw that out there and not give me something to work with. Inheritance is a legitimate form of wealth. I don't remember what I put here. I'm just gonna put on neutral. Like I agree that it is wealth that exists. It gives an unfortunate level of advantage of some people over other people. I think there's a certain degree of generational wealth that should be protected. But man, you're doing such a good job today, my boy. Sorry, I keep having to stop to give him little snacks because he's doing a good job. What was I saying? Inheritance is, oh yeah, it is one of those ways that keeps wealth concentrated in very few hands, and I think there should be means of redistributing that wealth by taxing it at a very high level, especially for those who are extremely wealthy. I don't really worry too much about the poor handing down all their money, their homes or whatever to their kids or whatever. That's what it is. But people of like billionaires should probably be taxed. The estate tax needs some reworking because it's not doing enough. I support capital punishment. Strongly disagree. I think we should just hold him in prison. Capital punishment, it's messy, it's expensive, sometimes we get the wrong guy, blah, 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 whatever. My political values should be spread as much as possible. Neutral, I don't know, I don't have good ideas. You think I have good ideas? You silly, what a dumb thing to say. What a dumb thing to think that I have good ideas. You're dumb. Unless you think I have bad ideas, in which case you probably know what you're talking about. Compromises should be made in order to suit the needs of most people. Strongly agree. I think if somebody's compromising in favor of helping people, that's great. Like, if the wealthy had to compromise on, like, 1% of their $100 billion, I suppose that's a compromise, that they have to pay a little bit more of that money. And it would help more people. Law principles should be codified into a referable system. I don't understand well enough. All authority should be questioned. Strongly agree. Question the authority. Yeah, we're hitting a lot of repeated questions. Violence is not acceptable when protesting a government. Partially disagree. Depends on the government. There are strong authoritarian governments that don't give people any like solid political power. They don't have like a democratic system. So those sorts of governments should end in violence from the people. Probably. Like, what do you expect to happen? You're not going to give people any power and you expect them to just sit back and take that? No, they're going to seize the political power as well as the means of production, probably. The risk of transhumanism outweighs the benefits. I don't know how transhumanism works. I generally get the idea. I haven't pondered the moral implications of it hard enough. National sovereignty is very important. It's a little important. I don't know, I've probably answered that question enough at this point. If a decision cannot be made in courts, relevant cases in the past should be referenced. Yeah, sure. I mean, if they're not sure, I guess just go with past practice. I mean, generally, I'm going to actually go back and hit a regular agree. Strongly agree, because there's always room for like maybe past practices didn't know what they were doing either. But in a general sense, yeah, common law is what it is, and the legislature can change it if it becomes a big problem, or at least they should, in an ideal system. Traditions are of no value on their own. I disagree. I've talked about the relevance of tradition when it comes to personal identity, and that tradition can be harmful, but it can also be quite harmless. It just depends on it. Look at each tradition on its merits. A rehabilitative system is unjust. Disagree. You can be like so heavy in the direction of rehabilitation that perhaps people who have suffered don't get their satisfaction. I suppose there is a certain degree to which we do it for the satisfaction of the sufferer. But in a general sense, I think it's important that we make society better more than trying to make other people's lives worse. Even people who've done bad in the past, if they have the capacity to be better, let's try. Just try. I feel like that's a huge part of my political ideology. Just try, you know? Like, even if it doesn't work, as long as we try, right? I don't know. My ideology should be established as quick as possible. Probably not, but I'll hit neutral. Any action that does not impose aggression on any person should not be considered a criminal offense. Any action that does not impose aggression on... I partially disagree. In a general sense, like, victimless crimes are one thing, but impose aggression it has implications of more violence. I think there are forms of exploitation, financial exploitation, fraud, all sorts of things. But those can also harm people financially, and one can argue it's imposing aggression, but the language is sort of hard to work with here. So I'm just going to say it's a light disagree. For like drug laws and stuff, I'm usually for like decriminalize, provide rehab as much as we can. But there's a lot of like white collar crime, I guess we'd call, that is also extremely harmful. That doesn't, maybe the words impose aggression don't necessarily cover. It's important that we maintain our culture and traditions. I'm going to be neutral on that. Some traditions are nice. Some culture is good. Some oppress women and gays and minorities and all sorts of people. And that's bad. And we shouldn't have that. It gotta go. But generally, traditions aren't inherently bad. People should be treated equally regardless of their groups and characteristics. Strongly agree. Those are arbitrary reasons to discriminate against somebody. If you're going to be a jerk to somebody, at least do it on the grounds that they are just bad. They are just crappy. Politics should be avoided in daily life. I disagree, because everything is politics. Your whole life is politics, and I think we should at least be politically conscious in our daily lives and how politics interacts the things we interact with every single day. It doesn't have to be like a big problem or anything, but just be aware, I suppose. Freedom of business is the best practical way a society can prosper. Freedom of business is the best practical way a society can prosper. I'll say partial disagree. I don't really want to get in people's ways too much until they start oppressing other people. What are you doing, dude? Come on. Why are you screm? Why are you screm brulee? Oh well, we're gonna keep going, I guess. If he continues to scream, I might put this on pause and come back to it. Lawmakers and legal experts should hold more influence than judges. I agree, because of the reasons I said the other thing before, where I said judges shouldn't be more. It's the same question flipped around. We should judge an action based on its consequences. Sorry. A lot of distractions today, I apologize. We should judge an action based on its consequences. I partially disagree. You can, but also if there are bad intentions and they just don't work out as poorly as they were intended to work out, that's also bad. Like attempted murder. Just because you didn't successfully murder somebody doesn't mean you shouldn't be in significant trouble for attempting it. So intentions are bad as well. Although I do believe there are some things that are considered crime. Sorry. I'm so gross. I'm just talking through burps. I think some victimless crimes we should probably reevaluate and be like, oh, maybe this isn't like actually hurting anybody, and maybe we're okay. Maybe we shouldn't get up in all these people's grill over that. The existence of the state is a violation of our liberty and rights. I partially agree, partially disagree, neutral. I guess I'll hit. The state is a necessary evil, but it has a capacity to protect people's individual freedoms as well as oppress them. Because if you're not being oppressed by the state, there are other things that can oppress you as well. So it's actually more of a something designed to balance the power of people, government, industry. It's a triangle that's supposed to balance itself. It's checks on powers. It's like we have in the US government, where the executive, legislative, and judicial branches are supposed to check each other. In a lot of ways, this other triangle ideally would check each other as well. Yeah. The existence of the thing. So where does that even land me? Partial disagree, neutral. I guess neutral, because it has the capacity for both. I think I've changed I've become more nuanced on that since an earlier quiz. I think I've moved on the issue, or at least moved on the way that I articulate it, which is interesting. Having to answer the same question multiple times and potentially being able to move on that. What's up, dude? You need attention? You need attention? Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. No. Okay. We're trying. We're trying. Taxing any individual. We're so close to the end. I'm not pausing this for him at this point. If he wants attention, he can come get it. Like, I'm right here. You have wings. I'm not coming to you. I have to... You just fly over here. I have to, like, move all the stuff that's sitting on my floor. Taxing any individual using involuntary methods can be considered an act of theft or aggression. Agree. It can be. It's sort of the aggression that we... I'm not even going to say consent to, but it's sort of an... I do agree that taxation in a lot of ways is theft, because we don't inherently consent to it. Necessary evil, I guess, is what I would chalk it up to. Like, I get it when people say taxation is theft. I absolutely sort of sympathize with that sentiment, because it is. It's under threat. They take what you believe is yours under threat. However, there's many more nuanced views on, like, how, like, oh, you benefit from all this stuff that we all do, and we gotta, like, put all our stuff in the pot to pay for all this stuff that we all benefit for. But there are also, like, extreme libertarians that believe in privatizing a lot of that stuff that we all benefit from, so they would probably counter with that. And then we're just getting into generally a disagreement of opinion on how things should be run. So, whatever. Too big of a conversation for one question. My political ideas can be achieved within 10 years. All of them? Probably not. I support the Black Lives Matter organization. So this is not the movement, this is the organization. I'd say I'm neutral on the organization in favor of the movement. I guess, if that makes sense. I don't fully understand the organization. I believe they've been accused of, like, money laundering. Let me just close this shade a little bit. I'll sit in the darkness. Accused of, like, money laundering and stuff, and I've not really looked too much into it. As far as the movement made by ordinary people, I'm much more fond of that. But I gave my answer to that one, assuming it's referring to the organization, like the one that was accused of, like, money laundering. Most corporations should be state-owned. Most. I'm not sure. Some of them should. I'm actually going to say partially disagree. There are certain things that I think should be nationalized, or at least have, like, a public option equivalent. Like, I'm cool with Amazon existing as long as they unionize. But I also think it's really good that we have, like, USPS still. Nearly all politicians are evil and problematic, no matter what their political ideology is. I think most of them, by the time they get there, they're pretty bad. They're all sociopaths. Okay, maybe not all. It's a field that attracts sociopaths. And people who succeed in it have to often compromise their morals and all that stuff, to the point where they are just morally bankrupt by the time they get in office. Mostly. There will always be exceptions. Different countries and cultures have different preferences for the type of government. Yes, of course they do. Of course that's just fact, I'm sure. Things are different in different places. Who da dunk. The market regulates itself since unjust monopolies are punished by bankruptcy. Strongly disagree. We don't really bust that stuff up so much these days. I don't know when we'll get more aggressive towards regulating. Like, we have the capacity to, potentially, but we don't really. And it doesn't really regulate itself. Sometimes big companies go bankrupt. That does happen. However, I don't know if it's like this scientific end. Like, yeah, of course, it regulates itself. It always works out. The market finds a solution. I don't know if the market always finds a solution. Sometimes the market eats itself. Sometimes the market is short-sighted. Short-term gains at the expense of like long-term stability. It happens. Technology is negatively affecting modern society. I partially disagree. There are some ways in which it I'll hit generally disagree, actually. Our quality of life is better than it's been for most of existence, most of humanity. So I'd say technology is mostly helping. Does it hurt in some ways? Sure. That's why I leave a little bit of wiggle room and don't put like it strongly. I'm just going to put a regular disagree. When a threat arrives, some liberties should be sacrificed in order to maintain stability and prosperity. I disagree, but not strongly disagree. There's some wiggle room. There's a difference between a society in wartime and a time of peace. That is absolutely true. So I'm not gonna go all the way extreme, although I'm tempted to. But I'll leave it a little gray there. I'll leave a little wiggle room. Maybe there's a place I'd be willing to compromise. I'm just not sure what it would even be at this point. Maybe I do feel strongly about it, but I'm okay with sticking with that. Communism is an ideology that would never work in practice. Communism, like all the other isms of the early 20th century, has sort of developed, so there's probably a form of communism that would work. I'm gonna hit disagree. I think it would take a little political imagination, and I think for me to completely deny its potential to work in the right time, place, and culture would be a complete lack of political imagination. So I'll say, man, I'm just messing with my hair and everything. I'm being like John Green. He always has his hands in his hair. And if that's the only way I would be compared to John Green, I'll take it. An action should be seen as right or wrong through a set of rules and principles. Through a set of rules and principles. I don't know. I'm gonna hit the neutral. Yeah, rules and principles are good, but there's a number of factors that come into making something right or wrong. And I don't know if you can really boil that down to like a cold set of rules and principles. I think there's always going to be a deeply emotional element to it. There's going to be all sorts of things that could come in and influence that. I don't want to oversimplify moral judgment, is what I'm trying to say. Monoculturalism is disastrous for society. Monoculturalism. I think, has there ever been a monocultural society that wasn't like problematic as all hell? Probably not good to be like, I don't know. Can it even happen organically? Can you have an organically monocultural society? I'm gonna hit neutral. I have no idea. Maybe if you like live on an island, like you live on a small island that hasn't had contact with anyone and you're monocultural, sure, that's fine. I guess you're a very small place. I can't imagine that much diversity in the culture, but who knows? I guess in that case, it wouldn't have to be done with an iron fist. It's not implying that it had. Yeah, I guess I feel good about that. In the current system, it is necessary for the government to intervene in the economy to protect consumers. Yes. I've kind of already covered this. Pacifism is generally unrealistic when protesting the government. I partially agree as a pacifist. Actually, partially disagree, but I leave the wiggle room. I think pacifism is good for public relations. It actually has a lot of strength to it. That's why people love MLK. So he's so universally beloved. And I think, and Gandhi and all them, and that's why, despite, oh, good job, bub. Little distractions. I think that's the last little one. He's going potty where he's supposed to go, so I have to give him a reward. That's what keeps him crapping in the right place, so I don't have to clean it up as much. What was I saying? Pacifism is generally unrealistic when protesting the government. Yeah, partially disagree. So there's a public relations thing. There are some people who have even used violent rhetoric who still are kind of recovering in the public consciousness. I think Malcolm X is always going to have a sort of complicated relationship with the public. I think the Black Panther Party is always going to have that. That's something that MLK didn't have. However, like, I think that comes from ignorance about Malcolm and the Black Panthers and misinformation that was often spread about them rather than how they actually were. But even like entertaining violent rhetoric, it did work massively against them in their movements in a lot of ways. It also helped in some ways. So it's a give and take thing. It's a give and take thing. Roads and transportation should be publicly owned. Yes. I think people should have a right to travel. And I think if we can all come together on one thing, I don't want a toll road on every street just because they are privately owned. I don't want them to even have the option. The industrial, that's always the extreme thing I go to, and I don't know if it would actually happen, but I don't even want them to have the choice of making toll roads on Main Street. I don't even like toll roads that are publicly owned, but you know, some compromises have to be made, whatever. I'm sure there's a reason. Maybe there's not. I don't know. Maybe the money could be taken from somewhere else. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. Yes and no. There's a lot of human suffering that came along the way. However, technology has also made it better for a lot of people. So I'll hit right in the middle. There's some good, some bad. Generally, humanity is better than it's ever been, but how many corpses were left along the way? A lot. So I could probably end up on one side or the other with like math or whatever. We're ultimately better for like the foreseeable future. So probably more people will benefit, but how many people have to die for that to be okay? I'd hate to put a number to it. Most things can only be accomplished through a group. Strongly agree. I think, yeah, be it privately or publicly. Government's a group. Corporations are groups. Unions are groups. Whatever it happens to be, yeah. Some cultures are inherently superior to other cultures. I'm going to hit a disagree. Maybe strongly disagree. But I'll say that there are some things I dislike in other cultures. It doesn't come from like a racism or a xenophobia thing. It comes from my basic standards on human rights. So I would say I'm not going to create like a false equivalence or anything on that. But I don't think we are inherently better than other people. I think we are better on our, I think we have to be judged on the individual merits of every little part of our society compared to others. And I think all sorts of elements have to be brought into context in order to make that judgment. Multiculturalism is unrealistic. I strongly disagree. I think we can manage. I think that's a lack of imagination if you think we can't have multiculturalism. I think it makes things a lot more interesting, don't you think? If wages and a currency exist, there should not be a... If wages and a currency exist, there should not be a minimum wage. There should not be a minimum wage? If wages and a currency exists, there should not be a minimum wage. Strongly disagree. If you don't set a floor, people will just keep digging down. As a leader in a union, could not co-sign that. While the government's minimum wage is going up, I'm fighting for a higher minimum wage in the institution that I work in, like just as a general policy. I'm fighting for a higher minimum wage for my immediate coworkers. So, yeah. And if we didn't have any of those regulations, who knows where we'd be? Probably not doing as well. If you can't afford to live in the city you work, yeah, whatever. Rapid changes often leads to the worsening of people's lives. I'll hit neutral on that one. Can be. Could also improve people's lives radically. Depends on the change. I don't think the speed is necessarily the problem. I think the individual issue in relation to the speed can be the problem, but the speed alone is not the problem. Idealists are mostly unrealistic. I think I'm a little unrealistic sometimes, so I'll partially agree. Although I think it often comes from a lack of political will to actually be better rather than it being unrealistic. I think people are so content and people have a status quo bias and they can't imagine anything else and aren't willing to take the risk to be a better place. And I think a lot of idealists have gotten over that and are willing to take the risk. And I think that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And it's not always going to work out. But I love people who have the audacity to try. Politics is very important for society and shouldn't be ignored. I strongly agree, because it affects everybody. If you personally don't want to be involved, that's fine. But I think it would be good if you were involved. Hierarchies will inevitably be formed in every society at any time. I partially agree. I think we lean towards hierarchies, but I think it's a perpetual fight against hierarchies. I've always said, I don't believe in the light at the end of the tunnel. I believe there's just more tunnel and but we do have to keep moving. Even if we're never going to get to the end, we have to keep moving. Even though equal opportunities can lead to equal outcomes, society should still focus on equal opportunities and not equal outcomes. Strongly agree. I think that's a perfectly reasonable way of doing it. Equal outcomes are great, but the real thing we're aiming for is equal opportunity. If it happens to end with equal outcomes, lovely, good for everybody. And I hope the equal outcomes are good outcomes. Countries with authoritarian governments should be denounced. Yeah. That'd be good if we did that. We do that, but kind of selectively. Which ones do we have alliances with right now? Yeah. We have that sort of thing where we look at some authoritarians, but it's fine. Saudi Arabia, you know, we have a good trade relationship with them. Top ally. A little authoritarian. Let's not talk about that. Let's not have that conversation. Technology that improves mental and physical capabilities shouldn't be used in any political system. I don't know. Didn't I answer that one already? I support the LGBT community. Yes, I do. Actually, one of the first political issues I got into, I think I was in 6th grade. I didn't have an opinion on the queer community. And I learned about the Westboro Baptist Church, which aren't that big of a deal these days, but they would protest homosexuality at dead soldiers' funerals. And they would go specifically to dead soldiers' funerals, like to say, like, because America's embracing these F words, God is killing our soldiers. And we're getting what we deserve for embracing these F words. And I looked at that and I was like, wow, if these people are against the queer community must be the good guys here. And that's sort of that. I was in like 6th grade at the time. That was that was how I came to that conclusion. I still stand by it to this day, but it's like, okay, these are clearly the bad guys here. The Westboro Baptist Church, they're clearly the bad guys. So maybe we should be friendly to the gays. And that's how that became my first big political issue. What was your introduction to politics? What was the first issue you cared about? Leave it in the comments. Because that's a fun question. Maybe I'll throw that question in the intro. Probably. Maybe. Unless I forget. Intentions is more important than consequences when judging an action. I partially agree. I think you can really crack down on somebody for having bad intentions and them not going poorly. I think you can be very lenient on somebody for not having bad intentions, but something bad happening by accident. I would rather be more lenient to somebody who didn't mean to do something wrong than somebody who meant to do something wrong and just failed. Not mean? Not mean. Getting past physical limitations through technology would be beneficial to mankind. In that case, I say agree. We've had little questions that allude to like technology and improving human bodies or whatever, and it gets a little weird. This one, I would say yes. Like if you can cure a quadriplegic, I'm not gonna tell you not to. I can't like morally say like, no, that's problematic for this reason or that abstract reason. No, you can cure a quadriplegic. Get her done, man. A global organization that is generally beneficial should hold a substantial amount of power. I'm not sure. It says generally beneficial, but you know, things often seem good at first, and then it's not just about what it's doing right now. Sometimes it's about what it can do in the future. Sometimes, yeah. Some people may have looked at the Nazis at first and been like, hey, they're doing some good stuff. Let's give them more power. And then it's like, oh no, what have we done? Like that. Usage of genetic modification for animals and plants should be minimized. I don't know anything about that stuff. I'm gonna leave myself out of that. A regulated economy is more unfair for the people when compared to laissez-faire economy. Disagree. Disagree. Strongly disagree. Strongly disagree. Might be less if I lived in a different country, but in the United States, strongly disagree. Electricity should be publicly owned. I'd be okay with that. I'll say agree. I think power is one of those that strongly agree, actually, because I think that's one of those things. If you give everybody equal access to that sort of stuff, it gives them greater agency to get ahead in life. A lot of people are dependent on certain technology to get ahead in life, and I think everybody at least having access to electricity, I think it establishes a reasonable floor. And I think we establish a floor, like a minimum standard of how Americans should be living, and then we slowly try to raise that floor little bits at a time, and everybody's life gets fundamentally better. I think that's how I like to view a lot of things. Establish a reasonable floor, keep lifting it one bit at a time until we're all as comfortable as we can be, and there will always be problems, and we keep trying to raise that floor. If you want to be above the floor, that's great. But I think at least focusing on making sure that floor is reasonable is good. Liberal democracy is the least worst system of leadership. Liberal democracy. It's pretty good. Liberal democracy. That's a specific term. I'll say it's pretty good. There are other forms of democracy, you know. Okay, let's see where we are. My closest match is Euro-communism. That's a different one. Marxist-Leninism seeks to establish socialist state to further into socialism and eventually communism. Described as classless social system with common ownership of the means of production. That's interesting. That's different from the others. Like I never got to the point where I was saying communism. Any form of it. It never came up. Democratic socialism, I think that's closer to where I've typically fallen. Social democracy, maybe. One of them is more actually socialist and one of them is more actually capitalist. But Marxist-Leninism, there are some principles, and I guess you shush your mouth. He's very upset about these results. Marxist-Leninism, I think Marxism has a lot of similar critiques of capitalism that I have, and that would probably be why I would lean a little further into it. And I've always said that Marx has his, whether you like communism or not, his critiques of capitalism are particularly strong. And I think that's okay to admit, even in a capitalist system. I think it's cool to be like, hey, yeah, even if I prefer this system, what's it called? Even if I prefer this system, I recognized its flaws. So I suppose that's probably why I fall under here, because my critiques are all very Marxy, which that makes sense. What do we got here? That's a little hard to read. I'll zoom in on that in a second. I lean towards socialism. I lean toward free rather than planned. I lean towards libertarian, but in this case, usually I have a harder libertarian stance, I think, with these things. This one, it's a little more balanced, but still leaning libertarian. Leaning towards democracy. Usually I lean more towards democracy as well, so that's interesting. I lean towards globalism, which is interesting. Like right down the middle with particular versus universal. Progress over tradition, but not completely anti-tradition. I'm big into reform. Decelerate versus accelerate. Decelerate, interesting. I guess I was a little bit more measured when it came to the pace at which we implement change. I guess I didn't seem as radical in this one as some others, though I have made some pretty radical statements. I guess I don't know, I was feeling more measured today. That might just be today. Transhumanism or primitivism. I'm leaning towards transhumanism, even though I've not fully defined my opinions on that. Civil rights versus common law. Pretty balanced. Interesting. I understand the use of common law, and I think that it does have uses, but I guess the reason I lean towards that is because I don't really feel like putting that much power in the hands of judges. Especially right now, I'm very skeptical of judges, so I'd rather that be in the hands of the legislature, so that makes sense why it would have gone that way. More big into rehabilitation, big into equality over hierarchy, big into multicultural. I guess I did lean towards compromise more. Shut your face! Shut your face! Or not, I don't know. I guess that's a compromise. I did lean more into compromise here. Transitional, sure. I'm so much more moderate here. I guess I'm becoming more nuanced in the way that I communicate. Even my more radical ideas. Collectivism, peaceful, realism. I honestly consider myself an idealist, but I think I sort of compartmentalize. There's the way I live and how I would go if I were governing. I would govern different from how I personally live, because I think the way I live works for me but may not work in a collective, if that makes sense. And deontological versus consequential. Consequential. All right, where do I? Left wing. Hold on. I might need to hit a zoom on this so that we can see this a little bit better. So I lean. I guess the darkest circle is democratic socialism, which makes sense. Left-wing populism, that's there. Distributism. I guess that would be more authoritarian, like trying to take money away from the wealthy and give to the poor, despite the fact that it leans democratic. Conservatism is it's on there. I don't really know what Georgism is, so can't comment on it. Market socialism, so dabbling a little bit into that. Social democracies. So democratic socialism is the way, and I think that's what Bernie identifies as. Though I think he might be in practice closer to a social democrat, but it's a stupid word salad. This is not surprising at all. And my bubbles aren't actually in Marxist Leninism or Leninism. My bubbles actually aren't even there, even though it's at the top. My heat map is telling a different story from if I just read the things at the top. All right, but I do want to look at these things at the top. Generally authoritarian. Is this just the? Is this just like? Is this mine or is this just a picture of the? Are these my results? Libertarian democracy. Oh yeah, this is my result. This isn't just an example. So I land on the right side in 1, 2, 2. Okay. I land on the left side, 1, 2. Wait, 1, 2, 3. I have 2, almost 3 where I'm kind of neutral. The rest are on the left side, which seems to lean into a more progressive side. Interessant. So I think this is probably a little closer than what you would see just looking at this. However, I think the best thing to look at would be these things right here on the screen. Just look at issue by issue. But that's what we got here. And that's a wrap for this video. As far as all of this went, I really enjoyed this one. I guess to really break down political ideologies a little bit more, this one was good. There was also the very long one, which made me think a little bit more. I don't know what... I guess they serve different purposes. From this website, I think this one was the most thought-provoking, the 10 groups one. I think it had the most thought-provoking questions. And as far as like displaying different ideologies within this grid, I think this was this is a really interesting grid of political ideologies of the modern age. And it might be a little bit more useful, though I tell people what I always say: these things do have the potential to put you in a box that is generally unproductive. It's good to be able to get outside of this box. Don't be afraid to experiment with new political beliefs, and don't be afraid to like get outside of your bubble. Be conscious of where your bubble is, and I think being aware of where your bubble is can allow you to be more open-minded and find new things. Also, you might be right, and maybe your bubble is good. That's also that you don't have to like get outside of your bubble just to do it, but to just be aware of other things can be helpful in helping you interact with other parts of society. So we got that going for us. I really enjoyed making this video. I thought it was a ton of fun. I think the political compass is a bit dated at this point, and I would lean much more, like the first test we did, I would lean much more towards something like this. I think the political compass is a nice, fun, little small thing to do once every 2 to 4 years, but it doesn't tell you as much as these other tests have. So I guess and this one's probably really good if you do want to do the long version. I didn't do the long version for this one, but I would like to. Maybe in a couple years. I don't think I'm going to take another one of these for a very long time. So I hope you all enjoyed this. Thank you to the channel members who have supported me through my journey and whatnot. And I will see you all in the near future with something else. I'm still doing the YouTube shorts. I'm leaning into those, and I'll come up with something long form to do next month. All right, thank you, and I'll see you next time. Bye. I'ma give money to the DJ. I'ma tell that nigga go replay. I know Lil B. Yeah, nigga, I know Lil B. Shout out to the bass guy. Nigga, I said thank you, bass guy. It ain't no fucking drive. Yeah, nigga, we gon' fucking drive.